झुकी झुकी तेरी नजर कमाल कर गई। हेलो गाइस, वेलकम बैक। सॉरी यार, ऑफिस वर्क चल रहा है, बट अपने इंडियन बंदे फोड़ रहे हैं भाई। 5 किल्स हो गए यार, मिस हो गया मेरे से। सॉरी गाइस। चलो के भी दोबारा रिएक्ट करते हैं। मैं बैकग्राउंड में चेक कर रहा था भाई, मैं ध्यान नहीं दे पा रहा था, बट मैंने बैकग्राउंड में चेक किया कितने किल हो गए। तो भाई देखिए, अपने एक्स के 4 किल हैं और आई थिंक उन्होंने मेरे हिसाब से एनएस को छील दिया। आई थिंक अपने बंदों ने एनएस को छील दिया रूइंस पे। अभी वो जाके रिएक्ट करेंगे दोबारा। गिव मी 2 minutes गाइस, आई एम कमिंग बैक टू दैट। झुकी झुकी तेरी नजर कमाल कर गई। अदरवाइज स्ट्रीमिंग डिस्प्ले कैमरे को कर देते हैं हम एडजस्ट इस तरीके से, कुछ ऐसे, क्योंकि मैं ना फिर अरे यार थोड़े बार बिखरे ठीक है। आजो, क्या चल रहा है?
Magnum Caria down to 2.
And there is a res coming on through. Toshpik next to fall down to the floor there. And Magnum Caria all of a sudden relying on Loxy, but he has got the beans. Let's see if he can jump into the fight. Silence now, going low behind the car. Will have to hide, go for the heal. Loxy off full HP, but he threads the needle, and the shot is good. A 1v2, Yangon Galacticos could potentially move into third party, but they've backed off. He's still going. Loxy has more legs in this.
Yeah, Loxy definitely can pull this off if he's careful. Petrino, though, snake in the grass through the smoke. I think he's going to be the linchpin. Loxy takes damage, forced to retreat, and that's going to be, I believe, Zeb-Klarity, if I'm not mistaken, just from behind, taking him out with the third party.
A big flex out into the blue zone there from Yangon Galacticos. He read that he couldn't get a sightline from where he was. He moved out into the blue. It's stage 4. You can survive for long enough, and he took down Regnum Kaya. They end their match with only 2 points from that northern side.
But the good thing is, for intense game coming from the Americas region, they got all 4 alive, and they're getting their health back, and now they can challenge Yangon Galacticos. This game could be a stellar one, and a great start for Intense Game to make a miracle run for top 8. The Brazilian team's underperforming. That's what the desk said, and I fully agree, even from the Americas region, right? I'm super passionate about them, but for Intense Game, this is a great start. Silence once again trying to be that aggressor. This time, he gets fully punished.
Taken down and flushed very quickly there. Nades now pouring in. Intense Game wants some retribution, but Yangon Galacticos won't go down quietly. They left from Paradise Resort. They sliced through Kiratrope. I know their walkout looked like they had the samurai swords, but they've been turned on their owners there, drawn and thrust back to the gut from Yangon Galacticos, and they are playing well from this northern edge.
Intense Game knew they needed to continue to push forward. They're so close to the edge of zone. You can see it here, right? So one thing that I really appreciated for Yangon Galacticos' perspective is they backed away and forced IG to push into.
Oh, a big nade coming through on the southeast side. Alpha 7, they're starting to fumble on the southeast edge. Finally an answer over towards Yangon over towards Gamax, sorry. But that's Alpha 7 out. 7 said it on the desk. They need to kick off with a win. They've just been denied that. Neptura said it on the desk. So do the other Brazilian teams. And that's the same story for Intense Game on the north.
Alpha 7, I'm ringing the alarm bells. Starting now, game 1. They are already out. They get away with 1 point. They were already outside of top 8. Alpha 7 struggles continue. And the fact that Gamax, who's been on the struggle bus, takes them out. A full team wipe. Everybody stays alive. I'm really worried for our A7 boys.
Are Alpha 7 bad?
Alpha 7 बाहर होने वाली है।
I don't think they're bad whatsoever, but something is just not clicking, and I sincerely don't know what it is.
Oh यार!
Seem to have found it. They are going to mount up for an approach towards AxTMG's players who are starting to flag. I think it's just Devotee left. There's nade pouring in on his rocket, and it looks like they know exactly where he is. A slow approach from Power onto this circle. I said that they could be the wild card here on the southwestern side, but they have played it sensibly. They've lost 1 player in this fight, but they have managed to rack up a point. They're looking to clear out slowly and methodically. Arena, what they can do to this one, though. You can see them start to poke their noses in from the east edge. You've also got Influence Rage, who have gone 2-2 on the western side.
Yeah, Influence Rage is going to be me. I think that's going to be the team to try and maybe third party this truly from Team Power's perspective. But you do mention the Arena Joker is relatively close, so he can push up. So
goes to Yangon Galacticos. In the meantime, this AxTMG Nongshim Red Force fight that has been spread around, not inside the ruins this time, seems
looking like
Brazilian age to
Das.
Guys, मुझे नहीं
Once
पता
they
क्या
hit the
हुआ,
deck.
but मैं
I'm
अब
not
देख रहा
sure,
हूँ.
but I expect it to last a little bit longer than that.
10 seconds.
Okay.
10 seconds would be in a fight.
Okay, मतलब split होके उतरे.
He's
Split
here
होके उतरे थे
on
अपन.
Sandhawk, but
Yes, Paradise is going to be our focal point. Yangon Galacticus R8. They had a bit of a tussle with the muscle yesterday. We might see round 2 this time around. And from what I'm hearing, one of those rosters thinks they're not going to go down without a fight.
yeah, well, we had a Maxman Brain Blast over on the desk before, and they said tempted to last.
You need to believe they form it.
Also about 47
On so much
एक
rep.
kill, कम मार दिया.
to the scrap. Bang, they find an outpost, a really nice pickup. As we
kill
do
कम
hop
कर दिया.
in though,
Engagement.
Just wait.
as we do hop in though to the scrap. This is longer than 10 seconds. I'm getting word that 1 minute and 47 is bigger than
एक kill
10,
कम हो गया था.
and that is going to confirm the R8 are full of hot air.
That's it. Well, you know what? Hot air, yes, in the prediction of time constraints, but maybe not in their prediction to wipe out Yangon Galacticus. Now, we'll say they come in with so much confidence, so much reverence, but if they don't win this fight, that's going to be a big blow to their ego. And also, the stakes are pretty high for this hot drop, and the reason why, well, Yangon Galacticus is a team outside of the top 8, but barely, just barely. 34 to 35. 1 point puts them back into the top 8. That means they're going into finals, and already Monitor is actually getting active, surprisingly. And Yangon Galacticus, with their head on a swivel, starting to rotate out of Paradise.
Was that they knew
focus, at least right now on the
ये
solo.
एक kill कम हुआ अपने
It
X के
feels
बंदों
like the
का.
play there for Kenotrope
कौन
was
सी
that
team
they
का
knew
मारा?
there was a hot
NS
drop
का.
over in
कम मार
Paradise
दिया.
Resort
TZ ने
yesterday.
NG को मार
They
दिया था.
wanted to try and poke their noses in, maybe set themselves up for a third party. Unfortunately, Yangon Galacticos, they actually just decided
ने
to fully
devotee को knock
disengage.
किया था.
A nice adaptation
ने
coming through from
Tyranny
them.
को.
An early drop, grab a couple of weapons if you can, move on south. So Kenotrope, their outpost, that gets spotted, and instead they are the focus of the pickup. And that point goes to Yangon Galacticos. In the meantime, this AxTMG Nongshim Red Force fight that has been spread around, not inside the ruins this time, seems to be going fairly poorly for both sides.
That's right. Yeah, AxTMG back. AxTMG says, well, we're dipping out. We're trying to leave, but they actually have to park the bus a little bit. We do have a straggler. Be the next above.
Oh, he's there. They know exactly what wall he's playing on.
जलाया, मार दिया
actually
ने.
burning Biddy low as well. Another Molotov forced on through, but still Devotee not going to take the shot. Instead, he's going to leave it all up dry, and it's going to work out. Another knock over towards TZ up on the hillside as well. Leaves them playing as one, and Nongshim Red Force start out slowly. AxTMG gathering some
भाई
pace.
AX ने एक extra बंदा किसका
48
मारा?
points. They finish up in the top 5, but there's no guarantee come game 6 that they're still going to be there with everybody gunning for a qualifying position into the finals. For Nongshim Red
AX ने
Force,
एक बंदा
not the
किसका
start
मारा?
they need, and also for Kenotrope.
The R8 are full of hot air.
That's
ये extra कैसे दिखा रहा है भाई?
it. Well, you know what? Hot air, yes, in the prediction of time constraints, but maybe not in their prediction.
कम मार दिया भाई. ये NS जिंदा
Opposite
कैसे है?
side of ruins.
अगर हाँ चेक करें तो
Big win. Had a
NX से एक बंदा
teammates
किसका
getting
मारा
close.
था?
AX
Start of this match, obviously picking up 5 hits today. 10-point average.
That's right. Kenotrope. Team White taking their to talk about what's at stake here.
Up.
Team White, good on them.
Walked into a building. Into a building. That did not walk out.
तो
That's
एक
right.
बंदा
So
किसका मारा?
good, of
हेलो
course, performance
कास्टर्स.
yesterday, or excuse me, the other day for group play, but they do land over in Paradise. We are going to have
Oh.
that fight, that engagement.
ये डॉक्सी किसका था? NS का डॉक्सी था. ये के टर्नी
It's
के
about
को
to go
मारा है
down.
फिर
And it's
extra.
also Nongshim Red Force over on Ruins who have lost a player to A.
Swivel starting to rotate out of Paradise and now focus, at least right now, on the solo of Kenotrope.
It feels like the play there for
Oh.
Kenotrope was that they knew there was a hot drop over in Paradise Resort yesterday. They
Oh,
wanted to try and
ये
poke their
टर्नी
noses
के
in,
को मारा.
maybe
ठीक
set
है,
themselves up.
perfect.
All of our remaining squads. The circle shifting away from Fireflux, though, makes this really tough. E-Arena sit dominantly on the high ground as well. You can see what a lovely angle Mormon has. So does No Fear over towards Fireflux. and it is really trading off that aggro. Aura, they do lose
my
one to
kills.
and E-Arena should have this on lockdown as two players now sit right on the back to the blue for Aura.
E-Arena could jump all the way up into top 5. Massive game for them, but E-Arena has also been on fire. They've been playing very well, with them having 3 players and the high ground. Hora has no choice but to use the natural terrain, aka the rocks, and just kind of bunny hop between them. Mormon, who's been the linchpin for this roster, he has been so very impressive, not only in group stages, but also the survival side of things. Sakura taking some damage. Mormon starting to push up, but no drama here. E-Arena takes game number 1 instantly.
खेल रहे थे यार, कहाँ हक दिए यार, मेरे को ये समझ में नहीं आया। 3 बंदे जिंदा थे। गाइस मैं मैच देख नहीं पाया पूरा, मैं पिछली फाइट देख रहा था। यहाँ पे क्या हुआ? ये पावर ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने यहाँ कैसे गिरा? क्या सीन है? कितनी रैंक पे मरे? कितने 5 किल्स तो हुए हैं और आई थिंक टॉप 10 में तो नहीं आ पाए। टॉप 10 में बट पॉइंट्स नहीं मिल पाए, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स। अपनी उसको एनएस को मारा, मतलब जो उतरती है वहाँ पे, और एक ईए का मारा था। तो ये पावर गेमिंग में मारा इनको, मेरे को ये नहीं पता कैसे मारा।
Closer and closer
अच्छा,
to
RNA
each
से लॉक
other.
हो गया था।
Brinko and Alpha 7 starting to
RNA
inch
से
closer
IRF
and
Diego
closer to each other.
रोटेशन में
Brinko
फंस
is
गए।
well up in the knee, where he rotates.
और फिर
quite find it though.
Silent, no, caught up. Maybe part to the left takes a bit of this one.
आरएन आई थिंक बिलीव नहीं, आरएन रिवाइव हो गया था।
Silent.
मेरे
Fall down to the floor there. Go for the heal to the fight. Sudden relying on Loxy, but he has got the beans. Let's see if he can jump into the fight. Silence now. Behind the car. Will have to hide. Go for the heal. Loxy off full XP, but he threads the needle, and the shot is good. A 1v2. Yangon Galacticos could potentially move into third party. He's still going. Loxy has more legs in this.
Yeah, Loxy definitely can pull this off if he's careful. Petrino, though, snaking the grass through the smoke. I think he's going to be the linchpin. Loxy takes damage, forced to retreat, and that's going to be, I believe, Zeb-Klarity, if I'm not mistaken, just from behind, taking him out with the third party.
A big flex out into the blue zone there from Yangon Galacticos. He read that he couldn't get a sight line from where he was. He moved out into the blue. It's stage 4. You can survive for long enough, and he took down Regnum Kaya. They end their match with only 2 points from that northern side.
But the good thing is, for intense game coming from the Americas region, they got all 4 alive, and they're getting their health back, and now they can challenge Yangon Galacticos. This game could be a stellar. They're getting their health back. For intense game coming from
their match with stage 4. You can
they got all 4 alive, and they're getting their health back. And now
he moved out into the blue. It's stage 4. You can survive for long enough, and he took
down
well from.
You could backed away.
So do the other
alarm bells already been on the struggle, but these 7 boys is
they are going to mount.
Sincerely don't know what it is.
Power seem to have found it. And they
no problem. No problem, guys. I don't know things color people there.
Cybertron's future is near. Reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron.
Optimum.
For freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Motorboards roll out.
I went ahead and caught up with none other than the coach from Power Esports, Hexy. Thank you so much for joining me. I gotta ask you though, coming into the survival stage, having finished second place in many of the MENA tournaments, is there now an added pressure to surpass the Falcons here at PMWC?
We don't have any pressure. We just try to be as much good as we can.
Mm-hmm.
Our point is not getting first, second place. We just play our games and try to be as much consistent as we can.
Do you feel like the Falcons are coming into this event looking pretty strong?
Yes, they are a good team. We respect them, but we will try our best, like, to surpass every team. We don't have a specific team to watch.
Mm-hmm.
So we just play our games.
And talking a little bit more about yesterday's matches here at the survival stage, you walked away with 1 chicken dinner, which congratulations on that front. However, 2 of those matches, you were the first team that was eliminated. What do you really think went wrong there?
One of the games that were because of hot drop, which depends on 50-50. Either you win, either you lose. And the lack of data that we didn't expect them to on our spot. So they landed and we had a fight, then we got a fair party. So it was a tough game, but we tried to fix that and we already fixed it.
You already fixed it. Does that mean heading into the final day of survival stage, you're pretty confident you have a little bit more reliable data to work off of?
Yeah, every day we play, we get more data about teams and where they go, how the style they play.
Yeah.
So our style should be and will be the same. So we just try to avoid on the first game fights. Then we will try to play our game depending on the timings and the data the players will get.
Well, I want to end off this interview by asking you to give a message to the rest of the teams that you'll be facing here at the final day of survival stage.
We are Power Esports and we don't fear anyone. We'll try our best to beat every single team.
Nice. Thank you so much for joining me and good luck.
You're welcome.
A Sandhog game, not ending on the Northwest Island. It's Christmas. We've got ourselves a brilliant game coming out from E-Arena, who were able to control the cliff sides, able to dominate the rest of the competition here in the jungle. Welcome back. I'm breaking down this game alongside Neptura, as well as Maxman here. And we have got good old E-Arena with a brilliant little win here, Maxman.
Oh, yeah, good old SEA chicken dinner. We love to see it. No, it was a very solid game from them. They were playing a very good compound on the road trifecta next to bootcamp the entirety of the game. It kept shifting away, and they played it very safe, playing on the lower side of the cliff, trying to avoid all of these big early fights, all the early altercations, and because of that, a lot of the teams were wounded, and that's how they can sneak their way into the circle to get...
अपने बंदे को 5 ही पॉइंट मिले यार, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स नहीं मिले. 20 हाँ 10 हो ना. ये जो दिख रहा है ना 7 पे AxTMG 5 kills तो पहली फाइट में ही आ गए थे यार. हाँ वही उसके बाद फिर आ गए. चलो कोई ना, कॉन्फ्रेंस था. पहली NS के एक बंदे को मार दिया था, फिर फाइट चल रही थी NS से ही, तो EA के टर्नी के को मारा था अपने एक बंदे ने, जो दूसरा किल था. बाद में फिर 3 बंदे NS के बाद मारे. फिर रोटेशन में INF और पावर गेमिंग और फ्री फायरफ्लक्स के बीच में फंस गए रोटेशन.
Actually, they were a big sweeping motion onto the eastern
5 kills 10 पॉइंट होते तो मजा आता. नहीं, वो चिकन डिनर मेन है. चिकन डिनर ही मेन है. किल्स से नहीं हो पाएगा. चिकन डिनर भी चाहिए हमको. भाई मेरा गला गया क्या? बिल्कुल ही गया, खत्म हो गया. आज सुबह मैनेजर भी कहते क्या चीज.
But it was enough to be the top team in terms of points overall. So Hora really starting to play a lot more aggressive, which normally in CSA they're quite a bit more passive, but here they've really woken up and know that if they want to make it in the top 8, they need to.
तेरे को पता है अभी ना मेरा वीडियो रिव्यू हुआ था
survival stage, right? I mean, there were moments in the group stage that I don't think we should really discredit too much here, but
मैं तो भाई बिल्कुल कुछ भी सोच के नहीं गया था. मेरे को पता था कि कुछ उल्टा सीधा बोलेंगे, बट तारीफ कर दी थोड़ी बहुत. मैंने कहा ये तो हर एक मैनेजर का काम ही होता है.
It did land really nicely, and I think it's been really interesting to see.
फिर एंड में आके ये बोल गए कि इनोवेशन और ऑटोमेशन का आइडिया दो. We are in the AI world.
But to come into global and not so much.
ये 5 के 10 skills थे और मैच में निकलते इसी को पता
game control that we're
कितना
starting to
rating
see
दी
it,
मीडिया रिव्यू
it
में वो
is
मेरे को नहीं
actually
पता भाई.
controlling with those
वो
third
that's
parties, which isn't
fair.
full aggression. It's not a full confrontation 4v4 fight. So it is tweaking it, but it is just making sure that they are more aggressive, able to get.
एंड में ये बोलेंगे कि इनोवेशन और ऑप्टिमाइजेशन को कोई आइडिया दो. लाइक प्रोजेक्ट में कुछ ऐसा सोचो कि जिसमें कुछ इनोवेशन अलग चीज ले ला
It's nice to see them be an aggressive team looking for breaches and third parties and then being successful while doing so. And I think that gives me really good.
हर महीने नया भाई वही तो बहन चौलक बकचोदी भाई.
They're looking pretty
साला प्रोजेक्ट मिल नहीं रहे हैं कंपनी से लियो पर तुम्हें इनोवेशन चाहिए. चुपचाप काम मिल रहा है काम करने दो.
Coming into today who actually got dispatched of
भाई 20 मिनट की मीटिंग शेड्यूल की थी. मैंने भाई 4:10 पे स्टार्ट की और 4:40 पे खत्म की मैंने.
Kind of how things went down.
GMX taking heads. Okay, they take down Alpha 7.
Like exact 4:39 में like आधे घंटे तक खींच दिया मैंने. इतना ज्ञान का ब्रह्मांड फैला ना मीडिया रिव्यू में. इससे ऊपर वाली चैट पर एक तो बेंच इनोवेशन हमारे अंदर होती है ऐसी कंपनी में.
Did not have a bad game here because actually you had a really good rotate. They go from their 2-2 split, regroup on.
भाई ये अच्छा मार के भाई GMX वाले अल्फा 7 को तो लग गया लोड़े. भाई मैं तो बस बाबा से एक ही दुआ मांगता हूँ कि कैसे भी हो जाए किस्मत में कैसे भी कहीं से करिए YouTube चैनल चल गया. वैसे मैं इतनी मेहनत नहीं कर रहा हूँ YouTube चैनल पे. अगर चल जाए तो भाई जय बाबा की भाई. बाहर में गए इनोवेशन आइडिया हो गया मेरा ये. I am done with those shits.
They've got to keep this going the entire day, and maybe top 8 will be possible for them.
Another team I want to focus on, of course, is Fireflux.
Broadcaster कितनी cute है
here in the survival stage.
हाँ ऐसी कोई लाइफ में आ जाए.
Slipping a little bit here in the final moments, Neptura.
Yeah, I think we thought they were going to win. You were like, yeah, the Fireflux, they're going to win. But I think at that point, at the point that when they tried to actually do something, it was too late because they had the low ground and that particular ridgeline or hillside was so open. Hora had eyes on them. Arena had eyes on them.
ऐसी कोई लिखी है क्या लाइफ में?
Yes. They had maybe one zone before, at least just like 30 seconds before, right before the zone closes. Use that space that's technically outside a zone to wrap around outside and come in behind Arena. I think that would have had a much better chance for them.
क्या लगता है लिखी है कोई?
Longevity wise, because Arena were
कुछ बधीर ही लिख रहा होगा मेरे को पता तो चैट में बस आने वाला है थोड़ी देर में.
I think there's a big issue when you stay in a compound on the edge for a little bit too long as you become very predictable. Teams knew that they were going to be exiting from that main building onto the southeastern edge, so they're just like, we hold angles against that Fireflux, you're not going to exit that compound whatsoever. So Fireflux, again, a team that we know can be very strong, but here a little bit too slow and a bit too passive. I think if they were more punishing, maybe as you said, Niptra, maybe 30 seconds early.
क्यों रुक रहा है?
Maybe they just control the entire circle and take home that chicken dinner.
I think that's a good breakdown, guys, because obviously they're looking great at the top, but they could be smashing even more here in the survival stage and really making a statement. Well, as you can see, we are getting ready for Erangel. Make sure to check out the map feed as well, which is live over. You can now head over to the casters for the grassy pastures. Erangel on the cards.
Thank you very much. I am Taylor Reflections Noble, ready for this game here to get started. It is going to be a scintillating sensation of a game, and I am pumped.
Wow, John, that was phenomenal reflections. Yeah, you sound great. You sound proper Texan, I would have to say. By the way, you're in the same room as me. You start picking on me a little bit too much. I am bigger than you. I want you to throw you out.
Yeah, but I've got my name on my socks.
What? What kind of comeback? Yo, I'm gonna take you out. Oh, don't worry, I got my name on my socks.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to tell which bits of me.
There you go. That's what I'm thinking once I remove you from this room, man.
Hey, look, we're gonna put our differences aside for now.
We love each other
because we have a communal hatred for Alpha 7. They're doing really poorly right now. Yeah, everybody in this room hates Alpha 7 right now. They are so bad at video games.
No, Alpha 7 are okay. Look, the thing about Alpha 7 is they can come back. They really can. But I can't dispute it. Like, they are on the struggle bus. Things are not going okay for them. And I am sincerely starting to get worried. Now, we did notice yesterday Alpha 7 did land Lapoka for the first time in PMWC. That's normally their go-to spot for the Americas region. course, here for PMWC, they've been going up towards Georgia Pole. That's been their location. So I
Arre.
wonder if now they're maybe going back to starting to go back to their default spots that put them at PMWC to begin with. With the way Squash and all the co from Alpha 7, I believe they are in fact going to be going to their OG landing spot. So now we're going back to what worked during Americas, what has worked in seasons previously. I like this because Alpha 7 are in trouble. They've been trying new things. Now it's time to go back to what has worked, your bread and butter.
I mean, this could also be an artifact of the plane path as well, right? This plane path, very eastern leaning from Stalba down to the middle of Sosnovka military base. It feels like a backup drop for Alpha 7. I wouldn't be too surprised over the next 2 matches to see them go back over there.
Oh my gosh.
This is a pretty nasty sub. Okay, let's kick things
ओ भाई रे भाई, सर्किल की माँ की आँख,
West Circle.
Wow.
भाग बहन चो, भाग बल्लू।
On the late end of the plane
लेंटेंस गेम का एक बंदा चुद भी गया,
there. I think that's in
भाग बल्लू,
team who have just lost a player. I believe they've gone down to Ora, if I'm not mistaken.
भाग बल्लू हो गया भाई यहाँ तो, भाग बल्लू।
They're on a vehicle hot drop there. Our only casualty so far. Ooh, maybe a little bit more as well.
ओके डिवो, अबे
Tries to give him the runaround. He says, "Oh, I'm going to dodge this vehicle. They can't get through the rock." He's like, "Yeah, but I've got a gun, mate."
He's got a gun, and well, the gun wins over the night. Power, one of the top slaying teams when it comes to Arigel, at least historically here for our
Devotee
survival
bhai.
stage, elimination-wise, averaging what?
What the fuck?
They start off with an elim.
भाई ये गलती तो भाई बिल्कुल नहीं, ठीक है गन हार जाओ, 4v4 हार जाओ, ठीक है, लेकिन ये भाई अपने घर पे उतरो, वहाँ गन उठाओ, प्रॉपर फाइट लो, बहन ओपन में क्या कर रहे हो? गाड़ी लेने गए तो दिख रही थी बंदा ऑलरेडी जा चुका है, तो घर पे जाओ। सॉरी यार भाई, माफ करना, लाइक मैं बहुत बड़ा प्लेयर नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कुछ चीजें देख के लगता है कि भाई नहीं यार, ये गलती बिल्कुल नहीं होनी चाहिए थी।
Center zone, maybe even get on that shoreline, they could have a wonderful game here.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it is a pretty dramatic circle as in terms of landmass, but what it doesn't do is necessarily put a massive hurry up, because it's on the mainland. These rotational paths will be known, and generally teams will be comfortable getting into this area of the map, right? It's not too different from if it was just a little bit further north and it didn't have as much water on the south edge. The difficulty will start to come on through in towards stage 2, stage 3, after these first rotational plays have been made and moving on through that way. With 2 players going down so far on a hard east plane path, not necessarily unexpected, but the thing I'm looking at right now is Otta and Influence Rage and Yasnai Poliana.
Yeah, they're very, very close to each other. That fight most likely going down. Again, an important one to say the least. For Otta, well, they are towards the top end of the standings. They naturally want to continue to separate themselves, not only for the money, but also for a guaranteed spot in the finals on our next stage. But for Influence Rage's perspective, I mean, truly at the moment, the crown jewel for Brazil, the crown jewel for the Americas region to break into top 8 and represent Americas.
अबे यार अपनी एक बंदे की HP भी कम है।
It's not going to be an intense game. They're a little bit too far down.
क्यों कर रहा हूँ मैं Watchparty? इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि इंडिया फिर क्यों कर रहा हूँ? चाहे कितना भी बेकार करे, will support them till the end. क्योंकि उन्होंने इंडिया में प्रूव करके दिखाया था कि they are the best teams.
I would imagine that is what is on their minds right now. Meanwhile, over on the rest of the map, it's Regnum Kaya crossing the Gatka fields. Falcons, they've sent a scout out ahead, but Regnum Kaya could potentially pinch that away and cut off that supply line behind them. It looks like Falcons are on a 2-2 right now, I think. It could be a 3-1, I'm not entirely sure on our map feed, but either way, Regnum Kaya seem to be descending on that forward position for the Falcons, and that could be nasty, depending on how fast the Falcons can regroup. Yep. They are about 500 meters out for getting fully on the regroup, but Ralph goes down, and Regnum Kaya wastes no time.
That's right, Regnum Kaya is starting to get active. I believe it was a 2-2 split. It was Koa and Radeon who were on the advanced position, and well, now he's got Narvalo and Co starting to move through. Wild is most likely going to be shot at relatively soon. You would have
वेरी की एक वाले कंपाउंड्स ले लिए इन्होंने।
Falcons' perspective, losing one hurts though.
भाई बहुत अच्छा ले लिया इन्होंने कंपाउंड।
Reminiscent of what they've been doing. Falcons love sending a scout player up ahead.
अरे अरे
Sometimes it burns,
चलो चलो
sometimes it works out well.
निकलो निकलो
How are they AxTMG?
निकलो 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 कोई अच्छा सा कंपाउंड पकड़ो बस।
Through now 3 teams, and it seems like people are just like, yeah, no, that's fine. that's fine. You guys can just keep going. It's all chill. They dropped around Milta, sort of around that sort of area. They've gone through Nongshim, they've gone through Kinotrope, now they've gone past Vision, and it seems like nobody wants a piece other than on that hot drop that we saw earlier where they lost Devotee.
That's right. Falcons start to move their way maybe towards the shoreline themselves, maybe closer and closer to Kinotrope. There's a lot of activity in one area. I mean, you got Intense Gamers relatively close, but all eyes on Vision. Now Red Force moving in.
अरे वो वाले
all within the same
ये क्वेरी का इधर का गेम है क्या? इधर वाले कंपाउंड्स लिए हैं क्या? वो भाई मेरे को एक गेम याद है जिसमें मैंने खुद आईजीएल किया था भाई। हम लास्ट जोन तक गए थे, लाइक थर्ड लास्ट जोन में हमारे साथ सीडी हुआ था। मेरे को याद है सेम यही जोन था जब क्वेरी के पीछे की तरफ का ऊपर का एरिया होता है ना, उसके नीचे दो कंपाउंड्स होते हैं। एक तो यही सामने जो गड्ढे में है, ये जो ऊपर का एरिया होता है ना ऊपर वाला, और उसके नीचे आगे जाके कंपाउंड्स होते हैं, ठीक है। वहां पे थे हम और हमको रोटेशन देना था राइट में, और हमें कंफ्यूजन हो गया। राइट में हमसे आगे 40 मीटर दूर था, लेफ्ट से घूम जाना था। हमने दे दिया जोन लेफ्ट में क्योंकि हमारा जो आगे असोल्टर था वो लेफ्ट मुड़ गया। उसने कहा कि लेफ्ट आओ, एक बंदा नॉक दिया। जैसे ही हम लेफ्ट गए भाई, वहाँ 4 टीमें लड़ रही, वहाँ की यहाँ तो कुत्ता भर गया हमारा उसमें। लेकिन उस बंदे को फ्रीज कर दिया मैंने, जो हमारे असोल्टर ने फ्रीज किया था। अगर हम राइट जाते तो हमको एक टीम मिलती, उसको मारना होता, बट फाइट तो लेनी थी। रेवो
He needs to be really careful. We're zoomed in over his shoulder. You can see he's keeping it cool. He's keeping it calm. But you can imagine that heart is pumping right now.
You know, a lot of times we joke about flipping the cars, bad drivers, so forth, but like, no, that could have been quite devastating. And now into the buggy we go, full health on the vehicle, and they'll continue to separate themselves from R8 and Co. Look, R8, they're not playing around today. They're going to take down Alpha 7 as soon as they can. And let's not forget, for Alpha 7, the pressure is truly on their shoulders, not only in the arena, but also for their region. For them going back-to-back, they cannot continue to fumble the bag and make mistakes.
That crown-embellished key is teetering on the edge of the crusher right now. For Alpha 7, they are desperate to get points at this juncture. 8th place is a real distance for them right now. They sit on 27. 8th place with Yangon Galacticos right now is 43. We're expecting it to be pushing up towards 70 at the end of the day. And we'll see how they are able to try and clamber their way on through, but that hope is dwindling fast.
Oh, that's
super dramatic again. It does cut out those Pachinki fields, but I feel like a lot of teams are going to be more pleased about
वही जोन है यार, ये वही जोन है भाई।
That west side coast now is going to start to get a little bit more packed. The area around Warren will be very treacherous as well.
Yeah, Alpha 7 starting to move straight into the center. Well, relatively close anyways, just opposite of Ora and IG as well. And speaking of Ora, just going to be right there neck and neck. And Alpha 7 don't want to pop. Well, they do. I thought they weren't going to pop out and fire some shots, but they want distance. They want Ora to keep on moving.
मैं बताऊंगा कौन से compounds की कराता हूँ।
Yeah, the shoreline would be great, but I think they're going to be happy with the real estate they currently have, and especially now, hardcover POI setting up. They will set up their fortress and try and gatekeep anybody else who starts to move in, aka E-Arena, who have now made their way into the zone out of blue. You still got some stragglers, Yangon Galacticus, Power, Gamex, who have been very slow on the rotate, now finally starting to come in. Regnum Karya setting up in the Wizard Tower. You got some great spots locked in. Question is, when the next future zones come, who's going to be benefited? And Alpha 7, no, Mafioso's down the arena challenging.
They've just immediately taken down Mafioso, who got way too
ये भी जगह अच्छी है, but इधर जोन नहीं है।
Just had no chance of having backup from the rest of his roster. On the far side of the hill, I mean, I'm slamming a massive question mark on that one.
Yeah, that's tough. What is going on? Alpha 7, they had such a good spot. Hardcover POI, like they looked great. Why not just stay there? Why scout? It's not necessary, and now you lose a player. You got to go at it with just 3. That hurts me. It really does. Vinny laying low. Scarface up ahead. Spinny, a talented player in his own right. A guy that wants to truly cement his name in PUBG Mobile history. Had a chance to speak with him, and I love his tenacity. I love his desire to want to be one of the best out there. Nox from Red Force, potentially gatekeeping Power and Gamex as they start to move in.
Fireflux, who are now on 73. Our first team to have crossed that expected threshold, right? They are now over the 70 points that we're expecting them to need to be able to get on towards those finals directly at the end of the day. So from here on out, it is just a question of solidification. If you could jump up over 80 points, you're looking pretty much guaranteed to be in, right? So if they can earn 7 points this match, beautiful stuff. Turkey will be very, very happy. Even if Regnum Kaya don't make it, they will still have their representatives in those finals.
Well, historically, Fireflux averaged at least 4 eliminations when it comes to Erangel, so that'll put them even closer to that 80-point mark, which definitely would be safe. And with the other team struggling as much as they have been, even towards like Yangon Galacticus at 43, I still feel 73 is most likely going to be safe. But you'd rather be safe than sorry. Take a look at the map.
ओ बढ़िया ये जहाँ पे विजन है ये वाला कंपाउंड था मैं बताया ना कि क्वेरी के आगे वाला कंपाउंड कहाँ होता है और हम यहाँ से विजन के इस कंपाउंड से हम लेफ्ट निकले थे और यहाँ पे जहाँ पे ये है आईजी और केन यहाँ पे थी 4-5 टीमें और जहाँ पे फैल्कन है यहाँ से थी एक टीम है यहाँ पे मेरे को डिसीजन गलत हुआ था भाई जहाँ पे विजन है ना सेम डिट्टो ये स्पॉट लेके दिया था मैंने अपने बंदों को बट किस्मत थी यार
It's a question of doing that, of getting that one done. Alpha 7 now with more danger on their doorstep. E-Arena continue to try and push on through. And they want to find a shot if they can make it over towards Revo, who's taking some peeks. Carrillo repositioning on the buggy and Squash as well. Potentially in with a scrap. R8 moving in on the north side as Influence Rage are going to go parallel towards them. Law hops out. He spots the player on the back.
उतरा अरे आईओ 7 भाई क्रेजी मारा लोको भाई आईडी 7 भाई चुम्बेश्वरी लगेश्वरी जो भी बोले भाई क्रेजी था भाई मजा आ गया भाई देख के
forced to full send it in, go for the attack, take down Damar, which might be possible.
Damar.
Rosin, please do not drop the ball here, much like your teammate did just a second ago. The nade doesn't get the finish, but so does Damar. He, unfortunately, pulls his gun back just in the nick of time to allow Larazan to successfully get that E-limb without any drama, doesn't take any damage. Even though Influence Rage loses one, still relatively okay, but they've got Gamex, they've got Power, and they still have E-Arena who are surrounding them.
It is difficult on that northern side. It is getting really quite tense here, and Alpha 7, of course, have to move on this circle. They have to push further south. Teams have started to find their locations around the edge of Quarry. Kinotrope have maintained that split, that 3-1, as it stands. That on the lip of Quarry gives you a load of sightlines under your control. E-Arena taking shots across the way from Hoda on the western side, who are being a little bit slow on that rotate down south. But I feel like that doesn't really fully characterize it. They are maintaining strength and covering their back flank by doing so, by taking a slower rotation. So good news from them. Unfortunately for Nongshim Red Force, it is not such good news on their side, as they will be losing a lot of players to Yangon Galacticos, who continue to make things work on the southeast.
Yeah, that's the team you don't want taking you out. With the hovercraft, they're going to have a powerful in-game, at least potential anyways. Yangon Galacticus being right there neck and neck with Nongshim Red Force, that's the last team you want getting points, especially taking your roster down. That puts them closer to knocking Nongshim Red Force to 8th place, being right there on the bubble, putting the pressure even more so on them. Power, Alahi's going to be on the outside. He unfortunately takes a lot of damage. Eventually will fall. Larazan back on your screen, but unfortunately not for long.
Power looking to try and keep the pressure up on the northern side. Influence Rage starting to drag their feet a little bit. Alpha 7 as well, poking their noses in. The Revo has flexed out. Remember, they're playing as 3 on the northern edge. Yet to have an impact here. Carrillo gets spotted over on that north side as well. As Diego tries to push out of the blue zone. They've got Medan.
Oh, bhai Diego.
In the wings, but the blue zone has too much pressure on them. Sure, they get the knock, but it's traded off, and Power still have a little bit more to do. Unfortunately, Lil Boy pushes them back off the angle and makes their life a little bit harder.
And R8 is also firing some shots at Alpha 7 as they're on the rotate. They've got to be careful. They've had such a hard time rotating with the vehicles. They're only down to 2 members.
Oh,
Power going for the revive. And Lil Boy He's a talented member. He doesn't lose these fights. This 1v2 could very well go his way. Easy. Doesn't have time to put him. Kid Ragnar takes him down the line. This is huge. Power wins a successful engagement. They're already top 3, and now they got 2 members to work with.
Oh, बढ़िया बढ़िया आर्यन. Let's go. अरे बढ़िया. आर्यन को फिनिश मिला. मेरे को लगा कोई पीछे से किल चुरा रहा है. अच्छा रेवो फिनिश हो गया. Yes guys, 1 kill. बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन पे हैं. भाई ये गेम हाई किल होना.
At least 15 points every single match from this point onwards to be in with a chance of qualifying in 8th place. This is a team that people were talking about with a chance to win the whole thing.
And you have to look at how it started for them, right? Landing at their default location. Okay, great. But
अगर 2 गेम अच्छे आ गए, हम टॉप 8 पे तो ऑलरेडी आ जाएंगे यार. ज्यादा नहीं करना है. 2 गेम निकालने, 2 गेम निकालने भाई, 2 गेम बस. ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है. अगर यहीं से 15 पॉइंट का गेम आ जाए तो कितने हो जाएंगे? 32 43, मतलब 11 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस रह जाएगा. अरे भाई विजन क्या पावर लग रहा. किल चुरा ना.
You just get taken out. I mean, Alpha 7 continually something is going wrong. I'm super worried for them. I'm ringing the alarm bells. I think they are sincerely in trouble. But there's plenty of rosters still remaining who are not only on the bubble but also trying to maintain their position in top 8. Love where AxTMG are currently at. Infinite line of sights. A power to be in.
दूसरा किल कब लिया? बढ़िया, नाइस यार. दूसरा किल कब लिया बे? नाइस आर्यन. I think पावर गेमिंग आ रही है. पावर गेमिंग का 1 किल चुराया है. मैं देख नहीं पाया. बढ़िया.
So 2 players survived for the Falcons, playing on with Redox and Koa. They lost Ralph early on. Now Navalo next to follow them. And for Hoda on that southwestern side, they're going to have to try and play on out. They have 5 points already. They are the next team right on the doorstep of getting up to that 70-point boundary. They just need 1 placement or 1 more elim, as well as Power up on 8 elims, 2 points behind that boundary on 70 points.
Power only a solo though. It's going to be easy. Opposite of Kinotrope. He's just up to his north, I should say. In the moment, Falcons, Bora, most likely going to run into each other again. As Koa and Redox keeping them in their line of sights. IG most likely going to have an effect at least later on for.
चल यार कट जा please don't कट जा. ऊपर कट जा. Please query पे कट जा. Please जवाबागी. ठीक है. हम अपर रेस खेल सकते हैं. अभी भी अपर रेस खेल सकते हैं. फाइट हो सकती है.
Desperately needing points to elevate themselves up toward top 8. Final needs to join in and do it.
फाइट हो सकती है. अपर रेस की फाइट करके वो जीतनी पड़ेगी.
They've got a lot of cover over towards Kinotrope outpost. I was looking at that position and if he didn't move immediately, I was going to call him out.
अरे भाई शॉट है यार. भाई बिन्नी भाई 1v2. अरे भाई what the fuck भाई. क्या लेवल गेम प्ले है.
This guy wants to be the best.
I told you, man. I talked to him. He says, I want to be the best. I want to submit my name.
Like no one ever was.
History.
भाई बग्गी वाला तो गंदा भाई गंदा ही मारा मां कसम.
Another from Regnum Karya will fall, and it might be a clean sweep from Horda's perspective. If they can get Sleepy and No Fear back up, but no worries. Sky continues to fight tooth and nail. Regnum Karya still having life. If Sky can't pull off the hat trick, Horda, they're out.
Intense game as well on the northern side. Could potentially move in and third party this. A flash over towards Sleepy. Leaves Sky as a solo. He's disengaging. Sending south. There's a solar outpost in Yangon Galacticos for Romeo. You can see he's off in the hovercraft on the top of the hill here. Staying safe. Staying calm for now. Just seeing what's going on. It looks like intense game.
भाई बिन्नी ने जो मारा ना भाई. भाई ये लेवल का गेम प्ले तो भाई नहीं है. अपने इंडिया में तो नहीं है. वो पंप शॉटगन से फैल्कन्स के 2 बंदे मारे और एक बंदा किस टीम का था.
Sights on everyone from Regnum Karya just in front of them, and you also got IG starting to come behind him. Locks through the smoke, however, dodges him miraculously, and he has an attempt. He's going for it, but Petrino shuts him down.
Will not be able to sidestep and find the follow through there for Regnum Karya. They'll play on as one, and I was waiting for Intense Game to get involved. I thought maybe they were going to send out towards the east, but no. The hillsides are just ripe to be swept on through, and now with just 1 player left from Horda, they might turn their attention towards Yangon Galacticos. This position further south, but it is all a question of who can get close to Kinotrope.
And also for Sky, what he can do as a solo. Behind that of IG, he hasn't been spotted. But luckily for IG, they've got... Oh no, they're parking the bus, which means Sky...
ये तो अरे भाई ये तो बेहतरीन था, मतलब बेहतरीन से बेहतरीन क्लच कह देना ये। और ये जो बग्गी पे जो मारा ना भाई, भाई लाइक पीछे से आई थिंक बग्गी से डैमेज पड़ा होगा इसको, जो बंदा था लास्ट।
I think shots were coming in and he finished them off.
He's got to chill out a little.
हाँ बस भाई कनेक्ट हुआ भाई, वो वही मैं सोचूं, नहीं तो
He only needed those 3 shells and he racked up 3 points. That was really impressive from Binny to be able to connect those shots, especially on the moving buggy, under pressure from the high ground as well, out in the shack. And it's rightly so that they're up in now 5th place with those 4 points under their belt, and maybe more to come. However, for Vision, they've got a choice to make, and it may be that they send for the shack that Binny sits inside of.
See where the shift is. Honestly, if I'm Sky at the moment,
आई थिंक AX को ये जो यहाँ पे एक रिज होती है, वो मैं यार मैं माउस कनेक्ट में रिज होती है, मैं बताता हूँ। आई थिंक ओरे 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 हो रहा स्काई, स्काई क्लच क्या गया, ये रिज होती है। हाँ ये इस रिज का यूज करके आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा और केएन से बचना पड़ेगा। फिर यहाँ पे अगर आगे ना जहाँ पे ड्रॉप है तो अच्छा चले जाएगा गेम। देखते हैं कैसे जाएंगे।
A big game here would elevate them up the standings. They're at 20.
देखते हैं कैसे निकालते हैं यार ये।
In the top 8 is very doable, and they can honestly get very close with the win in game 2.
Really good information gathering there from Vision. They saw Intense Game leaving from that location, which opens up the position now that Marcelo and Nawaf have moved into. Before Intense Game and all the teams on the western side move, you cannot play the western side of the quarry like this, but as soon as they see that maneuver happen, they are in there. And that is a really smart rotation coming through from Vision. I like to see it. We'll see if they can go further.
Romeo taking a little bit of damage.
अगर भाई राफा ने रोकी होती ना मेरा उनको।
Get it relatively low in health. I thought it was on fire, but I can't fully tell from that angle. Adrian with the off angle. Renat though sees it, ready to take him out. If he sows Desire, unless he didn't see it, it goes right straight into Adrian, who takes over a little bit of the high ground that he possibly can, and the push is in. Adrian made out. Rafa has also joined, and we have a tense game. Absolutely, they're fully committing to the Shanghai Galactic.
अरे यार, Pyrex finished यार नहीं। क्रैश मारा क्या? क्रैश मारा क्या? वो मुझे खेल ली थी। अच्छा विजन से फाइट हो गई। विजन से फाइट हो गई।
They just need to step a little bit closer, and they have full sight lines on towards Yangon Galacticos. You can see Solus wants to get a little bit more done, but across the way you've got Kinotrope to worry about.
अरे भाई क्या उतारा रोको।
Kinotrope is just so deadly, and no team has really been able to do too much about it. It may be handed to Kinotrope on these circle shifts.
अरे अपने बंदे अच्छी पोजीशन। अरे यार हेनरी भी पिट गया। किनोट्रोप वाले सेंटर में बैठे ना, वो तो मारेंगे ही। खत्म खत्म खत्म। हाँ? दूसरा हो गया आज के दिन का, खत्म हो गया, मर गए।
So IG, that's one less member they're unfortunately not going to be able to fire upon. For Rafa and Adrian starting to run on fumes. They can't go anywhere. They need to get up. They need to get out of blue, but there's only
4 मैचेस बचे हैं। 19 पॉइंट है टोटल हमारा।
एक भी खेलने के
2 खेला है इसमें। पोजीशन अच्छी थी, अब यहाँ जोन कट गया ना एक बारी पे, अब यहाँ इनसे मर गए जो ऊपर केएन जो बैठी है ना।
Actually has easy now as a buffer between him and Yangon Galacticos and could survive.
भाई अभी 1v3 तो क्या क्रेजी मारा भाई उस बंदे ने, इसके एनएस ने इसने। भाई देख की काउंट फट गई भाई। एनीवन चाहिए ये लेवल गेम प्ले ना हो पावे भाई हमसे। पंप शॉटगन अगर स्टैक पे गाड़ी ले घुसे चपेट दिए साले।
Team wipe after team wipe. Those are valuable points to continue their way up at the top end. But I am a little bit worried where Adrian is currently at. Now he's got a great line of sight.
कुछ नहीं 2 पॉइंट मिले हैं, टॉप 5 को मिलते हैं। 6 5
8वें नंबर पे कितना? 43।
हाँ अभी 43 है।
आपने कितना 19?
एनएस बिन्नी भाई, भाई बिन्नी भाई ने तो गाड़ी फाड़ दी बेंच भाई। क्या मारा भाई पंप शॉटगन। भाई मैं बैठ के देख रहा हूँ इनकी, अच्छा गाड़ी क्रैश मारी है। फैल्कन्स के बंदे, फैल्कन्स तो अच्छा खेल रही है। भक भक पग्गी ले गया, भक खत्म, हिला दी भाई।
फैल्कन कौन सा नंबर?
बिन्नी वैसे ही चला जैसे एक बार बिन्नी बांग्लादेश के अगेंस्ट चला था एक मैच में। बिन्नी कल भी तो चला था वो इंडियन चैंपियंस वर्सेस वेस्ट इंडीज चैंपियंस वाले मैच में। हाय 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 हाय, ये किस लेवल का गेम प्ले है ये विजन तो। हैं फैल्कन से मर गए ना इस मैच में 7
choose to dip their toe in this fight as well for the third party, but you also got Yangon Galacticus desperately trying to move forward, and Team Vision focused fully on them. Where's the buggy going though? That was a bit of a risky play.
हमारा ऑब्वियस था, हमको यहाँ पर टीम विजन से ही फाइट लेनी थी और आई थिंक सैरेक्स वो करने आया भी था। सैरेक्स को मारा था इन्हीं बंदों ने, विजन वालों ने। या तो एक साथ आते थे विजन से बने थे। लेट्स गो मार्सेलो हाला मद्रिद, हाला मद्रिद। पेनल्टी फॉरवर्ड रियल मद्रिद। वो फीफा खेले ना, फीफा मस्त है भाई। रात में स्ट्रीम करते हैं भैया, निकल जा रहा है सब। हैं तो शाम ये से भी फाइट लेके ले सकते थे जोन। तो फिर डाउनग्रेड जाना पड़ता ना, फिर क्या कहते हैं विजन भी चढ़ के मारती है और फिर केएन भी मारती। अब देख जहाँ पे टीम विजन है ना वहाँ पे केएन नहीं आ सकती। वही मैं रिज बोला था कि ये वाली रिज नीचे जाती है। याद है यार से एक बार हम सेंटर में यहाँ बैठे थे इधर और अभय ने बोला था इधर से रोटेशन देंगे और हम यहाँ मारे थे। ये वही जोन था ये, मतलब ये इधर आ गया वो जोन उधर गया था। अरे भाई किसने मारा नवाब?
Continue to pin Yangon Galacticus or move up. Well, they're moving up. They want to capitalize off the knock and the full finish. They can do both as well if they could do that fast enough, which they do. They're able to find Adrian down the hill. They know that Yangon Galacticus are very unlikely to poke them.
उसको भी गोल के आगे देख रहा तू?
Just one player remaining. It's too much of a risk. The nade downhill. He hops in the buggy, but it's actually the backlines there.
भाई तगड़ा खेल गए बे टीम विजन की तो भाई इस मैच में। भाई देख रहा है टीम विजन हमसे नीचे थी, सीधे 11th नंबर पहुंची है।
10 किल कर लिए भाई।
और कहाँ की टीम में पता नहीं यार। देख रहे हैं एक मैच ऐसा 10 किल के आ जाए ना अपना, हम भी आ जाए भाई टॉप 10 के आसपास। बट ये मुश्किल है यार, अपने बंदों को लग ही नहीं रहा। और यार देखना पड़ेगा कहाँ की टीम है। इंस्टाग्राम पे खोल के देख ले, पबजी वाले ने डाल रखा है कहाँ की है।
पूरा
Also looking down, Fireflux, it's such a great spot, but I mean, let's not get ourselves. This area is so highly contested, and Nawaf, he's pushing up along with Alone, and this is going to be a great.
पूरे विजन वाले ना मान रहे भाई।
As they start to take damage, you still got Joker also from E Arena.
लुक्की वीडियो देखा कहाँ की है?
Dash for control on the top of the hill, and you got 3 rosters all butting heads. Kinotropa starting to fade here now. Last player for them to.
ये देख रहा है ईए से फाइट ले जाते हैं ना, छिली जाते हैं भाई। केएन को भी आराम से इजी एंगल मिलते हैं हमको मारने के लिए, क्योंकि देख हम वहां बैठे थे यहाँ इधर की तरफ जो 2 वो होते हैं वहां से नीचे उतरने के लिए बोल रहा, मतलब ये इधर की साइड है उधर की साइड में थे हम क्वेरी के।
पावर इतना नीचे भी उस वाले पहले वाले राउंड में थर्ड पे
नेपाल की वीडियो देखा, नेपाल की है बढ़िया है। सारी मिस शॉट्स पड़ाकर
Oh, they see him. I think they're wanting to go for the challenge onto Mormon. They don't want to overexpose themselves. You got to find a fine balance.
भाई फायरफ्लक्स अच्छा खेले कुछ भी हो। ये टीम आई थिंक टॉप है ना फायरफ्लक्स। तोरी माई का इंटरनेट वाला हैं? भाई ऑडियो आ रही है मेरे को, स्क्रीन गायब कर दी उन्होंने। नेपाल पाकिस्तान आगे निकल गया पबजी पे मैच। ऑडियो नहीं आ रही। हेलो ब्रॉडकास्टर्स, ऑडियो नहीं आ रही। गेम ऑडियो हाँ आई। जीडीपी में बॉट बन जाते हैं।
Catch now down, and Irina may have just been able to mount the impossible assault towards the top of the ridgeline on Quarry.
इरिना ही पिछला मैच लेके गई थी वे।
A dominating effort for Scarface. One player down low, he's been spotted. However, so the cat's going to be able to take from Vision's perspective. Now the question is, does Mormon Joker Sakura from E Arena know where Scarface is currently at? It should very well be a dominating win from E Arena where they currently are, but Scarface can dismantle this push.
सेंसी भाई ने बढ़िया बात बोली है। क्या बोला सेंसी ने, क्या बोल दिया वो चूल ने?
Scarface catches the backline for Arena, and he's looking for more. He's looking healthy. He got a helmet refresh there, a fresh level.
इंडिया की टीम पैसों के लिए नहीं खेल रही, नाम के लिए खेल रही है.
And he jumps straight into Vision. Now in a 2 versus 2 though, Vision could do a little bit more. They got a little bit more firepower here. No up on the face. Oh, he turns his attention away.
अरे नीड कहाँ से आया? अच्छा नीचे एक और बंदा है इसका विजन का.
That's it. Team Vision desperately trying to fight. They do get a knock. This could be a takeover attempt.
फिनिश डाला.
Firing shots, but it's not enough.
सकूरा वो भाई. सकूरा भाई ना मान रहे. ओ ले लिया. ये लगी फिर से एक और मैच. पाकिस्तान टीम आगे के लिए. भाई 2 गेम लगातार ले गई ये वाले. पिछला भी यही लेके गई थी ना. मर गए यार. टूट गए रे भैया के तेरे मोहल्ले. भाई एक तो भाई कल का जो उसका मैच था, सैनॉक का पहला मैच, क्या डीबीएस लगे भाई. बंदा ये दीवार है ठीक है, यहाँ गेट है, ये इधर बैठा है अपना बंदा, मतलब यहाँ है. चुपके से ऑडियो आ चुकी है, ऐसे करके बस उसको मार रहा था. वो बहुत देर तक खड़ा रहा, पता नहीं क्या वो जैसे ही उसे मारने गया वो बहन आगे बढ़ गया. सारी तो गोली इधर पे निकल गई. किस्मत थी भाई कल, इतनी गंदी किस्मत थी ना भाई. पाकिस्तान वाले हरा झंडा स्पैम कर रहे हैं चैट में. हम मी में उनके हर घर की छत में अपना झंडा स्पैम करने वाले थे. प्लस 12 लोग बैठे.
कल भी की आज स्ट्रीम कल नहीं करी ना.
हां
कल नहीं करी ना स्ट्रीम.
कल इसी की करी तो थी. सब इस टेक कॉल में बैठे क्या? अरे हाँ टेक कॉल जोन करने की बोला था मेरे मैनेजर ने. करूँ क्या? क्या चल रहा है? मेरा अभी वो था मीडिया रिव्यू चल रहा था जब तू आया था ना. मीडिया रिव्यू ऐसे ही बोल रहा है. खत्म आप
तेरे को पता बोलना
क्या?
तेरे को पूछा
मैंने कुछ खास कुछ नहीं पूछा, बट वही है सारी चीजें जो होती हैं गोल्स जो होते हैं. मेरे को जो स्टोरी असाइन होगी उस पे काम करूंगा इजी. इसी में कौन है अगला मैच स्टार्ट होने तक चेस देख लो. अरे नहीं यार मैं ऑफिस का काम कर लूं. जो भी चल रहा है चलने दे. स्क्रीन पे लगाऊं फिर स्क्रीन चेंज करनी पड़ती है. ठीक है जो चल रहा है. अरे मतलब ये सब हटाना पड़ेगा ना, मतलब दूसरी हो जाओ.
अर्जुन
ऑफिस के काम तो होते ही रहेगा. कौन सा चेस समझ में आ.
अर्जुन ने कल हरा दिया ना.
चेस आता तो है मेरे को समझ में, ऐसा नहीं है. निहाल सरीन वर्सेस अनीश गिरी. वाईटी पे तो स्ट्राइक आ जाएगी. चेस की ऑफिशियल साइट पे लगा. क्यों सिड भाई स्ट्राइक दे देंगे क्या?
आंसर है भाई.
सिड भाई भी स्ट्राइक दे देंगे क्या? है
अच्छी बात यह है कि निहाल इज 1 मिनट अप. अभी अच्छा खासा टाइम अप है निहाल. Anish is not well prepared for this opening and I think Nihal is. अभी तक जितना समझ आ रहा है. He's taking a lot of time.
अनीश गिरी इंडियन नहीं है.
अर्ली गेम के हिसाब से ये taken a lot of time. हाँ.
नेपाली.
अभी देखा जाए
थाईलैंड लग रहा है. कहाँ गया लगे?
वाइट का भी दूसरा नाइट भी डेवलप हो जाएगा और उसके बाद वाइट कैन अटैक एक्चुअली. कि नाइट आगे लाया है. क्या प्लान है?
इंडोनेशिया का क्या सिड भाई नहीं देंगे क्या? सिड भाई क्यों देंगे कॉपीराइट? सिड भाई क्यों भाई सोल ऐसा क्यों करेगी? हम जैसे छोटे कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स का क्यों दिल खराब करना चाहिए? घोड़ा चला 2.5-4 ठीक है, हल्के में ले रहा है. भूखड़ी के बहुत चेस खेला हमने भी, बट वो ये ना कि कुछ फायदा नहीं है ना हमारे उसमें, तो इसलिए खेलता नहीं, दिमाग ही लगाता हूँ.
इसको थ्रेट करना चाह रहा है ये.
नीदरलैंड हैं? हाँ नीदरलैंड्स का है यार. मेरे को तो कैसे याद आया, मेरे को अचानक से वो याद आया मैच नीदरलैंड्स का किससे था. कुछ तो हुआ था किसी नीदरलैंड्स के किसी मैच में, कुछ तो भसड़ हुई थी क्रिकेट या फुटबॉल में, कुछ तो था. शायद इंडिया का हो बट रिप्रेजेंट किसी और कंट्री की टीम को कर रहा हो. हाँ
PP1 में 1 मिनट अप है. Black is also going for castle.
ये देखिए दो होती है, एक काले पे चलती है एक सफेद पे चलती है, ठीक है, और एक रानी होती है. रानी बोलते हैं ना उसे, हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? क्वीन जो होती है, जो मतलब सारे एंगल चल जाती है, बस 2.5 चाल नहीं चलती घोड़े की. हैं? वो 2.5 चाल नहीं चलती और सारे एंगल चल लेती है. वो मेन होती है आई थिंक. किधर है भेंचो? ये है क्या? हाँ ये देख ले बेटे, पता है नहीं डची है. हाँ मेरे को याद है अर्जेंटीना नीदरलैंड्स का मैच जो क्वार्टर फाइनल में हुआ था 2022 के वर्ल्ड कप में, जिसमें लट बजा था. क्वार्टर फाइनल था सेमीफाइनल था, बहुत तगड़ा लट बजा था भाई उसमें, जिसमें अलग अर्जेंटीना वर्ल्ड कप जीती थी भाई. उसमें वो सीन था कि जो डग आउट होता है ना नीदरलैंड्स के बंदे होते हैं, वहाँ बॉल जा रही थी लास्ट 90 मिनट्स के आसपास, मतलब लास्ट टाइम चल रहा था. वो अर्जेंटीना के डिफेंडर ने सीधी बॉल उनमें घुसेड़ दी. वो चढ़ते हुए आए, मेरे को याद आ गया.
I think multiple of us Neptura thought this should be them having a lot of control and this in the bag, but it didn't quite go that way.
Well, exactly, especially with stage 7, I think phase 7.
ठग है सिड भाई, ये इस बंदे को नहीं जानता.
सुनिहाल इस प्लानिंग यहाँ पे क्वीन यहाँ लाके डबल पुश का.
Really
ये
controlling.
वाला पॉइंट डबल पुश करके फिर
played it like they actually had control of the zone, it would have been much better. But I think Max is going to go into a point where it was just they were sat there, but they just weren't doing anything with it.
Before I go deep in my point, I want to say for a team that has this much control in the game,
Elif.
only getting 4 eliminations is very low.
ये हेलिफ है. हेलिफ तो वो है ना VLT में हेड फ्लिकर, वही तो हेलिफ तो वैलोरेंट वाला बंदा, वो अंकिता सी का बॉयफ्रेंड. मैं मेरा भाई है, ये क्या बकचोदी चल रहा है? हेलिफ वही है ना, VLT की तरफ से भी खेला है वो.
प्ले नाइट आ गई यहाँ पे, ये स्क्वायर खाली पड़ा. आई थिंक
भाई मैं नहीं जानता मैं हेड फ्लिकर को भाई, जो पुराने ओजी बंदे हैं सोल में उन्हीं को जानता हूँ ज्यादा से ज्यादा.
And take away their position, and I like it. Scarface is playing pretty passive. He's not putting himself in danger until he overpeaks.
ये GMD क्यों लग रहा है बे?
And then the entirety of the squad like this is our one opportunity at glory. Let's send it uphill, take away the high ground, and get the win.
ये तो अगर इनकी तो
थोड़ा सा
used it to their advantage to get the chicken dinner.
लाइक वैसा
आया मैच आया नहीं है.
I agree with you up to a certain point, Max. I'm so sorry. I have to disagree with you.
ब्रिलियंट मूव्स देखे नहीं हैं सीन के बाद.
समंदर में टट्टू.
अभी ये डबल पुश के लिए जा रहा है यहाँ पे, ताकि ये बिशप का ये जो लाइन है
ओए अलग थोड़ा. भाई सोचा यार दिला दूं, काम भी करना है. करना तो यार 70 टेबल चल जाएंगे. आज तो 10 बजे तक बैठना पड़ेगा, मेरे को बाल भी कटवाना था.
हो सकता है कि निहाल का यहाँ पे प्लान कि ही विल डबल.
ये इसमें जीते कैसे? लाइक इसमें देख इतने टाइम में तो नहीं मार सकते मोस्टली.
ड्रॉ अच्छे प्लेयर्स.
तो पॉइंट्स किसके ज्यादा होते हैं मतलब? तो जीतते कैसे हैं?
मतलब एंड में जाके कहते एक बंदे का टाइम खत्म हो गया, जब वो हार गया, या फिर चेकमेट किया जब हारा, या तो ड्रॉ होता है। इसमें एंड में जाके ना एकदम टाइम खत्म जब हो रहा होता है ना, तो फिर एक्स्ट्रा टाइम भी मिलता है थोड़ा थोड़ा, एक मूव पे 30 सेकंड, एक मूव पे 30 सेकंड ऐसे।
पॉइंट्स वगैरह भी कुछ होते हैं कि एट द एंड में इतने पॉइंट्स बने तुम्हारे तो जीतोगे तो?
हाँ, तो ड्रॉ होता है तो आधा आधा पॉइंट मिलता है ना दोनों को।
मैंने मतलब वैसे कह रहा हूँ, जैसे अब बिल्कुल ऐसा टाइम आ गया ना, उधर से मार सकते ना, कि चेकमेट दे पाता तो ड्रॉ ही होता है, फिर पॉइंट्स के हिसाब से भी होता है कि तुमने इसके इतने मारे, ड्रॉ ही है। अच्छा
मतलब
हां D4 के लिए जा सकता है निहाल।
लाइक वो वाला सीन है ना जैसे वर्ल्ड कप में होता है, उसमें टाइम वगैरह कुछ सीन नहीं है ऐसे, और वो हाथ मिला लेते हैं। इसका तो अलग होता है ना, क्योंकि ये तो ऑनलाइन वाला चेस है।
हां,
और उसका अलग है जिसमें अपने
ऑप्शन होता है ना ड्रॉ ऑफर करने का।
अच्छा,
अगर ड्रॉ ऑफर करता है सामने वाला, अगर एक्सेप्ट कर लेता तो ड्रॉ हो जाता है।
चौधरी ब्लैक मार्केट PUBG लगाओ, टाइम खत्म तो शुरू जोर में जाओ। गाड़ी दौड़ा दी मतलब मारने, कहाँ दिमाग लगा रहे हो? घोड़ा, वजीर, बेंच, हाथी, इसको हाथी बोलते हैं ना, ये हाथी होता है ना, ये सीधी चलता है ये, और ये
हाँ
साला माइनस कार्लसन भी इसमें टीम लिक्विड से, हाँ देखा मैं।
हो निहाल इज गोना गो फॉर रुक C1, ये वाला दो हाथी डबल करेगा यहाँ पे।
क्या लगता है अपने बंदे 43 क्रॉस कर पाएंगे?
अरे 15 पे पहुंच गया अपन,
15 पे ही थे।
G5 इज ये वाला डबल पुश,
लास्ट ही मारना एक पॉइंट पे।
ये डबल पुश।
ये देखिए, ये ब्रॉडकास्टर देख कितनी क्यूट है।
यहाँ आएगा नहीं, यहाँ आया, ठीक है। F4 F5 ब्लैक अभी थोड़ा एग्रेसिव जा रहा है।
अपने बंदे 20 क्रॉस कर पाएंगे? क्या हुआ फिर से, हुआ है क्या?
To summon your surprise airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD Partner Awards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, jump in the game now to vote for your favorite airdrop partner. Again, not Max. You might, don't say anything Max, no. You might even score some awesome surprise gifts from them. Don't miss out on this.
आगे मतलब 2 मिनट में स्टार्ट होने वाला है।
2 मिनट,
2 या 3 मिनट में हो जाएगा।
4 मिनट बचा।
चिकन है भाई ये वाला, एंगल ही है ना?
हाँ यार एंगल है।
चिकन
3 चिकन आगे क्वालीफाई है।
अबे
मैं तो जय बाबा कह रहा आर्गुमेंट ठोक दो, जो होगा देखी जाएगी। बाहर तो हो ही रहे हैं, पकड़ो भाई जहाँ लगे कि बहन जो यहाँ ले सकते पोजीशन दे लड़कियां। डिसीजन ही ले पा रहे हैं, सोलो मर रहे हैं। देखिए
अब तो इन्हें वैसे करना चाहिए यार, ये पार वाला भाई
सोलो बहुत मर रहे हैं भाई। AWS तो मुश्किल रख रहा है। T20 वर्ल्ड कप कब है? T20 वर्ल्ड कप इस साल थोड़ी है, इस साल ही है। 2026 थोड़ी है, 2025 है। 26 में होगा ना T20 वर्ल्ड कप। तो 3 चिकन विद 10 प्लस किल्स, अरे फिर तो इजी क्वालीफाई है। 80 पे तो इजी क्वालीफाई है, हमको 65 प्लस चाहिए।
ऑलमोस्ट 1.5 मिनट डाउन है निहाल अभी।
किसकी बारी है? अपने बंदे की बारी है, निहाल की। निहाल किस टीम से है? या किस ऑर्ग से है? एसटीएल से है निहाल।
ये भी तो देख रहे हैं,
मतलब 3 वेरिएंट,
वरना क्यों देखेंगे?
तो नाइट आगे ले जाए या बेस्ट मूव जो है, या बिशप ले आए, ये भी अच्छा।
कल हारा थे 2-0 2 मैच से उससे, अर्जुन से।
निहाल अर्जुन किसकी टीम से?
पता नहीं, लेकिन इंडियन है।
एसटीएल तभी तो देख रहे हैं। अबे ऐसा थोड़ी है, इंडियन बंदा है भाई वो तो।
अबे तो इंडिया के बहुत बंदे हैं ना।
तो भाई सेमीफाइनल्स आ लिए ऑलमोस्ट। सेमीफाइनल्स नहीं है क्या अभी? अर्जुन तो क्वार्टर फाइनल से मैच। कितने बंदे बचे हैं?
प्रग है, अर्जुन है, पता नहीं
परंदा तो उस दिन हार गया था।
एक बार हारने से लेता
It's hard to tell, but for Alpha 7 and other fighters, they're going to continue to
ये
fight
है मैप लेके
to
बैठे।
the very end, especially that man right there. He jumped at us, by the way, during
Alpha
one of the
7,
segments in the
अच्छा।
beginning. Scary
ये तो
guy,
भाई पिट ही रहे
also
हैं।
a lovely guy at the same time. But whenever it does come to Fireflux, they've
पिछली
had
बार ये
Alpha
जीते ना, पिट रहे इस बार। कितने नंबर पे हैं?
आई थिंक 11वें या 12वें पे है।
क्वालीफाई नहीं करेंगे इसमें।
अर्जुन की और गेट टीम पांडव Esports
जीत जाता है, ड्रॉ हो गया तो बात है, जीत जाते तो बहुत खतरनाक।
जय महाकाल। अर्जुन भाई तीर लेके।
अच्छा खासा
हे पार्थ,
मैं उसको भी कोई इमीडिएट सही मूव है नहीं उसके पास।
तो अर्जुन हो गए, फिर अपने नकुल सहदेव हो गए, भीम भाई किधर है, और अपने क्या कहते हैं युधिष्ठिर जी किधर है?
बहुत इंटेंस है ये वाला तो।
नाइट F3 वापस दिखा रहा हो तो फिर गड़बड़ हो जाएगा।
कार्ड भी
Brilliant stuff.
Okay,
Belgium
chalo.
Red Force have been a
Yes,
little bit
screen
quiet
पे
to
दिख रहा
start today as well. They do have a little bit more of a buffer zone than some of our other teams. Oh, beg your pardon, than some of our other teams.
चेस ना
however.
देखना बोरिंग
So
है
they can keep
खेलना
things going. Power,
क्योंकि
putting up numbers.
चेस में सब तगड़े प्लेयर खेलते हैं तो बहुत कम चांस
Right
होते
now,
हैं कि
getting this lobby ready.
ऐसे
And
ऊपर
actually-
नीचे हो रहा है।
Oh, big love.
Big love.
What a
Big
mustache.
love.
What a mustache.
What a mustache. What a guy. What a team. Power, man. Power Esports have been on
पूरी
fire.
माई का
They're within the top 5. Another roster
हाँ, अगर
that has
समय रहना
had a
खेल रहा है तो
huge
फन।
impact when it comes to the finals, of course, if they make it. It's
भाई ये
insane.
देख
Come here.
खत्म बंदा सीरियल से
They-
साला सुपर बढ़ता हुआ है 1v1 में ऐसे मारता हो कुत्ता बना बना के पावर गेमिंग का ही कोई बंदा फोन मेरे को नहीं पता फोन कौन सा है बे फोन कौन सा है
जो स्पॉन्सर होगा उसके होगा
हाँ
होंडा लिखा हुआ है पीछे
हैं
Over from Georgetown to
कहीं
the
बोर्ड
west
बोर्ड
side
के
of
पीछे
Military Island.
And that's going to be a fun one. Gatka. So maybe all eyes on that. You think they get hot dropped? I don't know.
शेड्यूल में चेस में बस यूजी भाई की वजह से
आईको होगा या
It's going to be a fun
नहीं
one.
आई क्यों नहीं मैंने देखा तो था मैंने पहले जब स्टार्ट हुआ था तब देखा था मेरे को याद नहीं है
होना है
Vision, right, in that respect. They're going to have to step it up because we only have a limited number of games left. Game number 3, we're hopping into Erangel. The last one was fun. This one should be
अभी वो मिला जो अतुल ज्यादा
Let's
बोनस
see if teams can continue their march towards the top 8 or if they
दोबारा मिल गया
will
तुम्हें
not make
दोबारा मिल
मैं क्यों करूँगा मेरे भाई तो कंपनी दे देती है इनको नहीं पता ना इनकी दूसरी कंपनी में गए थे ना
Military Island.
पिछली बार भी तो पिछली बार पहली बार तो मिल गया ना
Georgia Pole towards shooting range.
नहीं
We've had our East Plane path. We're going to have a West Plane path.
मैंने कोई मिल
We'll
नहीं
have a
किया
central one in the next game, but we'll have to wait for that as we will take to the skies once more. I feel like the cheese decal on the plane is really, it's really taking me out of it sometimes.
I like it.
अल्फा 7 13वें नंबर पर 28 पॉइंट 10 पॉइंट आई को भाई टीम आयरन 5 प्लेयर्स को एज कंटेंट क्रिएटर बना के लेगी है क्या सिर्फ ब्लॉग्स डाल रहा है कौन है पांचवा बंदा
Their opponents and then they hop onto a cheese plate. It's a duality for sure.
What's that smell? Is it Alpha
ये
7?
रोजोक जाएंगे इस बार
It's just a play.
Or you.
Hey, look, you know, it's hot out here. It's sweaty.
Now you smell great, man. Let's get it going. Let's get it going, baby. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
I'll put that on my CV now.
Without a doubt.
When people contact me for jobs, I'm going to be like, Reflections said, I smell great.
You smell great. They're gonna be like, who is Reflections? What are you talking about? Alpha 7 will once again go up to Georgia Pole as they typically do. They'll actually know who's going to be around them. I believe like IG,
Finals में 12 मैच
Florida,
होंगे
who have
हैं
been hanging out.
Finals
R8 might
फाइनल्स
be
में तो
going
18
up
होते
there
3 दिन को
too, which could be fun. R8, a team that is doing incredibly well today. Most likely going to be seeing them in the finals. All eyes. Oh, this is great for Alpha 7. Perfect, in fact, for them. They don't need to rotate. They can loot up as much as they possibly want. One of their big things, though, is having stragglers go.
अबे कमेंटेटर हर समय बस अल्फा 7 के पीछे बढ़ रहे हैं
leaving them with 3.
इनके का फूफा क्वालीफाई करवाएगा अल्फा 7 को बंदे नहीं मार रहे तो
More of that. Stay together. They've got the 2-2 split. That's going to be just fine. That's typically what they do off the initial. But this could be the game Alpha 7 has needed.
अबे अपने बंदा है अच्छा हाँ ये रोजो की तो आते हैं उतर रहे
Looking at the West Coast right now,
Those
we
are
do
good
head
water
over to Influence Rage in a timely fashion because there are 3 teams who are dispersed around the areas to the north of Quarry. You've got Gamax, you've got Influence Rage, you've got E-Arena. All of them seem to be a little bit reluctant to get stuck into a fight. Probably just looking for
अरे पिछले मैच में हो गया था
to get on board and
ये
try and
डिवोटी
protect
पिछले मैच में हो
themselves from
गया
one another. That's not how you want to start though. That is
वहाँ उतरते ना ये मिल्टा उतरे थे ना पिछले मैच में मिल्टा के मतलब बगल वाले फार्म की तरफ जो गर्ल्स होते हैं उधर की तरफ उतर रहा था दूसरी टीम भी आगे पता नहीं उसने चपेट किया पावर गेमिंग की थी फिर क्या
that's actually impressive.
यहाँ से अगर 20 पॉइंट आए कोच मान के चल तो हमारे हो जाएंगे 39 पॉइंट 40 मान लेते तो हम आ जाएंगे 11वें पोजीशन पे मतलब इधर ऊपर नीचे तो होगा लेकिन 11वें तक तो आ जाएंगे 11वें 12वें फिर अगले में 20 है तो 60 उस गए सीधे 2 चिकन चाहिए में 10 किल्स मूवमेंट है मैं
Oh, we are going to get a replay.
अरे
भाई अपने आप ही नाम को गई
And that tiny little ditch knocked him.
हाँ देखा
Sad.
It is an influence
अरे दम क्या हो गया यार 5 फिंगर खेलते हैं भूखी वाले गलती से कोई इधर से हाँ एग्जिट हुआ
There'll be a 4-man unit once again, but that could have been bad for sure.
Thanks to production for getting that replay.
Without a doubt.
By the way,
Without a doubt.
Big shout out to those guys. They've been pulling shifts behind the scenes out here. We've been loving every second of working with them. We'll be glad to see the rest of the week out with them too. Unfortunately, not all of our teams are going to be seeing the rest of the week out with them, and we are on board with the team on the bubble right now in 8th place. Falcons, 50 points as it stands after 8 matches completed.
Yeah, which is tough to see. A world, a grand finals where you don't have Falcons, you don't have Alpha 7. Come on, that is something we surely did not expect. Falcons roster much hyped up coming into this event. They picked up a good one, and now they might not even make it to the
BMX का बंदा गाड़ी से कुछ अरे ये पड़ेगी.
They're going to be over towards the right outer edge of the next stage. Moving in, Noxious Red Force most likely coming up behind them too. Something to look out for. Influence Rage starts to get dangerously close up to IG, a team that is on the bubble right behind Falcons. The roster, so we were just mentioning, potentially not making it into the final day. Meanwhile, Provision, they're on the they're hunting down power.
Ooh, easy hops back in the vehicle. They aren't going to slow down too much. Instead, they turn around, and the rest of the team comes through. Now, all 4 players from Vision going to try and get into pursuit. A little hop over the terrain, and more shots coming through from the hollow sight.
आगे power के आगे उधर से.
Damage into easy, but again, he protects himself. He keeps safe and folds back with the rest of power. So staying alive there could be all important, and maybe all important for Vision, because they're in 10th place right now. They're chasing.
Without a doubt, right? Very close to catching up.
वो अपने अपने बंदे आए पीछे से. यार जोन लिया है वहाँ पे उन्होंने. साइरेक्स और वो अच्छी पोजीशन है वो. सर्कल वो सर्कल इधर का ही बना है. मतलब जोरजोपुल की पहाड़ी का. अगर वो वाला घर है तो वो बेस्ट है भाई. तो बस कुछ नहीं है. विशु करके कोई 5th प्लेयर. अच्छा अरे कोई 18 साल से नीचे भी है क्या? क्योंकि 18 से नीचे अलाउड नहीं है ना आई थिंक ई-स्पोर्ट्स खेलना.
E-Arena having found that initial knock first. Looks like that could
एक टाइम में मैं स्ट्रीम खोल ले. छोड़ दो. इतना कौन ध्यान दे पाएगा? मैप स्ट्रीम भी क्या है? 18 या 16 है. I think allowed नहीं है यार. फिर नहीं आ सकता. वो खेल ही नहीं सकता. आ गया हो तो आ गया हो, but allowed नहीं है.
Firing shots helping out Sakura, who was up ahead. Now the danger not gone just yet. He repositions himself, gets away, and I do appreciate a lot of these rosters today not overcommitting.
ये क्या तोरी माई का अभी तक है गाड़ी ले घूम रहे थे. किसने छीन लिया था जल्दी?
Teams aren't scared to disengage, and I think that's going to be very valuable going into the final stages. Sometimes disengaging and not fighting the fight is the best course of action for E-Arena.
जो हमें नहीं खेलने दे रहे हैं.
Because Sakura, even though he was in a 1v1, have help from a distance. Once it became a 2v1, he read the situation correctly and decided to dip out. Gamek's going to hold on to the shoreline as much as
अभी क्या है हमने मतलब चेंजेस किए काफी ज़्यादा. तो फिर एक वो बनाया यार ये शीट. लाइक कौन सी टेबल है हमको ने और भी चीजें करनी हो तो सोर्स बताना है. सोर्स क्या है? ऑन सोर्स से अप्रूवल के लिए तो वो चीज का. दो सीट पे
able to survive for just a little bit longer. The question is how long do you spend doing this, right? Because all this while,
मतलब मेरे को ये यहाँ तक फिल करनी है 300 तक. तो मतलब एक पूरी स्क्रिप्ट में जाके देखना कौन सा सोर्स कहाँ से कैसे खुल रहा है तो उसमें चीजें. अरे बहनचोद क्या लिख रहा है? मार रहे क्या अपने बंदे?
If they get one elim, okay, they have managed to find that knock. I imagine they're going to turn around now and start to anything more than this, I think, is a bit of an over-investment.
पर एसी तो ज़्यादा ठंड पड़ रहा है. मुझे ठंड लगी है.
You know, I think it's just a matter of respect.
नहीं रुक बंद मत कर.
Face it, they've been getting pushed. And when teams see them, they push into Gamex. They take advantage of the situation. Focus now onto Kinotro. Finale is down, unfortunately. Plur has to be the.
भाई हम 18 हैं या 16 जो हमें नहीं खेलने दे रहे. अरे सॉरी यार. भाई हम ओवरेज हैं भाई हम. ले पीछे से काफ मारी जा रही है.
could be important here. Matcap has
ये देखिए मार रहा है ये हाँ पोजीशन
clocks him again, and that's going to force another player from Fireflux to have to respond to this.
नहीं तो चैट मिस कर रहा है
But Ozzy-san has been so important for Kinotrope in making this one work. By the way, this Gamax E-Arena fight could crash into this engagement. Remember, they are still going over towards the south side of Quarry. It's getting a little bit nuts. As well as Yangon Galacticos, who are on the other side of the bridge, they're gearing up to try and make a crossing themselves.
Looks like Fireflux still trying to get the reses as they possibly
भाई हम ओवर एज नहीं है हम अपनी मर्जी से नहीं
at least one pickup. Ozzy-san can't get the read, can't get the vision
साले
to clean up the remaining members of Fireflux.
वरना
They
तो
can recover just a little bit. Remember this fight so impactful for Kinotrope to work their way up, and they now have to do it as a duo, which is never easy. Ozzy-san, potential disengagement, or at least for sure a reposition. Now the question is, will Fireflux fire on his position? Yes, they will. Just a matter of health. Fireflux get the finish, and now they're down to one.
पिटा Scarface.
Taking care of that off angle. Really good news for them. Fireflux trying to piece themselves back together here. Looks like they may be able to do Galacticos do about
उन्हें पैन मारा ले दिखेगा मार दिखेगा
and instead it's the bullets to finish him off. Now Fireflux, can they disengage? Can they get back to this one? Catch
हाँ ये पहले दो वाली टीम मारे बीच वाले को गायब करें
Can Yangon Galacticos push in? No, they're going east. They're fully disengaged from this. By the way, E-Arena are now fighting in Primos.
ये नहीं है मननी चाहिए Falcons आयना Vision R8 और Yangon Galacticos ऐसे लाइक ये 6 से लेके 11 के बीच की टीम मरनी चाहिए क्योंकि यही है कंटिन्यूअस और अपनी टीम को पॉइंट्स मिलने चाहिए चाहे यही मारे अल्फा 7 मारे आईजी मारे कोई भी मारे लेकिन 6 से 11 के बीच की टीम में मरनी चाहिए लाइक उनका कोई अच्छा गेम नहीं आना चाहिए जो लाइक कट ऑफ पॉइंट पड़े
बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंस हो जाएगा फिर तो नीचे वाले पिटते रहे
they can play small ball PUBG Mobile, right? They can go for these small point games. You get a team wipe that is 4 points.
अपनी टीम को पॉइंट्स मिलने चाहिए नहीं अपनी टीम को बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स मिलने चाहिए 2 मैच चाहिए चिकन डिनर 4 मैच में 2 मैच चिकन डिनर विद 10 किल्स फिर इजी क्वालीफाइड है फिर हो सकता है
So getting up and over this early on is great news. We see a replay of the engagement that they were able to find.
दिखेंगे जोन अभी
Get that reload in.
दवाई जल्दी
No. Leaves him punch drunk and Arthur's down for the count.
हाँ वही है देख ले ये वो कहते स्क्वाड हाउस बैठा था रिकॉल वाला तो वही का है जॉर्ज पुल के जोन है पहाड़ी वाला 2 मैच चिकन डिनर में भी तो किल्स नहीं निकलते ये कल #5 किल्स वो भाई ये हेनरी यहाँ क्या कर रहा है ये प्रीमॉक्स में कहाँ लड़ रहे हैं
shooting the body. Why is this so personal? What storyline did we miss?
I don't know, man. Go off, I guess.
There's no smiles either. Oh, there we go. Okay, little smile. I was like, wow, they are genuinely upset.
You know what is important about what E-Arena have done here? Sure, they make a decision that we can call into question.
हेनरी को हिटलर बन के मारना पड़ेगा आज.
We're a West Coast team. There is currently a team on the west coast of the next circle that would have been in a fight with E-Arena, potentially Gamax as well, that is very important.
Nazi Germany.
I'm talking about none other than Alpha 7. They sit on the west edge of this circle. That would have been a
नीचे
good
कट गया.
spot had it not been for E-Arena going.
नहीं ये कटना चाहिए था ना अब नीचे कट गया ना फिर यहाँ घुसना पड़ेगा ये वाला जो कंपाउंड होता है यहाँ बस होगी.
That's fair. That's a great call out. And for Alpha 7, maybe singing the praises
हेनरी के नाम ही
totally over aggressive.
अपनी लड़ाई होने वाली है
देखते हैं.
नहीं पहाड़ पे
Plenty of teams still on the outskirts. Horta has a bit of a split, a 2-2 split. You've got R8 who's also surrounding them. AxTMG just on the outskirts. Power have a great spot, however, in the middle. And Power already having a wonderful day, obviously coming off of at least a good finish in that game number 2. And I believe here, they are going to be the team to watch out for who might be able to make a deep run, which would be wonderful for them. They're just a little bit below that threshold, still in a very healthy spot. Power, here we go.
मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा कुछ.
You got the shot there live from Riyadh. That is Al Haji's father.
Okay.
Watching live from in the venue. He's locked in right now, and Power
locked in. Locking guys, locking.
He has the support of his family behind him, and hopefully.
भाई उतरेगा बोल्ट उतरेगा.
can play off one another beautifully.
And I saw him in the back lines too, maybe with some comms. Hey, we need to do this, pick it up, right? He was being active.
Earphone चाहिए? Earphone दूँ?
In between games. So shout out to the dads. We love
Earphone दूँ?
family support systems when it comes to esports. It's so impactful. I tell you what, you can truly make a big impact in your kid's life, in your competitor's life, in your family's life, by giving them support in esports, and that's a beautiful thing. Especially he's able to get all the way out here to Riyadh to support his son.
That was my dad's birthday yesterday as well. So,
yeah,
you know, we're all about celebrating dad.
Without a doubt, without a doubt.
Happy birthday to my dad for yesterday. Probably should have done that yesterday.
अरे AxTMG BGS में एक सेटर नाम से खेल रहा था. मुझे नहीं पता है BGS. मैंने BGS पे मैं केदारनाथ था जब BGS फाइनल्स हो रहे थे.
Thank you for clarifying. Just to call that one out. There you go, Claire. If you didn't know, Claris, you're not John's father.
I know what he's like. He'll yeah. Anyway.
You're wild guy. I love it though. E-Arena opposite of Fireflux and a bit of a headbutt potential. I look at Catch right next to Mormon. They're side by side as they go in, and R8's not too far away either, although I do foresee them.
फिर ये बाहर कास्टर्स अगेंस्ट हो गए कि बहुत फैसिलिटी हो गया लड़ा फिर नाम चेंज करना पड़ा. ओह अच्छा.
Shots out, Catch melting. E-Arena, but only for a little bit. Sakura, a little matter of health as he pushes up. Fireflux still with the advantage, you'd have to assume, with the solo. And that's going to be
यार रेट का नीड अच्छा होना चाहिए.
So all three teams do in fact end up colliding.
Oh, कैसे? वो किल मिल गया पर उसे. जोन तो बढ़िया है अपने, बस ये होरा वाले सप्रियों की बेंच. सप्री.
Bring out Mormon, rolls on forwards in the threatening presence of this.
अच्छा, रेगनम कार्लसन वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी है. इधर फैल्कन बैठी हुई है, वहाँ तो जा नहीं सकते. अरे बैठ गया उसने. बैठ गया. भैंस की आँख. देखते हैं अपने बंदा कैसे जोन निकालते हैं.
They have the hovercraft, which could be critical later on. Now the question is, does another team come into the fold? Will we see Adrian with the
रिज कम आ सकती है. जब तो टनल से पहले थोड़ी सी पहले एक रिज पड़ती है ना. वो तो टनल्स होती है ना. गड्ढे वैसे होती है जो इधर वाली, उससे पहले थोड़ी सी पहले एक रिज पड़ती है. हाँ. वो रिज खेल सकते हैं. साले नेपाल के बंदे वॉचमैन ही रहेंगे. इधर भी जोन लूट कीपर कर रहे हैं. सलाम साब्दी.
Vision have really started to suffer in this
Saprio.
engagement. Rage holding down Gatka, doing pretty well, but they have got Little Boy down on the floor here and are likely to get that one flushed away. Nothing really to do there. And income power, they might look to third party this. There's not too much that anyone can do about it. Playing this southeast building is going to play very well for them. You've got to imagine that the supplies are running low across the way. You can see the underarms coming on through. Al-Haji cooking it.
एक किल हो गया. एक किल कब हुआ? पड़ी क्यों? किल फीड पड़ी थी. अल्फा 7 हुआ. सॉरी मेरे को लगा AX है वो. सॉरी.
There's a little bit
of time
between these two rosters to kind of take their time. However, I believe Hora is going to come crashing in for the third party and the cleanup. That's something they need to desperately be aware of. Narvalo is also scanning the areas, but my concern is Hora coming in to this influence rage. Power engagement. Haji down, unfortunately. Diego firing blind. He doesn't know he's in front, but he just wants to get any shot he possibly can, and he will eventually fall. Law through the window. Fahim, easy, also pushing up. Easy, nade's being thrown. It's going to be thrown. That's going to be a grenade. And Yak mentioned, Hora also starting to crash in just as Power starts to get control.
Lord dropping the nade at his feet, trying to stop people from walking in through the doorframe.
चलो साहब जी इस बार एक पे नहीं गए.
A little bit of time here. Find Sleepy and connect.
Sky भाई के साथ तो बुरा हो गया.
Hora's crash is going abysmally wrong now as Alpha 7 are lighting them up from across the way as well. There is no angle that's safe, but they connect on the Bidan first.
And if Alpha 7 somehow comes out of this fight, even from a distance, with the victory, this could be
भाई ये अब ये अच्छी पोजीशन, अगर वो रीज ले खेली तो अच्छी पोजीशन. अगर जोन कटका तो भाई फिर तो शाबाश है. फिर तो भाई मार हो रहा है, क्योंकि अभी कोई टीम हमारे पास है नहीं.
Ducks to come
Joy.
over and also fire down
इधर की
on
तरफ
power, on Aura, on Influence Rage, who's currently embroiled in a desperate fight for power.
आग बेंच अलाजलक बात दूसरी वालों ने कौन वाली है
alive and kicking. They've got a lot of pressure.
सप्रियों की माश बुद्धि इन बेंच
too much against them.
should be भाई should be
It is only small teams.
और भाई ना मान रहे नो फियर ना मान रहा
No fear though. Overall it's easy.
अपने बंदे यहाँ घूम के आगे भाई कितना लंबा रोटेशन दिया फैल्कन देखो सिर्फ वही रेस खेल रही है मैं जो तेरे को अच्छा फैल्कन में तो पहली थी वो जोन है जोन है और इधर ये वाली रेस होती है ये वाली अच्छी है ये बट गंदी है क्योंकि इधर से बहुत पड़ेगी इधर टीम पहुंच गई है ना अच्छी 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 रेस आ गया बट बहुत ही महंगी रोटेशन कर दिया तो वही उधर ही आएंगी
मारे तो भाई मारे
भाई फिर अब भाई अब खत्म है भाई बाहर हो अब तो मारना ही पड़ेगा कितना बच लोगे बिना मारे तो बिल्कुल नहीं होगा
Alpha 7 I do believe I'm not mistaken now all these rosters now have to shift into the next zone so this fight can still take its time but eventually blue it's going to start hurting
this is the benefit that power have for having crashed onto the east side of this compound right it's closer to the
भाई अगर वो जोन में है ना अभी यार उसके लिए पास
going to be a little bit less contested
वही अरे एक रेंगल का मैच था स्कूल में वहां भी रोजोक का जोन था रोजोक की हिल लेके बैठे थे हिल जो होती है वहां एंगल बना के भाग दी है ये एनएस नहीं आके मारा डेढ़ तो बढ़िया बेंच हो रहा नो फिर ने इसी बंदे ने फैला रखी है निकाल में
and the utility to make that crossing successfully without getting shut down.
Alhaji Easy now start to push forward. They're closing the vice grip onto Law. This nade could be big. He throws it out. Law can't reposition at the moment.
लॉक इन हो जाओ गाइस लॉक इन
Alhaji another nade not
अब निकालना है भाई लॉक इन हो जाओ बंदो लॉक इन
get up close and personal in the CQC fight. Law has finally fallen. Now you can start to push up. Focus on Jiggle. Focus on No Fear from Hora. Influence Ranger now out of there. You know there's only one more team you have to deal with.
Two players from Hora are there, and Alpha 7 start to make their approach. A 2-2 split as Alpha 7 start to ferry players across the open ground in the vehicle there. They leave Rivo at the forward position. Power crossing the open ground.
अरे भाई इजी भाई
Half HP. Alhaji's now up to the wall with
अरे हैं अच्छा गाड़ी थी मैं कहा ये कहां से चढ़ गया
and there really isn't any resistance that's finding them. A really disciplined push there, and shots being missed by Hora allows them.
ले भाई पावर गेमिंग अच्छा खेल रही है भाई
Control Gakka, sweep through it. 5 elims found, and they're on for more, but the rotation needs to happen fast.
And just to really say how impressive that was, they have so many down players, and they take 2 teams out while keeping 4 up. But now the struggle.
पावर गेमिंग पे तो बहुत पॉइंट है क्वालिफाई
Alpha 7 take advantage. They knew this fight was going on the entire time, and they are now punishing Power's rotation. But Alpha 7 isn't out of the woodwork just yet. IG might be
ये 6 7 8 पे टीमें ने ये भी मरनी चाहिए ये फिर कट ऑफ पॉइंट बढ़ते जाएगा ना ये आपस में लड़ती हैं
क्योंकि 4-4 है सब जिंदा यार
Forward behind the smoke, and Alpha 7 are going to lose
अब
one as
भाई
well.
अब देखते हैं अपने वाले क्या
Revenge onto Alpha 7. They have managed to get more than 1 point.
ओ भाई देख कैसे भाई गाड़ी देख रहा कैसे चल
So it still is resible, and with 2 players from Intense game down, that is that northern side assuaged, but they still need to get closer to this next zone.
7, can they recover? They've lost their down player, which honestly is pretty good. I think they would have committed to most likely trying to get Mafioso up, which would have overexposed themselves to more shots, and we could have witnessed a collapse. I'd rather them go at this as a 3-man unit than a 4-man, but still overexposed out in the open. To try and challenge Power.
Easy बटा अरे थोड़ा सा पीछे आ गया
Easy, but not much.
और डिवोटी ने मार दिया एक को हां डिवोटी ने को मार फिनिश कर दिया
Found by that nade, Korea finally connects with it. Revo steps forward for some information.
अपने बंदे ने मतलब एक
दो
Again with that spray down, more nades invested.
अच्छा 2 मारे थे मैं 2 नाम पढ़ा था आईजी के 2 किल्स हो गए अपने आईजी के एक साइलेंस का नाम पढ़ा था एक और नाम पढ़ा था बढ़िया बढ़िया रोटेशन भी चटका है उनको
Those buildings they can survive in. In the meantime, Yangon Galacticos in a really important position.
अपने जब मरते हैं ना
Those 2 chopsticks just over that ridge.
ये देख वो देखो रेस ओपन है इधर अगर इधर टीम होती ना कोई यहाँ फाल्कन सी है छिल देती है अपने बंदों को अल्फा से अपने बंदे मतलब पीछे कोई टीम नहीं है
Applying pressure onto IG, who was coming up onto the backside of Alpha 7. Alpha 7 would
have been बाहर है अपने
नहीं जोन में होते हाँ बट हाँ अब नीचे आएंगे तो वो दिखेगा सामने
Chopstick, I'm looking at Regnum Kaya in that western chopstick. Both of them would love for Yangon Galacticos to get a little bit of pressure sent their way, but at the moment, there's no crashes really to be found. You can see Alpha 7, they're worried about this compound, that drop of the smoke, that's covering off the windows for the northern building, and they're going to try and move on up. They will find it unoccupied right now. They're waiting for those spray downs to come, but they're not going to happen, not from that direction anyway.
I think they'll find out now, yeah. It's going to be unoccupied. I don't mind
एक और
them taking a leisurely pace.
फिनिश मारा ना
खत्म ये हां
Keeping your head on a
लास्ट होगा बढ़िया 3 किलो हो गए जोन आ गया एंट्री आ गया देखो मैं बता फिनिश बहुत ओपन है
So you can tell
देखो
all those previous experiences weighing heavily in the back of their mind. AxTMG starts to move in. Ralph from Falcons wants to get these shots connected if he possibly can. You don't want AxTMG to
कोई ना
currently are.
और यार नीड रेंज में यार ओ बढ़िया और फिर यंग गैलेक्टिक से सपोर्ट दिया बढ़िया अरे कुछ आ रहा है
उन्होंने अपने भी मारा है दोनों एक ही पे कर दिए क्या
अरे यार दोनों एक ही पे नॉक हो गए तो जी
which is really good news. Intense game do fall as well, and now Alpha 7 are up to 5 elims. Remember, this is all the arena's fault for Alpha 7 are alive.
Well, Arena
I think I got Henry.
Red Force helping them out just a little bit. So you got two teams who unintentionally ended up helping Alpha 7 in their desperation attempt to make it to the
हाँ वो Arena के मेरे सबसे दो मारे हुए ना
Falcons starting to move up.
वो क्या रिवाइव हुए नहीं हुए
Still within the chopsticks as you mentioned, trying to continue this battle.
यार करो ना रिवाइव क्यों नहीं कर रहे
जान सकते गाड़ी
YG though also has to worry about Nox from Red Force, who's going to be
30 बंदे हैं ना 24 मिनट हो गए
Cloud has managed to make his way up, but Falcons isn't realistic that they can even leave
ले
this
हेनरी फिर
spot
नॉक हो
because
गया
as soon
हेनरी
as they apex the top of this ravine, they're getting
दोबारा नॉक हो गया वो
It's difficult, right? You need to be sure that you have a path forwards, getting access to
हेनरी
the
भी गया दो बंदे बचे
अरे यार छत पे चढ़ा हुआ है
AxTMG going down is actually a massive
खत्म हो गई
as well, because it means that now they only have to worry about their western flank. They will no longer be overexposed when they go for these peaks, and they have a little bit more leeway. The circle goes away from the chopsticks, so this fight now will have to take place. But the same is true on the other side of the chopsticks. With Regnum Kaya needing to push in from that northern side, they have to make a move, and Yangon Galacticos don't want to be anywhere near this.
Yangon Galacticos shooting at Nox from Red Force up ahead. Magnum Caria are also moving in, potentially to crash into Yangon Galacticos. Falcons is going to take advantage of this, and I think it's about to culminate into a massive square-off between three rosters. Yangon Galacticos will get an early down. Nox from Red Force has started
I think last option ये था कि कौन है ये जो चार ये जो इस हाँ क्रैश मार रहा
From the opposite angle,
घर पे
they catch Yangon Galacticos going for a really strange
वही हो
retreat
सकता था
there,
और
I
तो
have to
कुछ
say.
नहीं
They didn't
जो
really have
सबसे
to
पहले
fight
मरना चाहिए तो वही जिंदा
not
है
yet, and they do manage to stay alive as 3, sure. So maybe they're just playing
NS पे क्रैश मारना चाहिए था
at their current standing on the table. They are in 8th place. They don't want to let these games get away from them when they have a dead central position. A nice spray down from Silas connects through the smoke. That should be resable. They have got the cover to do so, but that means Regnum Kaya can move into the main basin at the base of the chopsticks.
Yo, I love the aggression from Silas. Nade cooked, but they get away just in the nick of time. Silas has to make a decision. Push up, back up with my team. What's my play? It looks like he's fully committed. And that's going to be one down. He clears the angle to the left. Pre-fire. It's going to punish Silas, who made a great attempt. But Regnum Karia's not done. They continue to push up. Team Falcons need to be ready.
2 players down now to a nade on the off angle from Yangon Galacticos. And more are pouring in over the top. A huge punishment over towards Regnum Kaya. And they are obliterated in the basin there. Wild crawling back to the rest of his team. And by that I mean just Loxy, who remains standing for Regnum Kaya, trying to keep things going. Now Valo can be rezzed here, and the Falcons could be playing on with 4. Yangon Galacticos, they pull back, but they draw them in to a death spiral.
Question of what Loxy can do. I like the aggression. I think Regnum Caria Falcons, they were opposite of each other a little bit too long. They said enough is enough. With that down, let's capitalize on it. But it was just a little bit too slow. Falcons were able to recover. But Loxy, the solo from Regnum Caria, can still hurt Falcons tremendously. Let's not forget, Falcons, they are that bubble team. They are right there in 8th place. Their spot in the finals is not guaranteed. There are so many teams nipping on their heels, trying trying to pass them, trying to knock the home team out, and it's still very doable. So Falcons, this win, a higher placing is critical.
One nade over the top, no knocks. Another, the last in the back pocket for Smile. He's going to invest it here. Ralph is healing, but will it be quick enough? Not quite there. He does find the knock. Yangon Galacticos unlikely to push out to flush it out though here. They will allow this res to come through. Actually, more nades being passed on over. Smile wants to put this one to bed, but Redox is going for the res. The question is, where does he put it? Could maybe take out Loxy with it instead.
Yangon Galacticos, they don't want to push out there. You've got the unknown Loxy, who you don't know where he's currently at. You know he's in this vicinity. You've also got Falcons ready for you, but for Loxy, trying to do what Silas could not do. Push up and take down the roster with the surprise attack. The nade is cooking. Falcons are pushing. They know where Loxy's at. Shotgun out, but no effect. Karia are out, and it will be Falcons continuing to push on.
They push out at the end of the chopstick here, and Yangon Galacticos, I think they may be out of nades now. Not really too many more to play with. The nade bobbles in, but Smile's not up at the windowsill. Falcons have to push up. They have to push now. Alpha 7 getting cut out by the blue zone. Koa first up into the meat grinder, and Yangon Galacticos hold their nerve. They draw back and back and back, and every single step they take backwards, they find a player running towards them. They're able to farm up those points and push in towards those top 8. But in the meantime, it's Nongshim Red Force who have been chilling for the longest time out on the south side.
Top 2, Nongshim Red Force, a big win, would put them comfortably within the top, or potentially getting edging closer to top 3. But anyways, with the point standings, most likely going to the finals, this is imperative. An imperative victory they take for Yangon Galacticos, also a team that is very close to the bubble, just 1 point ahead of Team Falcons. A win here would also separate them from the other teams nipping at their heels, but they've got the blue zone. They've got to push up, and Nongshim Red Force are ready to mow them down.
Romeo turns the corner, hits the deck, stays safe from Doc C for just a moment longer. The smokes have to come through as Nongshim Red Force are closer to the center of the circle. This pace needs to be coming out from Yangon Galacticos, and SayCloud's going to breach out into the open. This is bold and very, very dangerous coming through. Needs to stay safe, folds back into the smoke here, and looks to unleash a little bit more, step him a little bit closer to this. Smile playing on the south side of the building, and these shots aren't connecting for Yangon Galacticos. They still have nades and mollies and everything to play with.
Yangon Galacticos very exposed out in the open at the moment. They continue to push up through the smokes. The nades are going to hurt. SayCloud is going to be down. That's going to put Yangon Galacticos with just 2 members. Smile also gone. Is this a victory for Nongshim Red Force to add up to the total where they currently stand? And yes, it will be. Nongshim Red Force will take the victory. They dominate in fashion, and that is so critical because it puts them well within the top 5 and well on their way to grand finals.
There are over 70 points now for 4 of our teams. Fireflux, E-Arena, Power Esports, Aura Esports as well. They are on 71 or higher points. That puts them safe over that threshold. As long as they can keep this pace, they may have done enough already, but it's teams like Nongshim Red Force who now are at 61 points after that match, where they will feel a lot safer. As the camera pans over Alpha 7, they didn't do enough that match to put themselves back in the conversation. Sure, it wasn't a 1-point game, but they are still down towards the bottom half, barely solidly, and they still have such a long way to go. They need to keep themselves together. You can see he's even missing the camera shot sometimes. Revo has been good with it, but will they be good enough? That is the question. Well, there's only one way to find out. That's to get on with the rest of the day. To do that, we're going to head to a break. We'll be back with our final Erangel of the survival stages. Make sure that you stay tuned.
तो देख रहे हैं बच्चा वो 2 मिनट अरे बोला विल अपडेट हो गया
सब दूसरे हैं
ये देख इसमें भी एक्टिवेटेड विंडोज नहीं है। इसके साथ तो फ्री दे दी थी उसने। याद है उसने खुद की लगाई थी। बहुत कुछ कीबोर्ड वगैरह दे दिए थे। पड़े होंगे भीतर।
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR. And Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Well, it felt very calm in that compound for Nongshim Red Forces. They were sleeping, waiting for the rest of the lobby to come to them. And they do what Korea does best. They sit in that compound. They're able to get the victory. Good stuff for them here on Erangel, near the chopsticks, near Gatka, doing the business. We've got 7, as well as Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, this was Nongshim doing what they do great, which is waiting for the rest of the lobby to come their way and capitalize on it.
Sometimes that's all you need to do.
Yeah.
It really is. Why do anything different? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the saying, and I think they adhered to that really, really well. I will say they would not have won if it wasn't for those incredible roof angles, because that initial nade coming in over to Yangon behind the bale was amazing, and that just turned the tide completely, because Yangon, I still think, could have done something with that, right? They were trying to be maneuverable, trying to be mobile, but that one nade just was like, okay, game over. So a very, very nice sort of end game for them, and 7 eliminations.
अपन को total 6 points मिले पिछले मैच. 2 placement points, 4 elimination points.
Yangon could have had 100 smokes, but the fact that Nongshim Red Force had
नहीं हम 7 में तो नहीं 7 में नहीं 6 तक पहले बदल दूसरे पे 6 तीसरे 5 चौथे पे 4
I mean, they had nades, and for Yangon too,
पांचवें पे 3 छठवें पे 2
different teams at that point, so they really didn't have that much left. On top of that, just having to now rotate from the fight between, they were having Regnum Karya, Falcons, having to focus on Nongshim Red Force. It was just going to be a little bit too much for that squad. But I'm going to be looking here towards the bottom. I was actually a bit surprised about Hora overcommitting to a third party between Power and Influence Rage. That was a bit surprising for me, because I felt like they could have just taken their time and just paced it out a little bit longer. Instead, they just saw a fight, they saw an opportunity, they went for it, and it ends up backfiring.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game as well. A lot really focused on these compounds, as well as the chopsticks and how this all does go down. Because realistically speaking, Neptura, this is such an open area. If you don't have one of these compounds, if you don't have a chopstick to live in for a while and then get a 3rd or a 4th place, it's going to be hard for everyone else.
That's just the name of the game when it comes to these field zones, isn't it, though? I mean, I think some teams are more used to playing them than others, Falcons being one of them, but they did opt for the chopsticks. It was an interesting rotation actually coming in from Falcons. I want to talk a little bit about that, because Regnum were gatekeeping them on the north side, and I really just felt like actually the Falcons didn't do much. They kind of just stood in front of Regnum and didn't rotate somewhere else. They were like, are we going to push it? Are we not? And for me, I just thought that was just way too long because it gave Regnum a chance, possibly, to actually come up with a plan of how to take out Falcons completely, right? Gives them time to get that setup going. I'd have much preferred, Seven, if Falcons had actually rotated down to the eastern side. There's either chopsticks or there's that ridge by the road. Both of those would have worked really well. In the end, they did end up doing that, as did Regnum. But for me, I was like, oh, it's a bit dicey.
I kind of disagree with that because at that point, you had Yangon Galacticos just holding down chopsticks. And then on top of that, you have Regnum Karya and Falcons just trying to find a way. I was actually impressed by the way Falcons was playing that. I really enjoyed that way that they were able to push it. And it's something that I was talking with Max backstage as well during that match, is the way that they were pushing up, using that utility to their advantage. And in regards to just them wanting to rotate south, it was going to be a bit harder because you still had AxTMG at that point. So I think the scouting came into play there for Falcons, and they ended up making the right decision.
It's tough, though, because you're circle side, right? So you've got a timer above your head. All the pressure is on you to make the right decision. So it's by the by here. Let's actually head over to Barney now, who is ready on the stage, actually, with Team Vision after they had a great game, too.
Welcome back to the main stage here at the Qiddiya Esports Arena. I've got Never Alone joining me from Team Vision. Never Alone, we've got to talk about Map 2. It was such a huge potential turning point for you guys in the survival stage. 13 eliminations, 19 points in total. That actually bumps you up to 10th place as well in our rankings. Give me kind of a breakdown of how you thought that map went. What was going well, what was going not so well? Because you secured a lot of points.
Yeah. So the preparation for the last day is to move quick because we land like in the middle of the map, which is cool. So that's our game plan, and to scout like every place possible. And we got a good spot, and we took advantage of it.
Well, you obviously need a really strong finish, or you need another one of those maps to secure more points, right? You got one Erangel, 2 Miramars left on the map. What are you thinking? Like, tell us your strategies, if you can tell us some, and you know, how are you going to solidify your plot spot in the grand finals?
In terms of the last Erangel game, we will play fast as usual, but in Miramar it's difficult to play fast. We will play like it depends like on the zone, and we will like push and get kills as much as we can.
Keep it steady, keep it strong. I like it. Thank you so much, Never Alone. I really appreciate it. Best of luck in the last 3 maps, and we hope to see you in those grand finals. For now, back to you guys.
Thanks, Barney. Well, a big jump up from Vision after that game 2, of course, here. They're going to need a little bit more, though, here in the survival stage. Let's move to another team, of course, Yangon. Obviously, they get themselves to 2nd place here. It's a good 2nd place. They had quite a bit of that compound for quite a while in that game. What are you thinking, Seven?
I'm even rewinding back. I'm going back to how they were even able to get there.
Sure.
They were trying to just rotate into the main island through that western bridge, and Fireflex was just holding them down. So they made the right choice by going towards the eastern bridge and just going on a full wrap. One thing that I really enjoyed about this team, of how they were able to take control of that chopsticks area, was Romeo. Romeo was doing some amazing scouting. He was making sure he got in the right spot too. He noticed that nobody was going to be there in chopsticks, and then he kind of gave the call for everybody else to crash in.
I'm surprised they went into 2nd place, yes, but with as few elims as they did, because I thought they popped off a lot more than just 6 eliminations. But I totally agree with you, Seven. I think they played that phenomenally. It was very proactive, and it was very sort of thinking ahead of everything, which I really, really enjoyed from them.
All right, with only 3 more games remaining, let's check in with where the damage is being done. As we have, of course, our top 8 at the moment here. Currently, Team Falcon sits in that 8th place position. For some of these top teams, they're done. They know that they are going to be going through into that grand finals. And the question now remains here, with them being probably very comfortable, Neptura, do they now start exerting themselves on the rest of the lobby, or one particular team in particular? What do you think?
On the Miramar, yes.
You think so, just on the Miramar?
On the Miramar. I with as close as these points are, I would be a little bit scared of doing anything drastic in the last Erangel. I want one more good game before I start doing anything crazy.
Fair, fair. Well, of course, as we say, Team Falcon's very much in the danger zone. That could mean catastrophe for them when it comes to points.
You can mention Team Falcons. I'm actually getting scared for Regnum Karya. We haven't been able to see much out of this squad, a team that's usually able to get the eliminations. Only currently, I mean, you can see the eliminations are there. It just comes down to those placement points, and it kind of comes down to what we saw in the last match. They were just being a bit too passive. It's not the Regnum Karya that I'm used to seeing.
It does feel for me when I look at those points, probably top 5, as long as nothing catastrophic occurs, should be safe. So maybe going into these next 3 games, there might be 3 positions open here as we take a look on further down. Alpha 7 moves up 1 place during all of this, but it's looking dicey here, Neptura, for these teams.
And the thing is that with all of those teams, we're not seeing anything different from them.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We've got 3 games left now. We're halfway through the day, and none of them have done anything. And I hate to be so brutally honest, because I love a lot of these teams that are on here, but they're not doing anything. Do something.
Where's the sticky mode?
Where's the stick? Honestly.
Yeah, they're going to have to do quite a bit to try and jump on up right here, because I think obviously teams like Falcons are going to try and defend their position and see how everything goes. For now, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head over to the main stage where Barney and Veracity are ready to go for a halftime.
Veracity. Okay, you know what we're going to have to do? It's getting heated out here, right? So I'm going to call a truce because we need to focus up. I don't want to see any of these floorboards moving, okay? Because it's getting very important out here. 8 teams are going to be sent home after the next 3 maps. So let's talk about the opening 3 maps of the day. We had back-to-back chicken dinners from E-Arena, and then Nongshim Red Force securing the 3rd. Impressive.
Impressive to say the least, but the thing that we're really focusing in on, Barney, is our overall standings. Fireflux Esports walked away with 2 top 3 victories so far today, in itself impressive. We then had Power Esports, a bit of a middle-of-the-pack performance, but as you mentioned, E-Arena, what an astounding showing from them. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Whew, it's looking pretty good.
It is looking good. We've also got to talk about the teams that are on the brink of elimination, right? 9th, 10th, and 11th spot. Influence, Rage, Team Vision, and R8 Esports. All really need to pull something together for these next 3 maps. But also, speaking of make or break, it's Alpha 7. They've got to pull it together.
One thing is for certain, Barney, myself, everybody watching at home, and certainly all of the teams here had a giant target on their back of Alpha 7, but unfortunately they've not been able to really give us what we were hoping for. Only time will tell whether or not they'll be able to pull it out the bag this time around for match number 4. It is now or never. It is do or die. Let's get the show on the road.
Thank you very much, Jasmine, and of course the wonderful Barney Banks down on the stage. It is myself, Jackie, joined by the one, the only Blancamus Prime. How you doing, bro?
It's me, Blancamus Prime. I'm in my prime time here to watch these players shine.
That's a rhyme.
Yeah, we're on the grind.
And there will need to be some point-based crimes out there on the battleground today, of course, as we are getting close towards the curtain call for the survival stage. And man, it has been intense already today. We've seen some players that look incredibly frustrated, some squads that are looking to excel, and it all really comes down to these final 3 games of day 2 of the survival stage here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, there's a perfect metaphor right there for the Falcons as well. It's like the 3 players, and Ralph, Redux, and Koa, they're all playing the game on the phone. Not Valo. He's knocked.
Yeah.
Specking.
The Observer. They've got to fix that.
Yeah. I think he does give his life for the cause a lot of times, though. So
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. And hey, look,
he's practicing though.
It's been a better kind of day of it. You know?
It has been a
But like we say, mate, obviously it all really comes down to this. Other teams do have the possibility to lap you. We've seen certainly the bar rising inside of this lobby. 16 teams going in, only 8 will make it out. You can see the overall rankings right now from the first half of the day. This is the midway point though, and it's only going to get more and more.
But on the other hand of things, there has been a couple of throws today, right? There's been a couple of moments where you feel like they could do a lot better. I mean, Quarry, 4 players alive, all the space in the world, all of a sudden down to just the 3.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. Overall, though, man, I think, you know, what we've really defined, at least over the course of this first half of day 2, has been the clear disparity between some of our teams. That bottom half of the lobby towards the upper echelons. There's a couple of teams that could still push and upset the rankings, specifically towards place 8. But we'll come back to that. Let's focus up. Plane paths in. We got the zone as well. We can dial in for this game, Blank.
Playing straight drifting right now.
Yeah, it does that. It does that.
Yeah.
Keeps you guessing. It's like a skateboard.
Pretty good. It's going for the old 500x grind on the path.
but we're heading over towards the east side. Yangon Galacticos very over towards the center. 61 points as we head up towards a 5th and upwards, around about that 70-point region. Team Falcon still in trouble in 8th, but it is a little bit of a drop down right over towards Influence Rage with 47 points. For Alpha 7 Esports, we're not going to talk about all that much. They don't have a lot. They don't have long.
No. It would need to be a meteoric rise, and then you also need the teams above you to really struggle and absolutely fumble the bag for them to be able to make it back in. And of course, you think about the major talking point that comes with that. If they do not make it out, which at the minute seems like a very real possibility, we will have a guaranteed new champion crowned this year.
Absolutely. Now we take a look at the middle side of the bracket, because I think that is probably most important for us to take a look at. It will be fantastic when we get through to the end of the day and we can crown the winners of the survival stage, who will have the privilege of whacking those keys and the old grinder. But if we look towards that middling section, which is the main contention point, right, for who's going through into the grand finals and who will be leaving us. It is that drop-off, 59 down to 47, but it's not massively different between 8th and 6th place, 61 down to 59. It's not crazy. I think for Fireflux, it will be very hard to knock them off their podium alongside E-Arena. I think that they have done quite a lot so far, and they would have to have a horrendous day to finish things off, as well as an incredible pursuit from the teams behind.
Yeah. It's been classic power as well, where it feels like the minute they're in the survival stage, that true sort of might of the team is put on display. They thrive in these kind of lobbies. We've seen that. It's been far more aggressive. You can see them on screen now. Again, the talent on this team, it feels like Easy's been really instrumental to a lot of the setups, and Al-Haji as well. You can't think of power without this man.
Yeah, you can't, honestly. I think for me personally, Easy been a bit more of a factor throughout this tournament so far, at least in the survival stage. I think Al-Haji's great, and they certainly lose a lot of that confident demeanor when Al-Haji goes down. But it is Easy making a lot of those calls. He's the one who seems the most animated when it comes to watching them over on their desk, in their booths.
He's just looked very crisp with the gun skill as well, which goes the extra mile, mate, in these kind of lobbies.
ये देख रहे हो यहाँ से
Hang on a minute.
गेम मोड ले रहा हूँ यहाँ से पीटी करके कर रहा हूँ सोच मेरा माइक ऑन हुआ ये सब सुन रहे हो देख रहे हो
giving as good as they get and trying to at least turn them back around. Forced to bail out on that one with the initial crash, not kicking off the way they wanted to. If they got the lightning knock, maybe it would have been a different on the back, play off the car.
Good decision.
IG को पकड़ ले, G-Max को पकड़ ले, 8 kill तो ही है.
Towards the end of the day here, and you realize you're on the cusp, right? You're almost falling off that edge there. I think that's the smart decision to make. You don't want to go down too early in this one. I think they could have maybe pushed the issue if they were feeling top side of the lobby. But here, I would say that's the right move. You're getting shot from an angle you have no clue.
Yeah.
क्या बकचोदी हो रही है?
That angle is either. So you just make the
सोचिए जा रही है क्या बकचोदी हो रही है?
70 damage as well.
देख ले भाई क्रिएट हुआ.
उधर से यार वो थैंक यू फॉर योर सर्विस आशीष.
Sends them back off that position. Triumphant shot.
This is one of those more influential decisions of knowing when to call it quits on a fight as well. It's really going to come in the early game. You'll see the difference in decision making for all these teams. Nongshin Red Force again there. They catch whiff of power immediately. You do not want to run the risk of not being able to really keep accruing points inside of this matchup with the last few games of the day. So just bail out on it early. Think about the bigger picture. No reason to stay around. Both of those teams in similar positions, 75 and 71 points between the both.
There's still opportunity for a crazy run-up. I mean, Influence Rage get themselves like a 20-point game or more, suddenly be in the running for sending upwards, and could be that case where Nongshin Red Force, as we saw in the final day of groups, slips away, and it was post-game 3 where that started to occur. So right now, aim of the game should be placements. Sometimes that idea of pulling things back a little bit can come back to haunt you, though. In that desperate moment of let's just make it to the end game, let's just get those points. You're leaving games with 1 or 2 points, getting towards a 7th place, but with only the 1 elimination, doesn't really cut it as much as it used to.
Yeah, won't realistically cut the mustard this late into the survival stage.
R8, very, very close to Alpha 7. Already ahead of them in the rankings. Want to stay that way and at least go home with a little bit of pride, a little bit of reputation. They could go for a hunt down over towards Alpha 7, but I'm pretty sure they're quite clear on their position. A little nod over. Push it back, but Ida actually heading further this way. Not allowing Alpha 7 to get away without a little bit of a sniff coming through from R8.
There's a quick pit stop with some bullets back over from Revo, at least to establish some fire their way. And of course, they can move off on this one. Again, these opening moments is going to be a little bit more timid. I want to run those risks of going down early, so no overcommit. Get the Falcons POV as well. A team that currently is in 8th place, but of course, like we've alluded to, it's not that different. The points above and below could be lapped. They've got to play consistent from this point forward still.
They had a good change of pace yesterday, in my opinion. Towards the end of the day, making much more aggressive rotations. I was a bit disappointed earlier today looking at the Sandhawk. Pretty bold rotate through. I wish those rotates would come a little bit sooner, or at least give themselves a springboard closer to those areas earlier in the game. They are being much more confident to make those plays. Now I'm hoping that now you're getting closer and closer and you see that finish line on the horizon. That doesn't worry them too much. Right now they are passing by Nongshim Red Force, or at least the backline of them. Kino Trope not too far behind either. Got intense game over towards that south side as you saw, and we head over towards the eastern area of the map.
Intense game. Potentially might actually run in to the Yangon Galacticos squad. Yangon, that I will say, I think again today it's been a better sort of decision making with the pace. They've been playing a little bit quicker, not really pulling their punches so much. Feels like their team's got a ton of talent. Like we were seeing it in some of the fights they were getting stuck into yesterday, right? You know, they were able to actually go head to head with some of the better teams in the lobby. And they're in a good spot, man. If they keep this up again, you know, we were seeing there is certainly a lot of potential. They could make it out, keep this run alive. Distance firefight on this one's with the Falcons catching vision back over towards Kino Trope. That was the late flank in that you brought up. A couple bullets fired out that way.
My only issue with Yangon Galacticos is just the variance in ability. Right? There's multiple times where we've seen them either get like a massive game or go out fairly quickly with not much more than the whimper. And I think that's my issue with Yangon Galacticos, is not quite consistent enough for me, where it's even now hard to make a full read on them. But you're right in the sense that there is potential there, right? The ceiling on that team's quite high. Unfortunately, a lot of times they're lower down towards the bottom floor.
कुछ क्वालिफाई तो नहीं हो पाए, पर इस वजह से ऊपर रहे एट द एंड टुडे मजे आ जाएंगे. मैं तो अभी भी कह रहा हूँ, अभी भी क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे जब बाबा के तीनों चिकेल मां की गाप फाड़ दी सीधे 60 पॉइंट्स 88 पॉइंट हो गए. तो री माई का के चौथे पांचवें नंबर पे.
Obviously, they've been really warming up again as well. Tied right now, 71 points between them and the Nongshim Red Force. Oh yeah.
नहीं 3 चिकन लाके तो इजी क्वालिफाई है भाई.
I think we have a lot of. In fact, I think most of the teams that went through to the finals absolutely deserved it. I do think, obviously, the big question marks for a lot of people were Falcons and Alpha 7, but I personally don't think they played well enough in those group stages to even have a chance to get towards the grand finals, personally.
Last match we won with chicken with 60 kills. ये match है. This is the match. If this
of the extra time
ये match गया तो फिर खत्म.
Figure out what their play style is going to be going forward. We even heard Revo talking about saying that, you know, something's got to change. Something has to change. We've got to figure it out. I think for Falcons there are clear areas could do with improvement. For Alpha 7 on the other hand, there's
It's a bit of a puzzle. A bit more of a puzzle.
पीछे हो
What's
गए
going wrong on that team?
हाँ
Yeah, it
देखिए
keeps you guessing an awful lot more in reality.
अपने पास होंगी
But
तो
like we
किनारे
said,
पे
you
रहे
know, we'll sort of keep up to date with how it's going for them over the course of these last 3 games. But at the minute, they're in very dire
3
straits.
चिकन लाके तब होंगे क्वालीफाई कर 6 पोजीशन निकलना
जा
है
रहे हैं जा
See a fight from the back line there from E-Arena. E-Arena, the middle of
5th तक तो क्वालीफाई समझो हां क्वालीफाइड
play once again. Great rotations, taking chicken dinners, heads up calls.
बंदे भी तो मारने पड़ेंगे
Great, of course. Meanwhile, back the Falcons. 3 teams going up against each other. Power Falcons and intense game.
Yeah, Falcons just losing one right off the bat. I mean, they're able to find one elim back their way. The Fireflux playing, I would call kind of 2022 European gameplay here, which is just very central every single game. They're not being punished too much for it. We moved over to more of a edge style in the past, but that's ever changing, is that meta of how teams want to expand out towards the outer edges or keep it cut over towards the center, and it's really just picking your moments of when you want to go for that one. For right now, Fireflux has had some fairly good rotations to get here, fairly clean, some good homework's been coming through on their end too in terms of picking those rotations and when they can go for them. For the Falcons, on the other hand, it is just a case of going for those rotations and making the clear decision from everyone on that team to follow on it. Falcons down to 3 now. This would be a good game to get further up those steps inside of the leaderboard, see themselves a bit more safe going forward. Gamax currently over towards the eastern side of this circle, but still fairly central. But down towards Milters where I'm most worried for a lot of teams. Crunching through that area of the map, not always easy. E-Arena currently right on the back lines of it though. Likely one of the first teams to find troubles getting out from here, especially because Yangon Galacticos know their location and Alpha 7's expecting a team to make that wrap through the fields on the eastern side.
Yeah, they had the double hovercraft when they were able to bonnet away the solo player from Yangon Galacticos. Since then, one of them was blown up. Still got some vehicles to work with though, and have been advancing further forward. Squash is the one just peeking out the top floor window, trying to get a read in the lay of the land as they make their move over. Nongshin Red Force down in the compound here as well. Quick peek up towards the ridge side. Doxy, seeing if he can spot them out.
Radeon is a team that I'm definitely looking at. 7th place, but I think they're a team that should be going through, or should be at least hoping to make it through. I don't think it's a bad team whatsoever. Loxy, Wild, Silas, all very strong in their own right. Toshpix had a good addition to the squad, and it's been close each time, right? Even in those group stages, it was close. They got knocked out in the final game.
अच्छा है यहाँ घुस सकते हैं इधर अब इतनी दूर के खेल रहे पास में आओ ना पास आओ
Thunder Talks and was it DRX or which team was it that managed to get ahead of them? Either way, it was Ida.
Yes.
Ida, there we go. Ida was able to overlap them as well in that final game. It was only a few points here and there. So for Radeon, this is a team that I expect to make it through the survival stage, but in 7th place, it does look a little bit shaky.
Yeah, we get the push in here from Kinotrope. Ooh, shot to the back line. Good from Ketch for the opening damage. Scarface is up close to clean up as well, so the Bizons put to good use. Accrue those points and just leave the one man who's running through the tree line to try and close the gap between them. Horrific position to be left into. Yeah, so kind of just trapped there.
Yeah. It's nice as well. I think that Ketch is seeing how Scarface is playing and pretty much having that notion of, I can't sit on the back lines anymore. I used to be the star on this team, and I've got to bring that energy back again. I think he has been doing very well to support Scarface here. I think right now they're the 2 highest damage players in this lobby, with Ketch actually taking the first place there, which is really nice. Sometimes you do need to have a teammate step it up to give you that extra kick to be like, okay, I need to do my teammate proud.
This is a messy one. Hora with the split, behind the rock and up on top of the ridge with Vision. In the middle of the gulch there. Nades being thrown out from either side. Fair amount of damage translated onto either one of the teams. Smoke to play with, tucked in. Sleepy looking to try and engage from this, but quick peek from Marcelo over the top of the smoke. And he's able to grab that one. No fear going down to the follow-up nade as well, so it's really looking rough for Hora. And in come Noxian Red Force, able to dive on top of this. Doc C now.
Going to see what he can steal away. The nade could be absolutely massive as well. Close quarters engagement on this one. Into the back, it detonates. And Vision are being blinded by the shrapnel. Oh, this is brutal.
It gave Horror a slight opportunity to get away from this as well. Doxy on the top side will find one with a very clean spray down. Using the UMP here, now just Volt remaining. Sensibly the best player on this squad. Looking to finish off Horror at least. Caused them such problems in the past. And it's not a fun area to play this around shelter. You have a lot of these positions that sit around, which is not always the most comfortable bits of cover. You can't fully commit underneath into the shelter underground because you lack information, you lack knowledge. Someone can send over towards you and then just hold you out with nades or even vehicles to block the stairways. It's unenjoyable.
It's quite an elongated bout between them as well. I mean, Volt's been trying to find an off angle to peek back round. Ooh, did Tizzy spot him on the angle there, trying to peek back down? Got Tizzy on the ridge side, peeks up into it. Yeah, Tizzy knew. We'll shut down Volt, so that's Vision removed. Obviously, intent going into this one. No chance to build themselves further up the stand.
Okay, Henry needs
Fireflies
swing.
could still guard towards that as well, but they should have to reposition. Meanwhile, we get the fight in here between R8 and AX. Nades over the top.
मारना पड़ेगा R8 को मारना पड़ेगा नहीं R8 चली जाए उधर लड़ने हम आराम से इधर घुस जाएं
Assumption there coming through from Henry. I think he tried to at least go for a decent nade behind the tree, and I think that without the little information, it was pretty well placed, honestly, if the player was there. Ida finding Zizzy. Finally go down to Doxy, and Nongshim Red Force on a bit of a tear here, despite probably going down to R8 in the next couple of moments. Still think a 7 is very good.
full stacked up
And it will just keep them up towards the top side of the lobby. Power did lose one earlier.
The second we
remember. E-Arena manages to get quite far through, at least with a couple of players, but Power immediately will snap down on top of them.
Yangon pushing up. Sakura close towards the action, but it's Mormon that throws out the first stone. Dive over the top as well with the movement, assisted by his teammate, Sakura. Smooth moves for the battle back, and they're able to handle themselves quite nicely on that one. Even with the shots now raining in from Power, looking to snatch away some of those points. Even Revo chiming in. So Alpha 7 from the side, spotting an opportunity and looking to try and seize onto it. Romero, this is absolutely horrific. Has to jump into the hovercraft, try and top himself back up, and look for some sort of getaway.
Yeah, I think Romeo's in a pretty tough position, right? I'm not sure how you get out of this one. I think the hovercraft will at least give him some capability, a little bit of a defense. E-Arena will send out Sakura, just slumped down on the side seating, and he will get popped out of there, and it will be over as Power picks up a couple more eliminations on their high ground position, which is very nice down towards the south side, and they can kind of cull a lot of the teams on the south. Alpha 7 playing this patient split over towards the east and have yet to lose a player. A lot of action over towards that north side as R8 slowly works their way down. Influence Rage did take a knock, so there is information there for them, and AX could get involved. They know roughly where these players are. In comes R8 though. And Influence Rage need to respond, but players are nowhere nearby to help out at this Wizard Tower. Mark goes in, finds one. Diego left an uncomfortable 1v3.
So easy on the cleanup, straight in, at his limit for that one, and dispatches both of them. And like you said, there's no real room to trade off with one another as well, with how fragmented Influence Rage was. And with the majority of the teams that are going down being top heavy in the standings, this is opening up opportunities for a squad like R8 to keep building from this one. So being able to at least find what they need in the sideline. AX are now pushing up onto it. Laura's in as well, taking a face now with their attention turned. The body of Arian, that's going to get onto R8.
मार दिया R8 को किल तो बढ़ी नहीं मैं को कंफ्यूज हो गया अपने बंदे को ना हो
Saw the fighting happening. Fireflies have made their way over towards this western side and looking to sweep up through. Ketch already find the first on the Molotov. Now looking for a little bit more here. They're continuing to rack up those points and see themselves further solidified over towards that first place spot. Currently running with 93 points to 79 from E-Arena on this game. Max Judo finding Carrillo. This is happening multiple times.
Gamax are able to find the shots over toward Alpha 7. A proper nemesis on their hands. It's Turkey versus Turkey, though.
Karia up close onto Fireflux. Silas firing off shells from the DPS. Good damage done. Meanwhile, the Elim feed showing us the tail. Hello. Gamax, Scarface with the quick reposition. Another man down. Sideline shots as well from AX. Still third partying.
Man, is that right? Karia just down and out there. Yes.
Henry को kill किया Loxy का.
Fireflux brings the heat straight to them. They can hold this team under. R8 still holding this influence. Rage as well as intense game. Fireflux as well as Radeon Karia go down in mutual destruction.
Nade's out. Intense game. Almost on target there. Little bit of chip damage, but not enough to blow them away. A little bit of cover to work with on this ridge side with a slight lip. Ooh, good tag, peeks up off the back of it. Prestige sees them sprinting in. Wants to get the knock onto the low HP players, but the sideline shots, it's always AX. Right now, they're the ones popping up, finding...
और डिवोटी ने एक और मार दिया. Adrian गया.
A couple points here and there. The big dive in from Rafa's good. R8 are finished off because of it, but AX
Okay, Rafa को
make it even more uncomfortable. That's another knockback over. Rafa gets one before he falls.
AX have been doing great work from this north side, just watching down this way. They've been ever present, ever watching over towards them. Now Valo with a dangerous peak coming through.
150 knock किया ना किसी को?
Underneath power using
और INF के lock को भी finish किया है. 5 finish हो गए, मतलब 9 के तो 5 finish हो गए और राफा का finish 6 हो गए. बढ़िया. चिकन राजा भाई बता देंगे.
बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया.
ओ हेनरी नो हो गया. तेरी अबे यार हेनरी कहां से मर गया? अबे ये गामैक्स वाले कहां से घुस गए इन पे?
वहीं तो फाइट.
अरे यार साइरेक्स स्मोक हो गया.
उनके भी दोनों
डिवोटी नॉक किया फाइटा को. बढ़िया. दो जिंदा हैं अपने. गेम 2v2. अबे वो फाइट दिखाओ यार.
अरे यार वो वाले
Looking to assist the team nade thrown in. It's uncomfortable and Koa is on his last legs because of it.
Man, Navallo, what was that, dude? Now, this could be a nice bounce coming through from Ralph.
हो गया
मेरे पीछे चल रहा है. उसमें मत बता, इस पे चुप चलने दे चुप. ऊपर टाइम बता. मेरे में 24:10 चल रहा है. उधर कितना टाइम चल रहा है?
मैच
ओ सामने मार दी. खत्म कर दी गेमक्स का फिनिश आया किसी का. मारी आ रहे नहीं हो. एपी के रहने को बढ़िया आ रहे. फिनिश बढ़िया. लास्ट बच्चा 3v1 है. 3v1 है.
पीछे से लेकिन एक और टीम आ रही है.
7 किल्स. पावर गेमिंग आ रही है वो. अरे आ रहे साइरेक्स के 2 गए भैंस के. यहां गेमक्स गई. डिवोटी ने गेमक्स के पर लास्ट में बचा. डिवोटी लास्ट बचा है. 8 है 9 किल हो गए अपने.
हो गया.
रिवाइव हो गए सारे.
दो ही एक
मर गया. 9 किल यार बहुत ही बढ़िया यार. कितने हो गए? 25 9 34 पॉइंट हो गए. और डिवोटी नॉक गई. खत्म. हम आए 4th. तो मतलब कितने 6
यार आईजी वालों को मार.
4 13 पॉइंट आए अपने को है ना. नहीं वो क्या कहते हैं वो अपडेट नहीं होते ना पॉइंट्स. पोजीशन पॉइंट अपडेट नहीं होते.
अच्छा हां पोजीशन.
13 पॉइंट आए इस मैच में. बढ़िया. कोई नहीं. बढ़िया निकाल. We still have hope.
To face over towards Carrillo. Alpha Zeb getting pushed back multiple times. Tries to catch him on the corner. At least has his position on lockdown now.
The choreography in Carrillo has to be absolutely perfect on this. Outshot on the corner.
Yes, somebody team
commit to the wide swing round. They've still got nades. That could be the difference. Al-Haji though, realizing this is a prime time opportunity to backstab onto the Falcons. He pulls up to the Carrillo goes down. Goodbye Alpha 7 as Navallo makes the move. Nade in as well. Padrino from intense game starting to barrage bullets down. Al-Haji commits.
IG को मार देना अपन था यार.
अपन का था और आईजी को मार रहा था.
आराम से 10+ किल
which pushes them further up the tables now, which is very nice. It feels less desperate. Going into our final 2 games.
टॉप 2 तो था मतलब 11 किलो जाते हमारे
थोड़ी सी रुक के भी आते हैं जी
When times get desperate,
2 ही बंदे आए थे ना
हां दो ही हमने दो ही
With the communication looking so clean on this one, the rotates have been good.
बट बढ़िया खेले ऐसे होते ना हमारे और गेम्स तो अब तक तो क्वालीफाई करता है
3-2 split in the battle of attrition, the final 2 squads here.
अभी वाला
This could
कन्वर्ट
be another massive game for Power. Keep them building up the rankings. And like we said, they thrive in the survival stage. They don't just survive blank, and they're showing that once again this year.
यहाँ पर रहते अपन भी ऐसे
intense game.
ये रुक क्यों रहा है इतनी बार
Over towards the
भाई गेम 1 से ऐसा क्यों नहीं खेले यार पता नहीं यार क्यों नहीं खेले यार मस्त लेकिन मजा आ गया देख यार फाइट नहीं दिखाई इन्होंने हमारी एक भी रामीज साले बके हुए ब्रॉडकास्टर अल्फा 7 के लिए भाई एक सेकंड के लिए भी अपनी फाइट नहीं दिखाई इन लोगों ने
9 किल करे जब
9 किल करी है भाई 9 किल 9 किल 4th पोजीशन 4 पॉइंट्स मतलब 13 पॉइंट्स आए इस मैच में
25 से पहले
अड़तीस हो जाएंगे
If they're able to close the gap, that's what they're setting up for. Attention from Silence onto Al-Haji. Tucks himself in behind the tree. Nade primed out, low on health for Dan. Able to at least get right where he needs to be. Put that DPS in lethal range.
अब गया मतलब तो आईजी का से गया
Fragment the players. Intense game would be able to be shot from the sideline. Debating whether or not he wants to engage. On to his teammate of Padrino though from further away. Battling over the top side. Silence drops in. The shot fires out. Is ringing for Fahiden. Ready. Stabs there. He's able to grab one. Padrino with the response. It's good.
ले लिया इसने
Haji will find him though.
तो दूसरा भी ले लिया आईजी का अच्छा नहीं आईजी के तरफ से मिल गया
And one more. Will
2v1
be
है
incredible 1v2.
2v1 है
It's not going to be easy. Al-Haji up towards the rocks.
पावर गेमिंग लेगी यार भाई वो 9 किल्स दिखाओ तो सही यार दिखाई नहीं आराम ये
Chicken dinner looking more like Bear Grylls in these final moments. True survivors here on our stage. Intense game, weren't quite able to hold it out. A tree with more bark than it had bites. Unfortunately there in the end, but it's Falcons who get themselves a nice couple of points there, removing Alpha 7 and dooming them further down the tables.
That one was an awkward fight to remember, but it's anything.
38 पॉइंट आ गए तो मतलब हम अल्फा 7 से ऊपर आ गए नहीं अल्फा 7 के 37 थे ना पिछले मैच में
The entire team having a very different.
अल्फा 7 में 2 किल थे और चौथी पोजीशन थी चौथी नहीं पांचवी होगी
Far better to witness. But the
भाई 9 किल्स तो भाई 9 किल्स 90 तो नॉक दे दिए थे कम से कम नहीं 90 तो नहीं दिए थे ज्यादा ज्यादा 10 नॉक भी होंगे 10 से 11 नहीं यार तेरे भी नॉक नहीं दिए एक दो किल भी चुराए थे
I mean, to be fair to Navallo, I think he certainly redeems himself versus Carrillo there towards the end game. But in the meantime,
नहीं दिखाई
short break for
आगे की दिखा रहे नहीं दिखाई
on the back again on the desk.
ऐसे यार अपन किल हो जाते और एक्स्ट्रा भाई 15 हो जाते वो नहीं तो मार
वो आईजी को मार देते ना वही 2 किल ये 7 ऊपर हो गई अब भी थोड़ा सा अरे वो लाइक वो जो आईजी के 2 बंदे थे ना वही बस वो आएगी थोड़ी देर बाद आएगी
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
वो भाई 3 की वॉचिंग आ रही है क्या बात है अपने बंदों ने किया तो है गाइस क्रेजी थोड़ा बहुत मैं ऑफिस का काम कर रहा हूँ यार करना पड़ेगा गाइस प्लीज मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब बटन टू द स्ट्रीम यार अपने बंदे अभी भी कर सकते हो क्वालीफाई लेट्स गो मेरा और बस साले सब 1v3 करेंगे तो 12 kills. Like अभी भी हो सकता है, like inner voice कह रही है कि कर लेंगे अपने बंदे. वो चाहती है कि करें. Turi.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new AxTMG
Long range Cyrex नोक देगा, क्लोज और मिड आरन निकाल देंगे, डेडली डुओ. हल्केम लीरा मित्र.
Send them ablaze with the Inferno feed set's new upgradable chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period July 10th
फिर भूख लग रही है, दूध गर्म कर लूँगा.
September 2nd, 2025.
Members Road Environment Goa. Dot number 3.
Well, the lights never go out as Power illuminates Riyadh again here and gets themselves another Erangel on the board. Great stuff by them to be able to take out this Lumberhill Yard finish. And I've got 7, as well as Neptura to talk about this. Power is basically confirming themselves in the grand finals here, Neptura.
They really are. I mean, they're doing what we've seen time and time again from them. I really like that this is a formula that is working, and so they're just using it. Picking apart a few teams over on the edge side in the mid-game, just kind of creating a little bit of space, waiting, holding back, and then when somebody's busy, just come in and control the whole circle. It works. It's a strategy that's working for them, and they are really using it to their advantage. I mean, 18 points on the board. Like you said, I think we're kind of looking at them being a
भाई थर्ड पे हैं, 3 पॉइंट मिले हमको प्लेसमेंट्स के.
I agree with that. I think for this team,
चार क्यों नहीं?
had the compound for the longest time too, which
फर्स्ट पे 10 मिलते हैं, सेकंड पे 6, थर्ड पे 5th, फोर्थ पे 4th. फिफ्थ आए थे क्या हम? फिफ्थ आए थे क्या? आईजी बची थी, पेलिकन्स बची थी, पावर बची थी, और कौन सी बची थी? अल्फा 7 हमसे बाद में एलिमिनेट हुई है. अरे तोरी माई का, हम फिफ्थ आए. अबे यार 1 पॉइंट का नुकसान हो गया. फिफ्थ थे, मेरे को लगा फोर्थ आए हैं.
Well,
और
we'll get to that. Let's take a look at our 9 through 16.
अफसोस तो ऐसे बना रहा हूँ जैसे क्वालिफाई से.
Teams like Arena, for example, I think that they know that they've pretty much done what they need to do. But again, a little bit uncharacteristic for Random Carrier to. I felt like they had a good day one here, Neptura, but nothing's really materialized. I thought it was going to materialize in this game, actually, considering the position in the circle alongside the hillside here, but also not much really working for them.
I think it really just goes to show you that even if you have the position, if you don't do anything with it, nothing's going to really happen.
Oh, agreed, yeah.
And so it's like, I almost feel like they kind of think they've already made it, and so it's like, oh, we're just going to have a quiet day, and it's like,
no.
Well, you got a lot of teams right next to you that think they haven't made it and are going to work very, very hard. So I would like to see a little bit more from them, but maybe, you know, coming into that Miramar, they're more confident on Miramar. We could see a big thing.
For Regnum Karya, they ended in a fight with 2 different teams. They ended up against Fireflux, and then they just became overpowered by R8.
Okay.
R8 playing that wonderfully, which I'm hoping that it kind of continues because I'm intrigued to see where R8 is going to end up being on the leaderboard.
Definitely so. As we take a look at some of the highlights from all of this, you can see some shots going towards Falcons towards the end. Falcons, of course, did survive for quite a long time in this game. However, we will watch back a very important fight, which feels like... do we even really start talking about it? Because it feels like both teams, Falcons and Alpha 7, are kind of in panic mode at the moment. Some of that fight between those two teams was a bit of a catastrophe.
It's just clown music in my head just over that whole fight. Like, and I say that very lovingly as a huge fan of Falcons. Why? Just why? And I know I'm being very brutal here, but it has to happen at some point because you don't, when you're at this level, when you're as good as they are, as I know they are, Alpha 7 included, you do not miss that many nades. You do not get a full reset just to get naded. It doesn't happen. Where was Carrillo? Where was he? He was at the top of the hill.
Here we are.
He did nothing.
So taking a look at this once again, Alpha 7 actually had quite a few players knocked down towards the bottom position here, 7, but nothing really was able to convert from it. They were concerned, I think, about the off angle of Carrillo, so don't want to really peek around it, but getting these bounces was pivotal, and it did not work.
Yeah, I mean, you could have just low tossed it.
ये डायलॉग अगर समझ नहीं आया लोगों ने सेलेक्ट हो गए क्लोजर में जाने
because he almost ended up knocking his teammate. And where was Carrillo? Carrillo, in a way, even
though
he wasn't right there, I felt like he ended up making the right decision by just holding the high ground and hoping that if you do end up losing your teammates, guess what? At least you'll be able to maybe try to clutch up some extra placement points. But yeah, this back and forth was just crazy. I do also enjoy the reaction time out of Power. They saw this fight and they heard this fight going on for so long.
The OG, scout by the OG.
Taps on it, we're gonna end up just pushing forward towards you guys.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that they again are listening to the lobby, watching that lobby and going, hey, actually they're fighting. Let's they're taking a little bit too long over this as well. Something's going on there. They're struggling. Let's take advantage of that struggle and actually prioritize us.
You can see towards the end of the game the reactions on now because they're currently on I think 39 points. And the cut-off point for 8th place.
overall standing है 62 हो गया है भाई 62 हो गया है.
Down the barrel here 7 of losing our defending champions here at PMWC.
You're saying that like they still have a chance? In my head, completely honest.
About to be pulled.
Yeah, I feel like, and I even said at the beginning of the day, for Alpha 7 to even have a chance at being in the top 8, they would have to get the win because now going into this fight, guess what? Even though Team Falcons create the tiniest of cushions, all those teams towards the top, I mean, Fireflux, we already saw it in this past match, especially earlier into the Erangel. They had a 1-1-1 split. That team just really didn't give a damn. They have nothing to lose. You're already in first place, and if you do end up maybe going to second place, you're still going to be going to grand finals, which is what they came here for. So Alpha 7 is going to have to figure something out.
As a team like Alpha 7, you need to shore your defenses arguably before those Miramars, right? And it's true because some of these teams up towards the top that really understand that they could be
अपन अब पीछे हैं 3 हुए 40 20 23 23 और 2 25 25 पॉइंट पीछे हैं अपन है ना इस गेम में 25 कर लेते 15 किल 10 किल में तो बराबर फिर अगले बैक इजी क्वालीफाई
दोनों एक भी नहीं आना चाहिए भाई करके मर रहे हैं
if they get hot dropped on a Miramar, if they get targeted for whatever reason,
right,
and they don't get that chance, then they're in a lot of trouble.
ये इसको तो मैं जब से इसी को तो देख रहा हूँ भाई पूरी देखनी थी लास्ट में बोलता है कि रैग और गिल को सेम गेम लेवल सेम है और मेरा लेवल तो का तो कोई है ही नहीं तो भाई उस टाइम पे स्काउट भाई का लेवल कोई था ही नहीं मैं बंदा भाई इंटरनेशनल लेवल में सेकंड लाया था अपनी उसको जब स्काउट खेलता था भाई अब भाई वक्त बदलता है भाई बंदे बदल जाते हैं हर कोई नहीं कोप अप कर पाता मेटा चेंज हो गया सारी चीज चेंज हो गई तब का मेटा था शॉटगन का भगर भगर करने का गिल तो मावी तो पीछे गायब ही हो गया उस टाइम की वीडियो नहीं है उस टाइम को 6 साल हो गए वीडियो अभी की है 3 साल पहले तो 3 साल पहले तो ठीक ठाक ही है तब तो चल पाई तब तो स्काउट खेलता भी था इंटरनेशनल में भाई इनवाइट भी भाई इनवाइट आ चुका है भाई स्काउट को और क्या चाहिए भाई बंदे भाई कमा लिया उसने जो कमाना था अब फर्क नहीं पड़ता चाहे कोई कितना बुरा भी है
like
तो 3 साल पहले की बात है, खरीद के लाएगा तो क्या करेगा? 5 गोली करते थे, कौन सा तुम्हारा 5 गोली से घर चल रहा है, मेरा मैं 5 गोली करूंगा। उसने इतने बंदे मार लिए, उसको फर्क नहीं है 5 गोली से। नहीं मेरा घर चलाएगा क्या 5 गोली?
But it's still do or die for both of them when it comes to that.
करते रहो चैट में, स्नैक्स भाई कल क्या कर रहे थे? तो आपस में लड़ते रहोगे, करते रहोगे, वो बंदा मेहनत करके आगे निकल जाएगा। भाई स्काउट कितनी आगे निकल गया, पूछ सकता है तू।
AirDrop Carnival is now live in game this weekend.
मावी ने तो शादी भी कर ली भाई।
Log in and summon surprise airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner awards, permanent in-game items and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win, so get it going, guys, out there. Additionally, if you jump into the game now, you can vote for your favorite airdrop partner. You might even score some awesome surprise gifts from them, so don't delay. Get that going. And Neptura now with Miramar on the cards. What are you looking out for?
Regnum Karya to actually do something a little bit more. I think Miramar's their map. They're going to do something.
They have to. They have to show up their defenses, right?
They do, yeah. Really, really do.
How about yourself, Seven?
I'm going to be looking at the squad that we were just looking at. I'm going to be looking at Influence Rage. Influence Rage coming into yesterday. I mean, after yesterday, I should say, the best maps that they ended up playing was those Miramars. That's when they were actually able to get 7th place, 2nd place with 7 eliminations. They need to back that up today. And today, they've done just enough to maintain themselves. They're close to that top 8.
I have to pose the question, what are we going to see here on the desert? Thank you very much, guys. Now we head over to the casters for the penultimate match. One final opportunity with only Miramar on the line here to see if you can qualify to the grand final.
Power there, saying simmer down, simmer down. Let it build, Blank, let it build. And let's see what the results will start to look like, of course. 2 games remain at the end of the survival stage. If you want to stay up to date with all the action, why not head over to the official map feed as well? That's now live on PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube, so you can follow the action and stay up to date as it goes down to the nail-biting conclusion, Blank, and that's what we're going to be in store for.
To be some loco gameplay coming through.
Oh yeah.
From some of these teams to get towards the top, but it will have to be a madness. Some of these squads towards our top side in the top 8 will have to have a bit of a fail if they want to drop down here too much. We do have teams who are confirming themselves towards that top side, like what Nongshim Red Force did in that last game, able to get a lot of eliminations. They're not looking for those placement points. They're looking to just push those boundaries where they can. Power looks fantastic right now, and even Fireflux is looking a little bit worried that they might catch them on this next playing path that's coming through here over on Miramar. Slight change of pace here. Some teams are slightly better at this map than others. In the past, Alpha 7 has absolutely been phenomenal on Miramar. Yeah, they'll have to do that twice, actually.
So never alone.
But बुरा मान के लग रहा है इसको.
The energy is good in the camp, but will the results be even better for them? They've had some near misses on comfortable games. They felt like a what if. They could have squeezed more out of it today, Blank, but I think that really has been the issue. Each time it's resulted in it not being enough for them. 11th place, just mere points ahead of Alpha 7, the defending champions, of course, of last year's title. They took home the trophy and all the glory, but it's not happening here.
Power Esports 93 points to Fireflux's 94. I didn't think it'd be that close, but it certainly is, as we are on the very much southern end of things here. Hello. Figuring out phones over there. I like it. A blast from the past.
Oh yes. Supporting in the audience. The family, the friends, everyone there watching on. And that's all you really can do. On look.
क्या लगता है अपने बंदे कर पाएंगे कम इस बार? मैं कह रहा आलिए अबे ये कहाँ उतरे हैं? ड्रॉप लोकेशन भी चेंज कर दी और तो पारियोसो जब कहाँ उतरते थे मैं तो भूल गया यार. याद नहीं आ रहा मेरे को और कल के मैच देखे तो थे मैंने.
To live his dream. It's kind of nice the duality there going on, where it's easy. He's been putting in a lot of work, and so is Scarface, and then that real fire power on the team coming through from Ketch and Al-Haji have both stepped up in the meantime. It's nice being able to rely on your teammates, knowing they have your back even when you're not feeling it, and suddenly the beast from within can be revealed at very, very important times as well here in the survival stage. But it's a big leap right now up towards 2nd and 1st place. So right now it is just kind of the battle between Power Esports as well as Fireflux to have that very fun opportunity when we get towards the end. Power Esports.
Hey. Getting
into position. It's not been an easy start to this game on the playing path.
They're soaring, they're flying, and it's Sky, of course, that's up in the air. In reality, you know, it's probably for the best that Sky's the one flying.
He's having it now.
Yo, wake up, quick.
We're gliding. Oh, we're inverted. Okay.
And we're about to be landing in 3, 2, 1. Clean landing.
You know what? Actually, perfect.
Yeah.
It was a perfect landing. Did just have word from 7 saying that Falcons can now take El Pozo and Alpha 7 giving that one up. To be honest, it's cool that Falcons just go for that aggressive maneuver as well. Yeah. Alpha 7 forced to a case of, well, do we really want to take the chance here at going down early? I mean, even if they lose one player, they cannot afford to have that. They need to have a 4-man finish if they want to have enough firepower in that end game to clean things out smoothly and also have the chance to sweep. So for Falcons, I think that's a very cool maneuver because you are preying on the mentality coming through from Alpha 7 there.
Intense game here as well. Bit of chip damage exchanged between both squads. Actually find a way to get a lead on this, not expose themselves to the angles that were in play with the 2-2 split, but never
this stream will be end shortly.
onto silence. So a connection in there.
अबे कर तो दिया मैंने फिर दबा दिया
Vision being able to get at least the first intense game.
Silence down, pretty good player for the team as well. They sort of need him up, and you see Never Alone here pushing up, saying earlier, you know, despite the position they're in, still seemed happy. And I mean, some teams do get this event and just survival stage is a big deal to them. Rafa takes a big hit and instantly silences, push back down again. Mini 14 in the hands of Never Alone, but the Molotov might just do the trick. It pops a little bit far back though, doesn't quite spread over towards Rafa.
Never Alone swinging on the angle, actually loses it. Up close and personal versus Rafa, he's able to withstand the might of Never Alone, and the rest of the Vision squad now has to push up together. Volt has been incredibly crisp. With a Mini 14 from distance, he tries to tap back, but Rafa, he is all over him like a rash right now. You cannot stop him. Peak after peak. Handles Never Alone up close, even with the smart use of the 180 he had, and he is living on a sliver of HP.
Rafa finds another. How is he doing this? Not even bothered about the HP count. It is giving him the pressure to push on here. One shot. One tiny burst of a nade would have done the trick. And Rafa still going. Healthbar not even on this.
ये राफा पागल हो गया भाई, अरे तो क्या ही कर लेगा?
Dear me.
नहीं क्या ही कर लेगा अकेले? मर तो गई टीम, अब यहाँ से वो 11 किल चिकन डिनर तो नहीं निकाल पाएगा. कर सकते रे भाई.
Realistically limping away.
मैं देखा नहीं गेम प्ले ऐसे कि राफा का.
That's all that's left.
मैं काम कर रहा हूँ.
How clean that could have been. Like Never Alone.
जब AX के बंदे आ जाए तब बता.
First knock, he knows he's going for the res. You get the nade on the close angle, knocks him again. That 1v1 would have made the difference, them being able to clean up relatively easy, with the then push coming in from the side with Volt and Co to clean up, split the attention. The fact he has done that single-handedly, hell of an adrenaline rush there from Rafa.
Oh man,
hell of an adrenaline rush there from Rafa.
Yeah. The circle head over towards the western side. I think most teams will be happy about this as well, purely off the back of that plane path. Alpha 7 had to go a long distance to make this work up towards Torre Armada, which is so uncharacteristic of them. They'll be coming in late towards the circle. Not only that, they'll have to figure out different rotational paths. I mean, they've been playing the game for years upon years upon years, so so they should know this map like the back of their hand regardless. It's just a case of a lot of that research into rotations and how they affect their usual ones. Won't quite cut it. Yeah, that's not how a car's usually driven. That's Binny the Billy Goat.
Wow. It's impressive stuff. Inventing new ways to use automobiles this late into the survival stage.
Some sticky tires indeed. Gets up there. Climbing boots on, the wheels. And now has a good location to work with. You can see just how central Nongshim Red Force are around Picardo on this top side. I think this is a lovely.
तो भाई वो पहले रोटेशन देते हैं इसलिए बढ़ जाते हैं भाई.
Jackie, in the past, you know, teams
गलत क्या है?
setting up
दो रोटेशन.
getting taken down early, and then you have that issue where you don't have anyone to rest them, and then suddenly you have to be careful on that spot, on that
ये देख अपने बंदे नीचे तैर रहे हैं अभी.
mostly there for information gain, and if you can get a quick and easy knock, you'll go for
ले
it.
भाई.
No more than that. Especially from that position too. I mean, you have
खुद के गुरु हो गया क्या? और तोरी नहीं ठीक है अपन बाहर जा सकते हैं.
जा सकते हैं लेकिन शिफ्ट तो देख क्या तगड़ा है.
बट ये डिसाइड कैसे हुआ कि किधर से घुसूं?
राइट.
अरे मैं तो करो तोरी माँ का भगा गाड़ी हाशियाने में घुसेड़ दे सीधे इसमें सैन मार्टिन में घुसेड़ दे क्योंकि जोन यहाँ बनता है एट द एंड आके ये एरिया पे जोन बनता है जहाँ पे आई इनफ है.
Smelling like roses.
Throwing them a bone, they very well do need. Obviously, a lot of targets on the heads for Alpha 7, I think, going into this one as well. You can see that's why it was the heads-up call to sort of bully them off the drop spot, see if you could influence the overall game, make them feel like not only is it uncomfortable in the team, it's uncomfortable in the actual battleground itself. So we'll see if they can recover from the position they're now in. Intense game on the move here. Rafa, he looked good in the previous engagement versus Vision. Some stalwart defense, great heads-up calls for the peaks he was going for. Kari, a bit of a different beast though. They drive by, they both take Vision onto one another, they pull up towards the compound, looking to keep their heads down, not run the risk of getting into a fight that is uncomfortable for them.
Yeah, little do they know that they just escaped a scenario with Rafa, the triple tapper. Managing to get into some cover, playing around concrete. It's a good position, it's forward as well, over towards where Horror is currently playing as they make that rotate from earlier on. Yangon, AX, as well as R8, very late to this one, but I think they realize that and they can't really afford to make that quick ramp. A lot of teams were a little bit close to this one, especially when you're going through that Picardo ridge side as well. You are funneling teams over towards Monte Nuevo and San Martin. It's not comfortable. Power though, in position, a nasty nade threaded through.
Al-Haji has been on the money with these nades. Ooh, backstab though. Set up from Pedrino, he's able to hit that one heavy. Al-Haji down. Adrian as well, pushing in close. Missed shot on the first peek through the doorway. Back up in there, Ragnar with the DVS. Withstands the push. Nade in, danger close. Forced to heal up now and play off one another.
Five looks off in the distance. Pedrino goes down stairs and will pick himself up. A lot of elims off the back of that. It was a clean engagement, a great backstab, an assassination of a play. But the Fireflux team is heading inward. Pedrino finds an early knock over towards Kedge, looking to hold this one down. They don't have Rafa. Now he'll have to hold his own versus the full squad. The tag goes through. Those nades are not going to stop anytime soon.
We have Rafa looking very talented earlier, but now, like you say, it's up to Pedrino to be the punisher, to keep his team alive in this one. No opportunity to get his mate back up. It's all on him as a solo to withstand this crash that's come in from Fireflux. They had the timing to backstab and third party onto power, cleaned up there, bursting through the door. They shut down the opening man in Rafa, nade through the top. That's nice, and they close it out.
Fireflux won't lose a single member off the back of that one, getting 4 points, so succeeding where power failed and cementing back towards that first place position. Gamax holding off versus Influence Rage. This is fairly central. A very interesting circle here as well, Jackie. A lot of high ground to work with. We can isolate a lot of these fights until very much in the late game when we head through to stage 7, stage 8. There is a lot of opportunity to find positions on the map which you feel comfortable in, and then sit around there for quite some time.
Laser focus from the Gamax squad. You can see the comms there coming out. Vahita talking to the team. It's Regnum Karia just down towards the bridge side as well on the hill there, listening out, seeing if an opportunity will be presented from this.
Yeah. It's not a bad spot either towards this ditch. Having 4 vehicles is a massive boon to them. What they can do with this one as well is stay out of sight, out of mind, but be extremely central.
INF लोग की नाक से खून निकल रहा है.
On the next circle of where they'd want to go.
ये कब हुआ?
It should keep them in. It's just in terms of positioning. This is very much just a pause on their gameplay. And they'll listen to the sweet pause beats whilst the rest of these teams have a roam around.
मुझे काम है यार, मैं ध्यान ही नहीं दे पा रहा बिल्कुल.
It's interesting as well that obviously Marcelo, his entire squad going down instantly to open this one up, with Rafa handling them very easily. He's been able to keep himself alive.
मेरे बंदे पहुंचे जोन में कभी भारी? कहाँ पहुंचे?
Scarface further down, catching the back line. Always feels like he's so useful from distance as well. It's his preference being able to.
हाँ ठीक है, सैन मार्टिन नहीं घुसे. हाँ जोन ऊपर कट गया ना. वही INF का जो बोला था मैं. INF पे मैंने कहा. पीछे चल रहा हूँ क्या मैं? किसमें कितना चल रहा है टाइमर? टाइमर नहीं आ रहा.
Specialist for the team, but we're seeing a lot more where Scarface is moving over towards that front line and catches playing the back line for them. So it's a complete role reversal into this one. But it's also nice to see that they're comfortable.
1.5 से 2 मिनट पीछे कर.
That does hamper you.
Having that level of dynamic gameplay that can keep squads guessing gives you the extra oomph you need, especially in these kind of lobbies that are global like this.
कर दे यार. ये फिर RAT मिलती है हमको बगल में हमेशा.
हाँ वो हमेशा इनके साथ. मिल गया. यहाँ पर
double quaver, quick off the beat.
R8 BT देगी. R8 उधर ही जाएगी.
That's not going to be the case for a lot of teams.
ये जो कंपाउंड्स दिख रहे हैं ना इनके सामने, X के सामने ही, उसमें चली जाए. उसके आगे फिर रिच पे चढ़ के GMX को मार दें अगले जोन के लिए. बट ये कंपाउंड लेने तो पड़ेंगे पहले. कंपाउंड
open areas in terms of the rows that cut through here. In the meantime, AX has taken a knock. That's potentially.
अबे नॉक होगा कोई अपना बंदा मेरे को प्लस में दिखा रहा है. कोई नॉक है.
The overlook here on that northeast side. You can
फिनिश ना हो जाए बस.
Finish losing player. No, finding shots over towards Kinotrope. A lot of the players from Kinotrope who made a big old dash over their way with little to no information either.
Went for a bit of a stab in the dark and ran straight into Red and Kara that of course have been playing for this latest setup. They were waiting for a fight to be instigated so they could push up towards Influence Rage or Gamax, clean up on that one. They could give the bounty of eliminations off the back of that. And of course the last player is miles out of position as well. Ridge side angle up on top. Effectively trapped on an island. And it's the Falcons that are underneath. Slowly skulking their way further forward. They were a little bit up now.
Finale could be a bit of an issue for them though. He's hidden. Closed off, squared away. See if he opts to take.
Okay, FF versus NS हो गया. Oh, finale भाई. ना मान रही. नारवेलो की चटनी बना दी.
Should be down. No.
Done.
So Navala once again goes back to a spectating.
अरे ये टॉप टीम आपस में लड़के क्यों मर रही है? मिडिल वाली मरो ना.
Play on with 3.
बोलते हैं सिर्फ जैसे मेरे बारी लेंगे.
अबे यार फाइट होती है.
हाँ वो तो होनी है. जोन के सेंटर में थोड़ी.
It was the quick crash in as well from non-string Red Force. Obviously, that's worked out relatively easily for them. So the duo from Fireflux that were further ahead have been caught there. Or even catch. Barely getting away. Sliver of health is healed.
एक नाम है कैच नाम है इसका. क्या नाम है इसका? KECTH है. कैच भी नहीं है. कैच है क्या? TCH होना चाहिए ना मेरे को. कीथ ही लग रहा है मेरे को.
Fireflux not ideal. Nongshin Red Force, they saw an opportunity.
यार इतनी मान रही भाई.
नॉक कर देगा अपना.
नहीं करा लेकिन भाई दोनों में जा रही.
A couple of knocks, but it was a 4.
लेट ही खेलेगा.
सारे की गाड़ी से.
But no, Valo, I think that there is an instance where if you know someone's up there, you kind of want to send another player with him. You imagine that scout there was for that reasoning. They know a player's in the vicinity as well, so you did get somewhat of a scout coming through. Alpha 7 playing on this north side and playing very, very slow. waiting for these next circles to come through. And I think the reason because of that is there is so many points of interest around this map that you can see here. I mean, you've got the ruined town up towards that north side for Alpha 7. You've got this big overlook coming here where we're watching Falcons play down towards the south side, and then that real intense area over towards that eastern side, which is just filled with teams because of the ridge sides that are available and the little space that you want to cut through on this central circle because of this road and valley. So you are closing a lot of teams together on this eastern side, and that's only going to happen a little bit more as this next circle hits us over towards the east.
AX there, thrown into the battle versus Gamax, obviously sharing those close compounds for quite some time. You can see Nonshin Red Force find follow-ups on the fire flux, handling them easily. Solus was the first to follow up onto catch, so both down and out. The team is removed, so the squad unable to accrue much more from that one. 4 elim game for them, bring them up to 98 points overall, and the battle continues. Yangon Galacticos.
तो चल भाई जी मर गए, 8 नंबर की टीम मर गई, ठीक है। ओए ये अच्छा हुआ, अपनी का एक नॉक पड़ा है, फाइट चल रही है, ये तो अच्छी टीम है, नहीं मार पाएगी, अच्छी रीच है, पीछे से ना पड़ेगा सपन को। आरेट मेरे को आरेट का तो एक ही बंदा दिख रहा है, रिवाइव दे दे डिवोटी, बढ़िया बढ़िया, अच्छी पोजीशन पे, जोन भी अपने पे, बस फाइटर फंसे ना बीच में। अबे आर्यन फिनिश हो गया यार, जोकर तेरी मौत की हो, मोरालेस साले।
On the eastern side, Ragnarok has played a blind on that ditch, by the way. That is some good knowledge of the map. Where they wanted to go early, they held out Kino Trope when they tried to make a big crash over their way, and they have just been sitting pretty since.
भाई सेंटर कैसे मारते ना, गामैक्स का तो पता नहीं है कि बंदा बचा है। अरे तोरी माई का इनकी गाड़ी वाड़ी नहीं बची क्या? मैं तो कह रहा हूँ गेम एक्स पे कोई मार दे, क्रैश ही मार दो। अरे तोरी माई का टर्नी के तेरी बहन की, भाई खत्म हो गया मैटर, हेनरी बचा है, अब नहीं होना क्वालीफाई गाइस। जीजी वेल प्लेड यार, जीजी वेल प्लेड हो गया गाइस, जीजी हो गया, जीजीज यानी क्रैश ही मार देना चाहिए था वहाँ, मैं दिखा नहीं क्या हेनरी को, कोई बंदा उधर से मार रही ना तो खाली होगा, ये तो दिमाग में नहीं आती चीज़। हाँ उतार देंगे, ये भी तो बात है। अब नहीं होना, हो गया गाइस, डन डन यार, ले उसे पता ही नहीं हेनरी को ऊपर बंदा आ गया, हेनरी भी लाइक हैं। थैंक यू यार, थैंक यू एक्स रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए, यू प्लेड वेरी वेरी वेल। अभी मत करेंगे, लास्ट मैच में 30 किल माई का, बहुत बार बहुत थप्पड़ इंडिया में तो होते ना, टेस्ट किल चिकन नट चलते हैं इंडिया की लॉबी में। नहीं इस पे हाँ हो जाएंगे, क्या पता कि वो क्यों उम्मीद दे रहे हैं। आप तुमसे कुछ खाने के लिए क्या बना रहा है?
Opening up an angle, Vision, Marcelo holding off R8, dropping the smokes in, giving him a little bit more room to play around with. Nongshim Red Force love the playstyle from them. In every single game, at least trying to get above those 5 elims. And yeah, they're taking a lot of damage right now, but that's enough each game right now from the point standing they sit on to keep them inside that top 8.
Yeah, they're not going to be disappointed whatsoever with how this has flowed. good elims, taking out some important teams as well. It's an ideal scenario for them. Hello Marcelo as well. In fact, obviously he's still alive with Vision going down in like literally the opening fight since this game, and even being able to fully commit onto one of the R8 players, dip out like a bandit, make it off to the loot crate and set himself back up for potentially something a little bit later. Meanwhile, the battle continues with Hora diving in onto Alpha 7, squashed from the side, slapped upside the head. Non-Shin finished off in the end there by Regnan Karia. Carrillo realizing there's no opportunity for that one. He's got to jump back in the vehicle, try and create space between. But it is rough. Again, I mean, Sleepy just finding the prime target on it.
It's such a slow game from Alpha 7. It is so different from what we're used to. It's a nice nade, but not quite close enough. We'll drop him down to 10% there. Regnan Karia, I think there's a case we made that they got lucky, right? But still, that initial rotation was really nice to get themselves a ditch, and that ditch has been super influential, but they haven't just been sat in there the whole game either. They have been taking shots where they can. They've been scouting their surroundings and ensuring they have a setup for the late game while still getting a plenty of eliminations on board. They currently sit with 7 this game, which is fantastic to see for Regnan Karia.
Oh yeah, they're still being proactive. And you can feel that shift in the standings. See how far they can go with this one. Good positioning, great crosshair placement as well. Prestige for the Rid side, peeking back down onto Alpha 7. This is R8, triple threat of players that are still alive. Taking that peek down. Carrillo is usually pretty good in these kind of situations, but you got to fight back. I mean, there's going to be no squad left to work with. Revo's on his last legs. It's just a solo man. He's
Alpha 7 ही बाहर. Done.
Go down. Out of action. No chance to find any
20 kills
points
again
on the
हुआ
game
तो
plan.
And that's pretty much it for Alpha 7.
उसी की कॉल आने लगती है 8 बजे
On
के
this next
आसपास.
match, there is pretty much no possibility. They need to get 27 points alone to get towards 60 points and challenge against some of these teams. And with that elimination on towards Carrillo, I think it's pretty certain the defending champions will not be going through to the finals.
Absolutely insanity. You think about the form we saw from them last year, the way they played, the blood, the sweat and the tears. Every game, they put it all in. Nothing was left before the lobby. This time around, it's been a very different team, and it has not gone the way they needed. Survival stage. It has been just that, surviving for Alpha 7. And in these kind of situations, they just can't. Nothing left for them.
Yeah, you're right. Last year, PMWC 2024, they were scraping, screaming, shouting towards victory. And it's unfortunate here to see them go out with such a quiet finish. Horror over towards our northwest side of this arena. Currently looking to push through R8, who have not had a terrible game here. Honestly, done very well to control that eastern side, but as soon as they tried to make an entrance over towards the west, Horror was quick to take shots back at them. There's Regnan Karia now, stepping up, finding no fear. Silas with 40 bullets remaining on this Mini 14. They have been here for a long, long time. No chance at extra resource, and they've had to be very, very good when it comes to that resource management in general. Here comes Jiggle.
Jiggle and Prestige being the two that were looking to push up somewhat. Spot over onto him, so that finishes off R8. Influence Rage, been able to sit pretty for so long as well inside of this compound, but the nade-in's good. Meanwhile, the healing feat keeps on going. Horror losing so much to Regnan Karia. Wow, they are on a heater right now, Blank.
Yeah, Wild will go down, but Torchpick returns fire over towards Sleepy. Horror has been such a criminal force on the north side, has been arrested by Regnan Karia, and not only that, run down over towards Sleepy to an injury. Regnan Karia will be the lone team on the northwest side. It's E-Arena now versus Influence Rage.
और भाई निगड़े भाई ये जोकर नहीं तो भाई हमको हराया था
set themselves up for a late game, and they need this match
here, Jackie.
It was a misplaced nade as well that resulted in some downtime inside of the fight. They had to get each other back up with E-Arena running into some danger close action. Joker looking to get up close and personal though with the shotty in hand, and Regnum Karia realizing this is the opportunity to scout out. Silas moves into position whilst the fight continues, spams into the smoke, lowers it, gets one from the sideline. We say goodbye to Joker as they commit onto that. Norman as well.
ये 1-2 मिनट रुको, क्या पता आ जाए लास्ट मैच और देख लेते, लास्ट मैच में चिकन निकालते हैं अपने बंदे, क्या पता.
He will be solid. Finds the first initial knock over towards Silas. Will flush him out. Looks for more on the drop down. Gets two. An influence rage up to 5 heliums. If they can get the chicken dinner, it will be a massive, massive start to their run at the end of the day to potentially take over Yangon Galacticos. But will Regnum Kaya even care?
Lil Boy being the big man on that one. Makes all the right plays at the perfect time. Loxy with the rock face to work with, tucked in, looking for the elevated peak from the top. Start to slow down the pace now. It was chaotic among the three. But with the 2 squads remaining, knowing how important this is for either side, Influence Rage do not want to throw their opportunities away. Scout out from Loris in, Loxy locked on target. Clean connection shuts down one. Toss pick, baiting them out to face. Lil Boy goes in for the fight.
The nade, the only thing to keep them in this one. One sent out, Little Boy extremely low, will be taken down. Diego on the backside, that's at least a nade to keep this one going. Wild walks up, and it will be an easy finish. From the ditch, they were down low, but they end up on high for Regnum Kaya, and that game will secure their position in the top 8. For Influence Rage, they were so close yet so far, getting that
Regnum Kaya पहुंच गई भाई. RCB वाले.
Final match on Miramar, but they have much, much further to go now.
Fought hard, but that's a memory that could come back to haunt you, potentially leaving your fate up to other teams now, whereas Regnum Karia, they set it for themselves. Massive game. Great positioning, but still, like we said, even though you had such a good angle, they were being able to be proactive on so many different fights, just hoovering up points after points, and then going on to close it out with a chicken dinner. That's a great game.
I think they finished on around about 15 elims, so that's a 25-pointer on that match is unreal stuff. Fireflux goes down early, gets a few points, but as does Power. We'll see how this all ends up in the final match on Miramar. In the meantime, we're going to head to a break. See you soon.
गड्डी ले बरगीनी पीले रंग दी.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Cop from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 AM UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
What pushed? Stój. I'm nading him.
Different team.
Oh, no. He's on the left. Nate!
Just nades.
I don't have heals.
Nading above.
I'm nading more left.
Down left, watch out. Down
Someone
left.
behind us. They're pulling up behind us. No. Dead. Nice! ماسك نايس باقي بعيد بس حجي اطلع يسار اطلع يسار حجي اطلع يسار خذ الصخره خذ السكه اطلع فوق
ترى شوف
من فوق حجي من فوق السكه يسار حبه دو بس هذه هي
وينه؟
شوفه السكه بس خلاص حجي بيطلع نايس هيال لا وحش حجي وحش
هاي السلام يجي يدك هذا
Well, we posed the question this Miramar, can Regnum Carrier shore up their defenses? And they said, yes, we can. They get themselves the victory on Miramar, on the Dusty Dunes, to be able to keep themselves in the challenge to lift that trophy at the end of the tournament. Welcome back to the desk here with 7, with Maxman. Regnum Carrier shores up the defenses, Maxman.
Wow. To be honest, they just got center very early on and it just held down the 4. It was a pretty straightforward game for Regnum Carrier, which you have games like that. They kind of played the Korean way, just like central compound, we defend. This time it was a dip though, a little bit different on that side, but very good to see them because they were like in the middle of the rankings for a big portion of today. That's going to, again, solidify their position in the grand finals. 24 points on board. Regnum Carrier, Silas the Dream is still alive. He can take home this PMWC trophy. Wow.
I think with those 24 points, easily they're going to be going to the grand finals. As you mentioned, they were there towards the bottom. Now they're not going to have to worry about that. One team, though, that we saw something during that match, Hora Esports, as soon as they ended up eliminating one of the players from Alpha 7, they just fully sent for it. So, yeah, Alpha 7, your chances are absolutely gone. A team that might actually have a chance here, though, Max, Influence Rage. They've turned it up, especially in Miramar.
Oh, I thought
sorry, I'm just sighing because in 16th place is Galacticos, and we could have almost seen Maxman's zipline of the day. I was It was this close.
I was like, I thought they were going to drive it on the.
I say zipline of the day. It would have been zipline of the year because nobody ever takes ziplines.
No, only Amina they call zipline plays, and it did not work out over there. I remember Marcelo had a really bad time.
Yeah.
No, to go back on your point of Influence Rage, actually, they had a very central position, just like Magnum Kara, right?
Yep.
But the defense they set up was really strong because they understood eastern side of the compound, we're just going to give it away. E-Arena, R8, all those teams want to take it. It doesn't matter. We'll hold on to the western side, which is closer to the center of the circle, and because of that, we can get a bunch of eliminations. Little Boy in particular stepped up big time.
Well, of course, we have our head-to-head presented by the Saudi National Bank. It's Yangon Galacticos and Influence Rage, and for one more game here, 7, they have got to step up.
The one thing that right now Influence Rage has going with them is that we are going to be going into Miramar. They're currently averaging, I mean, for the past 3 Miramars that we have played, including the 2 from yesterday, they've been averaging about a 3rd to 4th place finish. So that's impressive on its own. And for Young Galacticos, we did end up seeing a great rotation out of this team, pretty much just wrapping around Northwest. But then once they were able to get there on the position that they were getting to, they just ended up doing nothing. I thought they were maybe going to end up crashing Hora, maybe crashing on Alpha 7, but it seemed like they were just playing scared.
They played the ridge south of the road, and they end up just giving so many angles to Hora, and I think there was also Alpha 7 at one point. They were very indecisive, and unfortunately because of that, they just get completely collapsed upon and can't do anything off the back of that. So it was a good rotate. Unfortunately, the later stage was just not as good as... Oh, actually, Regnum Kara, 8.67 average, Elim. That is pretty high on Miramar.
And on this one, for the top 5 teams from Miramar, I mean, you just heard me mention Influence Rage. Another one, R8. R8 is one of those teams that is also in the hunt for that top 8th place. So for us to be able to see them here, being able to average a lot of elims in the last match, they also you were mentioning this during that match to me, Max, how they were pretty much did the same rotation as Yangon Galacticos, but nothing ended up happening with them. They tried to be aggressive, but he ended up backfiring.
Yeah, they really tried to go for a very similar rotation here. Didn't quite work out at the very end, though. Man, Yangon Galacticos getting a 0-point game here within 8th position. This is horrendous for Yangon Galacticos. I mean, 62 points, so it seems like the point threshold is going to be around 70. How close is the gap going to be between 8th and 9th place? That is my big question.
It does feel like anyone 6th and up is guaranteed in. And Team Falcons, in theory, should... It'll be close, though. It will be close coming into this last game. Yangon Galacticos is going to have to be looking over their shoulders here for that 8th place spot. Let's move down to our 9th through 16th. 60 points on Influence Rage. R8, 54. It does feel like those 2 teams are going to be the ones in pursuit here, 7. What do you make of it?
Okay, I was expecting Influence Rage to have a chance, but I thought the gap was actually going to be a little bit bigger than that. For the gap to only be 2 points to tie it, the thing for Influence Rage is they need to make sure they do enough to not tie, because if they do end up tying it, they will lose the tiebreaker. Yangon Galacticos does have a chicken dinner.
I want to bring up one point right now. I know we would say we weren't going to talk about Alpha 7, okay? But genuinely, go for your hot drop onto Falcons. Fight Falcons, they're your cutoff team. You need to hot drop them, eliminate them early on so their point threshold doesn't increase anymore, and you might be able to overtake it. Even maybe Yangon, but we need to see something of value coming out this game.
You got a fever?
He's asking for a hot drop? He's also asking for about a 30-point game. No,
you need to do something big.
You need to do something huge, because they are not only in the danger zone, they're pretty much gone. They've got to do something. But before we get to that final game, let's check in with the most explosive moment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
And we're here back again with Maxman's Grenade of the Day. This time around, we're going to be looking at 2 teams in particular. You got the Falcons, you got the Alpha 7, and here, Alpha 7, they couldn't do anything. The nades were looking good. That is not that nade, though. Not that one. The one that comes after that, I think. That one was still not that one. So that one was going to be still not that. That was a lot more missed nade than I expected there. Actually, okay, back to me. There was no Grenade of the Day, unfortunately. That was a big fail. Thank you.
Wait a minute, were there 3 more grenades after that as well?
There was a lot more grenades. There were like maybe 5 or 6 more grenades that were just completely
mixed. I can't keep that voice the entire time.
No. They just kept trying to bounce it off the tree, and every single time it would just miss.
There was a moment yesterday when you were doing Nade of the Day, and after you were like, my throat hurts.
It did, and it does now, actually.
Well. Now it's time to get serious. One more game here to figure out who is going to be going to the final and who is eliminated. Alpha 7 would have to have an insane game to do something about all of this.
There's a chance. Remember, this team has been able to get a chicken dinner with 19 eliminations at one point. So if there was any team to do it, it would be them. But it's going to be far-fetched because a lot of those teams at the top.
You've got to go massive. It is time now for the Miramar, the final Miramar, to determine who moves through into the grand final. Casters, bring us it.
Thank you very much, Kalaris, myself and Blank in position for this one, and we can't wait to kick it off. The final game of the survival stage, culminating in 2 days of play here. Only 8 teams will make it through, and as we've already alluded to, the chance that our defending champions, the team that were just on your screens, might not even make it out of the survival stage, Blank.
So our teams are primed and ready to kick this one off over towards Miramar, because as you say, 8 teams will go through, but 8 teams are going to go home right after this next thrilling Miramar. And here live for you from Riyadh. Oh, it's a nail biter. Influence Rage. Looked like they were trying to contain the rage. For something of a little bit more calm here to make it happen. They are on the rise, just behind Yangon Galacticos. Will there be hot drops? Will there be moments of fury? The answer is probably.
You'd expect so, and I think if anything, the opportunity, like we heard just at the end from the desk, I imagine it was Max that slipped it in. Hot drops, what are we going to see? Because for some teams, if you know that's it, if you know realistically your journey's over, maybe you try and throw a spanner in the works for some of our other squads, the potential heat that is going to be building on this one. A lot of storylines, and we'll bring them to you as the action develops.
There's an interesting thing here, because Alpha 7, like the guys on the desk said, they're pretty much gone at this point. It would be a miracle. One of the best games in PUBG Mobile history. The Team Falcons, on the other hand, there are 70 points. There's a potential 2 teams overlap them. And who else drops in El Pozo other than Alpha 7, as well as Team Falcons? Will they go for something spicy? We'll have to wait and see as teams start to get out of the plane.
I'm curious, mate. Whose keys are going to be loaded into that crusher? Look at it. Menacing. Those keys will be turned to absolute mush. Bits of gold sprinkling all over the arena. If you do not withstand the might at the survival stage, that is where your organization's key will end up.
The mechanical demon on screen as we head over towards our western side. Team Falcons, they were hella worried. They were hella worried. They went right down towards the south side of the map. Alpha 7 thought, no way. But no one dropped an El Pozo. And if Falcons went for that one, they would have a prime position for this game. On the other hand, here we've got Kinotrope versus Gamax early on. Somewhat of a, let's say, inconsequential team fight.
Yeah, bottom of the standings for both teams, but scrapping it out against one another early. The only difference is there, obviously, taking away some of those potential points for the other top-heavy teams that really do need it at this point. Like you said, that chance to shift that 7th to 9th place, realistically being where we're looking at to see if there'll be any momentum at the end of this one.
Okay, a lovely initial start here from Toshvik over towards Joker, looking to finish off the deal. Does grab it, and again, that's great for Regnum Kaya, another team to overlap, get some more money here in the survival stage. Radeon Kali is not looking to just finish it in 3rd place, perchance. They're looking to get it all the way up towards first. Join their Turkish brethren in Fireflux. Maybe leapfrog them. Right now, teams scattered across the map. Just like that gold dust you were talking about earlier, Jackie, will be scattered across the room. We've got teams over towards the eastern side lining that circle as they're going to be moving over towards the western side around El Pozo. I'd love for an urban finish here to finish things out at the survival stage here at PMWC.
Influence Rage as well. You think, based on what we saw in that previous game, right, the head-to-head for the chicken dinner between them and Regnum Karia, the difference it would have meant, extra points, pushed themselves further up, guaranteed themselves a pathway into the top 8. Now it's all coming down to this one last game to do just that. Intense game being the name to focus on here, though, as they pick themselves up one elimination point early. We do get to see the rotation from Influence Rage. Non-ship Red Force relatively close by as well. Horror Esports just off in the distance.
Looking to avoid, that's their rank B void here in 9th. Not able to make it in towards that top 8. Non-ship Red Force is a dangerous team. They've displayed themselves as an aggressive team as well. Scrapping, furious. Influence Rage, as angry as they are as a team, not comfortable taking them to task. There's the Falcons, not in their natural habitat within the cave.
And I think for them, again, natural habitat really hasn't been what we've seen from the Falcons throughout the run of the tournament. Yes, day one of the survival stage, they were able to float through with a lot of good periphery finishes, with quite a slower passive day of it, playing for placements. They played with that tempo a little bit more in the course of today. It's not always looked super pretty for them, though, and again, you can see the nerves are certainly there. Looking for a later game finish on this one. Didn't want to run any risks of Fing being uncomfortable on the drop. That's why they're so much further down.
A lot of circumvention here, honestly, from a fair few of our squads that were worried about it. Remember, there's 8 teams with almost reckless abandon going into this final match, realizing that their chances are dashed in this final game of Miramar. There's only a few that can make that gargantuan leap to get towards that top 8. And we're looking 11th downwards, not really having that chance for Team Vision. There's potential, but losing Volt, who has been the spark on the team, to charge them, allow them to play at their best. Him going down as early as he did, it does not bode well for them, and the circuitry within that team might just be fried.
I think that short circuit actually came in the previous game as well, where Never Alone had the opportunity to absolutely clean house early on into that matchup. But you remember the Wrath from Rafa completely fragmented the squad, just left Marcelo in a horrific position towards the end, trying to barely scrape away any points. Just that one elim over towards R8. Could have been a different story, but of course, that's up to you. Nothing is granted, everything is gained, and on that one, it wasn't really that much of a gainer for them.
But Yangon Galacticos, we've taken a look at them a couple of times here, but they are in the terrifying position of 8th place. Never comfortable to be there. The Falcons were able to get a few more points on board today. I think they've done pretty well, taking more risks when they should do. 70 points. There is that big step down, though. Right, there's a chance that Yangon Galacticos can get over towards that region, as can Influence Rage, and by no means are Team Falcons safe just yet, and they know it. I think this is a pivotal moment for Team Falcons. If they get in towards that grand finals, I think they'll feel a lot more comfortable in their play. Like we said, I think that they actually needed the practice here in survival stage. There's a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders, and this would alleviate some of it.
It's not the cleanest opening path, though, on the rotation. There is a lot of squads ahead of them, and adjacent as well. You're going to be running into some of these teams that maybe are willing to run some crazy risks, knowing that survival stage is most likely where their heads are going to lie when this game finally comes to a close. So opportunities to be fought from both AX and Gamax on the push-up, with R8 and E-Arena just off to the side there.
So our final game of the day, just shortly we'll take a look at where we're heading. On the largest shrink of the circle throughout the entirety of Miramar, it is on Zone 2, and we head over towards Crater Fields. On the mountainside that runs through it, that currently Horror is owning, but they're massively split at the moment. Alpha 7 even trying to hunt down one of their players on that northwest side.
And this is the fight. It's no fear. He has to live up to his name right here. Throws out the flames and sets ablaze to Carrillo. So low on HP. All it takes is a single shot from Revo.
Horror will be pitched downwards. As No Fear takes a nosedive versus Alpha 7. He had such a fantastic position as well over towards the east here and just playing split, locked in. R8 making their move on that north side. I think that Alpha 7 is, although not a team that expect to make it in, they're a team that is incredibly dangerous when backed into a corner. Right now, there is nothing to lose for them. There is absolutely, and they are a loose cannon inside of this match.
I think honestly, that's literally the mentality they have to play with. Like we said, as much as it would be an impossible task for some teams, their old form, when they hit their stride in these kind of games, that's when magic would happen. But you have to factor in how they've looked throughout the entire tournament thus far this year with the PUBG Mobile World Cup, at the Esports World Cup. It is not the same team. It hasn't had that same level of lethality.
Falcons, they delay moving into the fray on that north side. Biding our time and waiting it out. You got to go through the checkpoints though, obviously. I'll respect that. But we're closing in now. A lot of teams making their way on over. This southern side of the circle is jam-packed. AX, Kino, Trope, or at least what's left of them. Power also, who took an early dip on that last game. Yangon Galacticos on that western side, getting peppered right now by Gamax and potentially over also Alpha 7 shortly.
Gamax, they could afford to take some risks on this one. Alpha 7 not wanting to dilly-dally there, instead committing to their rotation and looking to get themselves into a better position rather than being caught up with a fight where they could be stabbed in the back by Gamax. The Arena taking hefty hits as well. And who else but Fireflux? Of course, currently in the top spot, position number 1 for them, and that's already another point found, 99 being their total off the back of that.
Looking to cross the century in this match here. E-Arena pushed down to 2, and it's unlikely they'll push any further inside of this match here. 92 points. Hard to make work. 11 minutes into the game and only 2 players on board right now. But an opportunity for Regnum Karya to pick themselves up a podium finish. And in come the Falcons. Finally making their way down. We get another circle shift and we're heading over towards the high ground on that eastern side. Nongshim Red Force already set up. Falcons have to go for something a little bit safer here as they pass through over towards the eastern side of the fields.
They took a few shots. The paint on the cars being chipped off, but we can focus up on what's ahead of us. Yangon Galacticus up on the rock side. It's a clean connection onto Squash. Smile being able to commit onto that one bullet back over from Revo. But of course, they cannot afford to lose a single man on this. It's got to be clean.
They're going to wrap around, leave Yangon Galacticos in the dust, but it's Gamax who's coming in, potentially finish the job over towards Yangon Galacticos. They've got to bide their time. They've got to pick up Smile in the meantime and get them moving. And Gamax is only moments away.
Vita with the crash in, closes the gap between them both. Look at the HP bars that they've got to play with. The sustainability isn't there. Vita on a nice off angle, peering in, bullets into the back. Romeo takes a big burst of damage from that one.
SafeCloud needs a Nimbus right now to get out of dodge vision. Now Af will find Valo on the first pick there. Not finished off just yet, but it's intense game. They hit that nail, find that coffin. Yangon Galacticos, they want nothing to do with Gamax. They wrap round a similar angle to Alpha 7, watching off in the distance.
They lost Squash, the new man on the block that's been consistent for the team, but right now, he's gone. It's just down to the core 3 from Alpha 7. Fitting that it's the title holders themselves.
Power, Falcons. Similar situation with that last elim that came through from Fireflux. They just jumped into triple digits. Teams will have to bear down upon them and fast. Right now they're on the eastern side coming through from Hacienda, and it is open ground that they have to pass through. You can see players have been taking tags from their side. Easy, up close and personal with the Falcons playing inside the concretes. They have vehicles to work with. You can see the buggy. Only one wheel left to going.
Center circle again as well from Regnan-Karia. Influence Rage close by. Two teams that went head-to-head for the chicken dinner into the previous matchup. A lot riding on this one. You can see the move up as well. Gamax swerve round Yangon Galacticus as they make their move. And the interesting thing with Power as well, Easy, I think his position's been undetected. He got clear vision onto the Falcons, didn't take the first shot. Instead, he can play off his teammates when their attention is turned and they've got to go for the move. He could sideswipe them.
अभी तक तो जिंदा है अपने बंदे तो अभी भी ऑफिस काम कर रहा है स्विच चल नहीं रही फिर
which is never easy to deal with. Yangon Galacticos currently struggling though. Constantly hounded by teams here from Gamax who have taken a bit of a split. Fajita waiting down low, and do they even know his position? They head over towards Horror right now. Ragnar finding shots over towards AX. Scarface is taken low there from R8, and they'll have to move Jackie.
In the meantime as well, we saw a shot over onto Alpha 7 from Horror. Ooh, quick peek up. Thought he could grab that one, but the response is good from Yangon. Crosshairs instantly flick up. Their eyes light up as they grab onto the knock.
They're hanging on, the speed at which they're flicking around as well. They are hyped, filled with adrenaline going into this match, knowing that their life's on the line here in terms of the tournament. Chudo finding more players over towards Vision, but they clap back over towards APK. Say Cloud on the high ground. These shots are just not hitting Jackie.
Sleepy, looking shaky. Didn't instantly bite on the bait that was shown from Say Cloud. And when he did go for the spam, a few bullets going awry. Quite a distance firefight on it, can't commit onto the knock, and he's being flanked from the back line. Turns his attention. Meanwhile, Gamax as well being hit heavy by Vision, still being able to at least respond. They lost 2 players off the engagement, but go 2 for 2 in the fight so far.
Yangon Galacticos shopping around right now, but no, apartments are open and they are struggling to find a home inside the circle. Influence Rage, Diego will find a shot over towards Revo. Inside the shack and more damage done. Sleepy finds Mafioso. 1 player left remaining for Alpha 7.
With that, Vision received the final curtain call in the survival stage, going down to Gamax. Intense game. Just inches away from Fajita as well, trying to keep himself out of dodge for now with the smokes to protect himself. Like you said, Alpha 7, it's been uncomfortable. Twice Revo has gone down. Twice they have had to get him back on his feet. Supplies have got to start to run low.
Easy continues to be a terrifying prospect there on the south side for the Falcons. Hasn't whispered a word, laying in wait. Yangon Galacticos have come through some pretty tumultuous situations. The caltrops were laid down for them and they swerved, they've avoided, and they've made it in with some tumbles, some rolls, some dashes to get towards this position, and the circle continues to move out of their reach.
ये अपने बंदे जिंदा हैं बीबी जिंदा है वे RTX 3060 कैसे है पुराना हो गया यार काफी इट्स ओल्ड यार ठीक है मतलब 1080p गेमिंग के लिए ठीक है बट अब ऐसे ऐसे हैवी गेम आ रहे हैं ना GTA 6 वगैरह आने वाला है और भी गेम आएंगे तो ऐसा लोग जो कोप अप कर जाए लाइक मेरा इनफ है लाइक मेरा चल जाएगा मेरा आराम से करा देगा वो तो उस दिन मैंने ड्राइवर्स अपडेट नहीं किए थे इस वजह से नहीं था लेकिन क्वालिटी बट भाई बजट में मिल रहा है तो ले ले भाई अभी के लिए ले ले लाइक 1.5 साल के लिए चल जाएगा 12 GB अंडर 10K हाँ VRAM 12 GB होती है मेरे को पता है 3060 की बट 10K में मिल रहा है ओरिजिनल है लाइक पुराना मिल रहा है क्या किसी का
Right, 71 points there. Yangon Galacticos is furious going into this game. They have
अबे अपनी एक्स की फिर दो बंदे गायब हो गए. मार 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 साइक्स मार सालों में. अरे भैंस की साइक्स ही हो गया. मर गई. चलो यार. Very well played यार. AxTMG यार, first time representing our nation यार. You give it your best यार. We supported you till the end. Like इस मैच आएगा, इस मैच आएगा, इस मैच आएगा करते करते like 18 मैच ग्रुप स्टेज के, 18वें मैच में सेकंड रनर आया, 12 मैच सर्वाइवल स्टेज के. Like there are almost, I think you can say 30 matches we supported you. You representing our nation as an Indian team. You gave your best यार. But it's an international lobby. There are rosters, there are teams, there are players that are like best from the world. And you gave your best यार. कोई नहीं, कोई इश्यूज नहीं. यहाँ तक आए, कभी हो सकता है कि कोई फ्यूचर में कोई टीम जाए, कोई रोस्टर जाए, या फिर आप ही आओ दोबारा आएंगे, अच्छे से करेंगे. इस बार जितना भी किया थैंक यू यार, बहुत बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट किया जितना भी था. लाइक फाइट्स ली तो अच्छे से ली, नहीं ली थी कोई बात नहीं, होता है, होता रहेगा. वक्त ने आज कुछ खास कर दिया. उसके साथ एक मुलाकात कर दिया. जिस लड़की को दूर से देखा करते थे, आज उनके पास बैठने का मौका मिला. क्या बात है. मेजर पे ऑप्शन गीगाबाइट का इतने उसके साथ लेटा. सच्ची में रुकिए, सही झूठ बोल रहा है. ना माने, ना माने, 10,000 मिल रहा है. क्लिप निकाल गया. क्लिप के लिए कौन सी क्लिप निकाली मैंने तो तारीफ करी है टीम एक्सआरएन की. मैंने कौन सी क्लिप निकाल दी. लाइक टीम एक्सआरएन लाइक फेयरवेल है पबजी वर्ल्ड कप से. वर्ल्ड कप है भाई, ये बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है वर्ल्ड कप में रिप्रेजेंट करने का. बट तुम एटलीस्ट यार तुम अपना ड्रीम तो कर पाए, हम तो वो भी नहीं कर पाए. क्या कह रहा था भैया. आप हर चीज में मजाक नहीं होता. कि हमारे यहाँ मजाक ही होता है. इतनी वेले बैठे रहते तेरे को दिखता नहीं है. मैं यस भाई, मेरे साथ में बैठ गए हम हो ही नहीं सकते. बिल्कुल सीरियस, कोई मतलब ही नहीं है. छोड़ देते यस भाई. यस की कमेंट को सीरियस मत लियो, मकसूदी में रहते हैं ऐसा. दिल्ली क्या क्या बोल रहा था, क्या बोल रहा था. RTX 3060 10,000 में कहाँ मिल रहा है. 3600 लिख रहा हूँ. 3060 दिमाग का भाग भोसड़ा हो गया. एक सेकंड, कॉल तो एंड नहीं हुई, चल रही है. कहाँ मिल रहा है 10,000 का. क्या लिखा तूने. अमेजोन पे ऑप्शन गीगाबाइट का कितने में मिल रहा है. 12 GB अंडर 10 के. कहाँ है गीगाबाइट का, कौन सा वाला. लिंक भेजियो. 26,993 का दिखा रहा है मेरे को. तो लिंक भेजियो. मैं अपने अमेजन के ऑप्शन नहीं दिखा सकता. नहीं, मैं अपना बता रहा था यार. मैंने भेजियो, लिंक भेजियो मेरे को. देख MSI सेल में आएगा ये कल. फिर तो ले ले. 10,000 में मिल रहा है फिर तो बहुत ही भाई. फिर तो उठा ले भाई, बेस्ट है. अगर सेल में 10,000 में आ रहा है तो बिल्कुल उठा ले भाई. इससे भाई, इससे बढ़िया नहीं कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता. यही वाला, ये उसी वाला जो होता है ना 36 12 GB 192 करके कुछ उसमें होगा. ये यही होता है मेन. गीगाबाइट का उठा ले, जोटेक का उठा ले, या फिर MSI किसी का भी मिल जाए. 3060 अच्छे है, तीनों के अच्छे. सेल में आएगा. हाँ यही मिल रहा है. फिर तो बढ़िया है. मैं वही कहूँ, भैंस की यहाँ 10,000 में मिल रहा है. कौन से वो हो गए बे. चले स्ट्रीम एंड कर रहा हूँ मैं. देखना कौन क्वालिफाई होगी. ओ ये देखते हैं ना क्वालिफाई कौन होती है. यंगन गैलेक्टिक से आई ना. अल्फा 7 बाहर हुई है भाई. i5 टेलजन भी 10 के अंडर है भाई. वो सोच, अल्फा 7 जैसी टीम नहीं क्वालिफाई कर पाई है तो लेवल कितना हाई हो चुका है. लाइक अल्फा 7 ग्लोबल लाइक वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस पबजी मोबाइल के.
Tamra look to back things off, causing Boys from Power a little bit of a problem, but it is Al-Haji, puffs out his chest, will send them away. Playing on two fronts right now. Nongshim Red Force did send forward with Tizzy.
ये देखते हैं यंगन गैलेक्टिक से INF है R8 में तो कौन सी होती है. 64 पॉइंट्स हो सके इंडियन गैलेक्टिक्स के, तो वो तो मोस्टली अभी वही लग रहा है। फैल्कन्स के 71 हैं। स्ट्रीम करेगा क्या आज? आज वो खेलूंगा, फीफा खेलता हूँ आज, देखता हूँ।
Yangon as well pushing up with the opportunity that's created. They know the Kino trope were laser focused on that angle. Now they've got room to move. This was the fight in the backline from Hora as well.
Petrino with a 1v3 makes it happen. We were watching out for 7.
स्काई ने A7 को 1v3 किया था फीफा खेलने की, एक्टिंग करूंगा नहीं, वो भी आया हुआ है, क्या कहते हैं, हर्ष, वो भी लाइक वो तो भाई 9-0 करा था मैंने गेम में, वैसे ही खेला था मैंने लाइक ऑफलाइन। ओके यंगन गैलेक्टिक्स के नॉक किया, 64 पॉइंट्स हैं यार, इधर 61 हैं।
From the hillside, bullets down, smile, knocked over instantly. That's Yangdong in a really rough spot now.
Yangon Galacticos. Say Cloud looks to move out, but Influence Rage, this is massive news for them. They could overtake, and that 0-point game.
ऊपर चैट पढ़, ले तो लूं 10 के गाड़ी की, पर तू बोल रहा है GTA 6। अरे भाई GTA 6 सोच तू भाई, GTA 6 है वो, फट के आत्मा जाई पीसी की। 1 साल बाद आएगा वो GTA 6 कम से कम, लाइक जैसे कल अगले साल कंसोल में आया तो उसके 1 साल बाद आएगा कम से कम पीसी में। 3060 लाइक 1080p गेमिंग करा सकता है तू, फीफा खेल ली 3060 में, वो उसके ग्राफिक्स नहीं देगा इतने अच्छे। मैंने तेरे को पता, मैं 3060 ही लेने जा रहा था बजट देख के, फिर मैंने सारी चीजें कैलकुलेट की, मेजर की, बहुत रिसर्च की कि 12 GB का VRAM 12 GB का ग्राफिक कार्ड अच्छा सस्ता सुंदर टिकाऊ रेंज में कौन सा रहेगा, तो AMD का A6750 ही मिला, ये वाला AMD का Ryzen 6750, लाइक 6700 सोच रहा था मैं 6700, बट मुझे 6750 मिला अवेलेबल, मैंने वो उठा लिया। मैंने कंपैरिजन वीडियो भी देखी है कि 6750 अभी के जो AAA रेटेड गेमिंग आते हैं सब में 2K क्वालिटी गेम प्ले अच्छा करा देगा, और जो आगे चल के 1-1.5 साल 2 साल 3 साल तक जो नए गेम आएंगे उनमें 1080p तक झेल सकता है, क्योंकि जब क्या कहते हैं एनवीडिया ने अपने RTX 50 सीरीज निकाल दी, ऑब्वियसली सोच ले तो 30 सीरीज तो पुरानी हो चुकी है, क्योंकि 4080 ही सबसे महंगा है, और फिर 5080 5090 ये आ चुके हैं, और जो 40 सीरीज है RTX की इसकी क्या कहते हैं एनवीडिया की, उसमें 12 GB VRAM है ही नहीं, तो मैं इसलिए नहीं गया था 40 सीरीज पे, क्या कहते हैं उसकी क्या कहते हैं एनवीडिया की, क्योंकि उसमें VRAM बहुत कम थी, VRAM बहुत फर्क डालती है। लाइक मैं जब अभी मैं वो खेल रहा था ना, क्या बोलते हैं उसे, लाइक कोई सा तो गेम खेला था, मेरी VRAM भाई 7 GB तक भर गई थी उसमें, खुद दिखाता है कितनी यूज हो रही है, और 8 GB VRAM के ग्राफिक कार्ड में 7 GB VRAM भरना मतलब फिर इश्यू होगा, तो कम से कम VRAM 12 GB चाहिए, तो इसलिए मैं उस पे गया था AMD पे। कोई कितना भी बोले लेकिन AMD के ग्राफिक कार्ड्स भी अच्छे हैं अगर तुम ढूंढोगे तो, VRAM खेल करती है। ओके 64 और 63 INF क्वालिफाई करेगी एक दिन गैलेक्टिक्स, INF का 4 बंदे जिंदा हैं।
Goes for the peak up, meanwhile Diego dealing damage back over onto Fahidan as well, so power being really thrown into the wind, finished off entirely. Regnum Kari is still trapped in position.
And unfortunately the boys from Power will not overtake.
मैं कॉलेज और ओके गेमिंग के लिए योगा स्लिम 6 कैसा है? अरे चिल मार, इतनी टेंशन नहीं लेना, PUBG खेल वैलो खेल, बस उससे ज़्यादा कोई ज़्यादा नहीं है। और कोई नया गेम लगे तो ग्राफिक्स स्लो करो, स्लिम वाले तो अच्छे ही नहीं है गेमिंग के लिए, सब चल जाता है चलाने को। जिस टाइम तुम्हारा लाइक गेम कोई भी हो इंस्टॉल कर ले, ठीक है, उसके बाद एरर आएगा सबसे पहले अगर नहीं चलेगा गेम DirectX का, DirectX 3D का, अगर तुम्हारा गेम सपोर्ट नहीं करता समझिए वो गेम चलेगा नहीं, बस बात खत्म। और एक दिन गैलेक्टिक्स भाई 2 किल मिल सकते हैं। ओ भाई INF पर की क्या? और कौन क्वालिफाई हुई? कौन क्वालिफाई हुई? INF या फिर रेग्नम कार्लसन? मतलब वो क्या बोलते हैं यंग गैलेक्टिक्स कौन हुई?
the first place home here at the PMWC survival stage.
कोई कोई दोस्त पे है टफ E15 उसके लैपटॉप से खेल लूंगा आपके साथ। लैपटॉप ठीक है, भारी होते हैं यार, कुछ टाइम बाद ना ऐसे उनके पंखे चलने चालू हो जाते हैं ना भाई, छोटी स्क्रीन होती है, दिमाग का भांग घुसड़ा हो जाता है। मैं मस्त बैठा हूँ अपनी गेमिंग चेयर पे।
From Horror, we're going to tally up the total slightly later on with those placement points, but with that, Jackie, for Alpha 7, we will not be seeing them over towards the main stage. Regnum Kaya has a massive step up towards the end of this one.
हाँ वही तो जो तूने अभी स्क्रीनशॉट भेजे हैं, उसमें 8GB वीडियो में सबसे पहली बात, और ये जो इसमें एक लास्ट पॉइंट है ना वर्थ इट में, DLSS 3, ये DLSS 3 ही गेम की क्वालिटी और रेंडरिंग बढ़ाते हैं, 2K में 1080p में अंतर दिखाते हैं। ये सारी चीजें मेरे AMD वाले में हैं, क्या कहते हैं उसमें RTX में, मतलब NVIDIA वाले में DLSS बोलते हैं, इधर और कुछ बोला जाता है।
They did not make it through the survival stage. A new champion will be crowned this year. 2025 is going to be a whole different story.
Tears have been shed. Emotions have been let loose here. Unbelievable performances throughout, and Power just love it here at the survival stage. Easy.
कौन क्वालिफाई हुआ कौन नहीं हुआ मेरे को ये देखना है।
He's been showing and putting on display. Horror just making it in consistent time and time again.
भैया दोस्त कॉलेज में मेरा लैपटॉप शेयर कर लेगा और मैं रूम में गेमिंग और हैवी काम के लिए उसका लैपटॉप चला लूंगा। ठीक है, बढ़िया, अच्छी बात है। Do it guys, do it.
Falcons potentially could have been lapped. For Alpha 7, they could not do it. Maybe the hunger's gone, maybe the skill ceiling, the gap between the other teams is
यार मैं बस स्ट्रीम एंड करूं।
here today, Blank. The squads that had to show up, that still had an opportunity to take fate into their own hands, they've absolutely done that.
It's an incredible day.
मेरे को स्कोर दिखाओ, स्कोर
Yesterday too.
कौन हुआ क्वालिफाई?
The survival stage was more exciting than groups, honestly. Teams fought tooth.
यंगन गैलेक्टिक्स और INF में चल रहा था कलेश।
On your screen has done exactly that. It's Koa from the Falcons holding that team together. Much better performance. Ralph has been taking more aggressive.
अल्फा 7 बाहर भाई, अल्फा 7 बहुत ही गंदा छी वाला गेम प्ले
for Alpha 7.
And you can see it, the emotion, the human element on so many of our different squads. Trying to fly the flag of their organizations high.
टीम विजन तो होगी, क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई।
Commitment, the communication. But here today, the reigning champions were unable to deliver. And of course that means for the 8 teams that don't make it through, your keys will be crushed. Let's get over to Barney and begin the process of removing those teams' keys.
भाई की क्रश की जाएगी, अरे हाँ ये तो मैं भूल ही गया था।
The survival stage is now officially over, and I am joined by our highest placing team. It is of course Horror Esports with a final flurry. Congratulations, gentlemen, from myself and from everyone, the whole crew. What an amazing way to end out the survival stage. Now, you didn't just survive, you thrived. So congrats to that. Now, one of the things that you get to do because of this honor is you get to crush the keys of the bottom 8 teams from the survival stage. This is the first time we've showed it this week, so we're all really excited. And so
अरे यार अपनी की भी क्रश की जाएगी।
No Fear and Sleepy. Jiggle, you're going to do me the honor first and foremost to switch the key on and turn on the engines. Okay, the key has been switched, the engines will be turned on. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your feet? They can feel it. Okay.
अबे पॉइंट टेबल तो दिखा दो लवलीज।
And flick the switch. That is going to open up the iris in the center. We can see all of those menacing teeth ready to chomp up those keys. And now finally, no fear. I'm going to get you to press the button and send them home. And Sleepy, you can wave at them as they do it. There they go. See you later. And just like that, our 16 teams are locked in for the grand finals. 8 teams have now been sent packing. Well, 7.5, of course. But the job, now there you go. There's the 8 team. But the job is not done. We have a gauntlet of competitors waiting in the grand finals that's going to be happening this weekend, and they've all got their eyes on the prize. $3 million prize pool, and of course the beautiful PMWC trophy. The Horror Esports guys having a great time next to me, but I tell you what, they're not going to be laughing this weekend when they come up against all those other teams. But for now, make sure you're all ready for that weekend slot for the grand finals, and we're going to send you back to the studio to talk about what just happened in the survival stage.
Emotions riding high here for the survival stage for PMWC. Unbelievable moments here for some of these teams who were hoping desperately that they were going to be able to claw their way up to that top 8, but it is not good for them. They are done here for the PUBG Mobile World Cup. What a way to end things as well, joined by Seven Neptura as well as Maxman. I can understand why emotions were riding high for a lot of these teams. Unfortunately for them, they now have their keys crushed here at the Esports World Cup. Maxman, what a survival stage.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you know what? A lot of unexpected things did happen. Of course, Alpha 7 just absolutely destroyed in this tournament, right? Of course, they got themselves some wins in the group stage, but in the survival stage, we didn't see anything out of this team. And I think that this is going to be a good time for them to go back to the trial grounds and try and get things out, because right now, nothing has been really done for them this tournament.
It's for sure the headline of the day, Seven. The fact that we lose the champions here for PMWC, and we will guaranteed be crowning a new champion.
It definitely is. Every single time here we come to Riyadh, I feel like we always end up getting a shocker. Last year was Team Falcons getting eliminated at survival stage. Now it's completely the opposite. Now it's going to be the defending champions with Alpha 7. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, even from day one, when they did end up getting those wins, that team just wasn't really doing anything outside the wins.
I mean, that's a good point here, Neptura. Are you shocked that we see here as emotions still very much on show here on the stage floor? Are you shocked after seeing how they were playing things that they will not be making finals?
I don't think I'm shocked with how that this is the result based on how they've played.
Yeah.
I think it's a shock that this is how they played. We had a really good day one for group stage, right? 2 wins, massive elimination counts, as well as massive games for them. But then after that, it was just nothing. It kind of just fizzled out.
Looking at the last 2 games, we said it. They need to do something big if they want to have an opportunity to make it, right? Looking at Revan, like they could have made it. They at least tried something. But it looked to me on the second half of today, they just gave up. They just like it's not happening, and it really felt that way through their gameplay.
It shows the level that this means to these players. Of course, here.
बहुत high level है भाई, बहुत ही high level है यार, ऐसे नहीं हो
पाएगा. But whilst this does mean that 8 of our teams are now done here at PMWC, on the flip side, 8 teams survive. 8 teams go through and they continue to try and fight to become the champion here, 7. And as we just witnessed, Horror was able to take #1 after all that. It was close towards the top 7, but Horror now #1 for the survival stage.
Can I just say, I'm just happy that Horror Esports actually ended up being in first place. They came in confident too, and I felt like overall for the past 2 days, they were the team that was actually willing to play in a way that going to grand finals will.
नेपाल की टीम भाई अच्छा खेल गई.
I mean, being yes, congratulations Fireflex.
Okay, Young Galacticos कर गई भाई. वो बंदा पोजीशन पॉइंट्स पे जिता गया Young Galacticos को.
Winning team. I think we saw it in CSA. We saw less of it in group stage, a little bit of it here in survival stage until the very last match, where of course they are gonna be able to top the leaderboard here. They did keep up with appearances though. I think like we.
INF कितने पे रह गई? INF कितने पे रह गई? अच्छे खेल रहे थे बंदे.
In terms of wins, I'm used to seeing Horror win a lot more. But we liked how they adjusted their strategy, being a little bit more aggressive. Those third-party
elimination points by Horror की काफी हैं.
Being able to convert them into super consistent points, but obviously doing far and above enough to actually top the leaderboard here.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Max, but I feel like we put Horror in our contenders category at the beginning of our survival stage, and oh boy, did they contend.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, that's not contending. They dominated right there. I mean, Horror for me, looking back at CSA, were definitely a lot more macro-oriented team. Just very smart, going for smart fights. Here, they just kind of turned up the aggression to 11. They were just taking really smart fights all over the place, controlling positions, controlling large areas of the circle. I'm very excited to see this Horror hopefully.
Game आएगा आज, पता नहीं अभी तो ऑफिस ही चल रहा है, ऑफिस का काम कर रहा हूँ. साढ़े 9 तक तो.
And if we do have to nitpick for that team,
लेट ही हो जाता है यार, मुश्किल ही आऊंगा लेट आऊंगा। कल तक बहुत थक गया था, इस वजह से नहीं आया।
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look now. As Yangon Galacticos at the very end were able
INF 69 points.
Unfortunately for them, that is not nice.
भाई 1 पॉइंट से रह गए बंदे भाई। भाई छोड़ो ये 10th का तो छोड़ो, लाइक 15 पॉइंट का गैप है, छोड़ो भाई। बंदे 1 पॉइंट से रह गए ग्रैंड फाइनल क्वालिफाई करने के लिए। सोचो क्या बीत रही होगी भाई बंदों पे, इन्फ्लुएंस रेस टीम पे भाई क्या बीत रही होगी भाई। अपने बंदे 14 यार, they tried well। चलो गाइस देख लिया भाई INF, देखना था कौन कौन है। चलो गाइस हो गया आज का। Congratulations to top 8 teams of survival stage for their qualifications. Now I'm gonna end the stream यार। We'll see you at after 1.5 hour 2 hour गेमिंग होगी बहुत भयंकर। PUBG नहीं तो फुटबॉल खेलूंगा आज। बाय गाइस, टाटा, सी यू। और अपने बंदे यार अच्छे खेले यार, AxTMG, टीम आर्यन, अपने आर्यन भाई, डिवोटी भाई, साइरेक्स भाई, और आर्यन डिवोटी यार, सॉरी मैं चौथे पत्ते का नाम भूल गया। आर्यन डिवोटी साइरेक्स, माफ करना, बट गाइस यू फॉट वेल यार, जैसा भी था जो था अच्छा था। बाय गाइस।